Assata. An Autobiography. Assata Shakur. Foreword by Angela Y. Davis. In the 1970s, as Assata Shakur awaited trial on charges of being an accomplice to murder, I participated in a benefit at Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey, to raise funds for her legal defense. At the time, Assata was being held nearby in the Middlesex County Correctional Facility for Men. Lennox Hines, a member of the Rutgers faculty, had invited me to be one of the featured speakers at the benefit. Lennox was a leader of the National Conference of Black Lawyers and represented Assata in a federal lawsuit contesting the appalling conditions of her confinement in the New Jersey prison. He had previously worked on my case, and we had both served in the leadership of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression since its founding in 1973. Attending the benefit event were Rutgers faculty members, a sizable number of black professionals, and local activists who were the mainstay of numerous campaigns to free the political prisoners of that era. It was an upbeat event, imbued with the optimism of the times. My own recent acquittal on charges of murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy stood as a dramatic example of how we could successfully challenge the government's offensives against radical anti-racist movements. However powerful the forces arrayed against Assata, the FBI's counterintelligence program, and the New York and New Jersey police organizations, no one could have persuaded us then that we were not capable of building a triumphant movement for Assata's freedom. This benefit was one small step in that direction, and, as we left the event, we were quite satisfied with the $3,000 we raised that afternoon. By then, every radical activist had learned to assume that our public meetings were subject to routine police and/or FBI surveillance. Yet we were entirely unprepared for what seemed like a reenactment of the 1973 events for which Assata faced charges of murder. Assata, Zaid Shakur, and Sundiata Akalai had been stopped on the New Jersey Turnpike by state troopers who claimed that they had a faulty taillight. The encounter left Assata critically wounded and two others, State Trooper Werner Forster and Assata's friend Zaid Shakur, dead. As a group of us left the benefit and drove down a county road toward Lennox Hines's house, where we were having a small after-party, we were quite startled when local police signaled for our car to stop. My friend Charlene Mitchell, at that time the executive director of the Alliance, was told to step out of the car, along with the driver and the other person riding with us. As the policemen taunted us by clearly placing their hands on their holstered guns, I was instructed to remain in the otherwise empty automobile. Lennox, whose car we had been following, immediately doubled back and approached the police with his attorney's identification card in hand, explaining that he was our lawyer. This caused the officers to become more visibly nervous, including one who pulled a riot gun from his police car and proceeded to aim at Lennox from close range. All of us froze. We knew only too well that any innocent gesture could be construed as a reach for a weapon, and that this confrontation could easily become a recapitulation of the events that had left Assata with a murder charge. The spurious explanation given by police for the ambush was a warrant for my arrest, later proven false. Though they allowed us to leave, it was only shortly after we arrived at Lennox's that we discovered they had already called for reinforcements and literally surrounded the house. With one of the first black woman judges in New Jersey and several other prominent community figures at the house, we were nonetheless compelled to call on higher powers, in the form of Congressman John Conyers in Washington. We figured a request for a federal escort out of the state of New Jersey might put some pressure on the local police. These were the kinds of measures and friends needed in such a volatile time. I relate this incident in detail because it may help readers of Assata's autobiography not only to focus on the political role of the police during the 1970s but also to better understand important historical aspects of the routine racial profiling associated with current police practices. Such a historical perspective is especially important today when brazen expressions of structural racism such as the pattern of mass imprisonment to which communities of color are subjected are rendered invisible by the prevailing moral panic over crime. And if this were not enough, we find that at the same time such remedies as affirmative action programs and such safety nets as social welfare are being consistently disestablished. When Richard Nixon raised the slogan of law and order in the 1970s, it was used in part to discredit the Black liberation movement and to justify the deployment of the police, courts, and prisons against key figures in this and other radical movements of that era. Today, the ironic coupling of a declining crime rate and the consolidation of a prison industrial complex that makes increased rates of incarceration its economic necessity has facilitated the imprisonment of 2 million people in the United States. In this ideological context, political prisoners like Assata Shakur, Mumia Abu-Jamal, and Leonard Peltier are represented in popular political discourse as criminals who deserve either to be executed or to spend the rest of their lives behind bars. During the late 1990s, the racist hysteria directed against Assata was resuscitated when the New Jersey State Police reputedly prevailed upon Pope John Paul II to use the occasion of his first trip to Cuba as pressure for Fidel Castro to extradite Assata. As if this were not enough, New Jersey Governor Christine Todd Whitman offered a $50,000 reward later doubled for Assata's return, and Congress passed a bill calling on the government of Cuba to initiate extradition procedures. In an open letter to the Pope, Assata asks a question that should concern all of us: why, I wonder, do I warrant such attention? What do I represent that is such a threat? We would all do well to seriously ponder her questions. Why, indeed, was she constructed by the government and mass media as a consummate enemy in the 1970s, only to re-emerge at the turn of the century as a singular target of governors, Congress, and the Fraternal Order of Police? What has she been made to represent? What ideological work has this representation performed? In the 1970s, Assata Shakur's image was deployed on official FBI wanted posters and in the popular media as visual evidence of the terrorist motivations of the Black liberation movement. Black militants were assumed to be enemies of the state and were associated with communist challenges to capitalist democracy. The protracted search for Assata, during which she was demonized in ways that are now unimaginable, served further to justify the imprisonment of vast numbers of political activists, many of whom remain locked-up today. 25 years later, the retailoring of the image of Assata as enemy is even more damaging, omitting the original political context and representing her as a common criminal, a bank robber and murderer. This lifting of her image out of the past for very contemporary purposes serves to justify the consolidation of a vast prison industrial complex, which Assata herself has described as not only a mechanism to convert public tax money into profits for private corporations but also an essential element of modern neoliberal capitalism. In her view, this new formation serves two purposes: 1. To neutralize and contain huge segments of potentially rebellious sectors of the population, and 2. To sustain a system of super-exploitation, where mainly Black and Latino captives are imprisoned in white rural, overseer communities. As the above quotation reveals, Assata remains very much engaged with contemporary radical politics specific to the United States, even though she has been unable to visit this country since her escape from prison and her decision to settle in Cuba many years ago. As you read her extraordinary autobiography, you will discover a woman who has nothing in common with the hostile representations that refuse to expire. I urge you to reflect on what it must mean for her to have been unable to attend her mother's funeral or to visit with her new grandchild. As you follow her life story, you will discover a compassionate human being with an unswerving commitment to justice that travels easily across racial and ethnic lines, in and out of prison and across oceans and time. She speaks to all of us, and especially to those of us who are sequestered in a growing global network of prisons and jails. At a time when optimism has receded from our political vocabulary, she offers invaluable gifts, inspiration and hope. Her words remind us, as Walter Benjamin once observed, that it is only for the sake of those without hope that hope is given to us. Angela Y. Davis. University of California, Santa Cruz. March 2000. Forward by Lennox S. Hines. The publication of this extraordinary autobiography provides a rare opportunity to see behind the carefully orchestrated distortions of fact concerning the life and motivations of Assata Shakur. Writing simply and vividly about the racism that permeated her childhood and young womanhood, those ordinary experiences of Black people in the United States that have driven millions to despair and many to rebellion, Assata leads us all to understand more about the society we live in. Clearly, it was the racism riddling every aspect of the early life of this sensitive, intellectually gifted, and life-passionate child, as she struggled to establish her own identity, that led her to seek solutions to the catastrophic impact of racism and economic oppression on all people of color in the United States. It is racist America that provides the context for the making of this Black revolutionary. People struggling for self-determination are a phenomenon of the 20th century. These struggles are frequently understood and supported by people of goodwill in the United States when the struggles take place in South Africa, El Salvador, the Philippines, or Palestinian refugee camps. Assata Shakur's own words, as she writes about her struggles for growth and meaning in the streets of New York and in the South as a child and as a woman, present as clear a case for self-determination and development in the United States as do the lives of her brothers and sisters throughout the world. For although her book is intensely personal, it is also absolutely political. She writes about her experiences not as a historical icon seeking to crystallize the official life but as one whose experiences searching for change can provide a key to her own life and to all those others, who, as she so vividly puts it, have been locked by the lawless, handcuffed by the haters, gagged by the greedy, and for whom a wall is just a wall and nothing more at all. It can be broken down. As a lawyer, teacher, and student of history, I know that while Assata's story may be unique in its energy, creativity, and passion for life and principle, it is typical of the ways the United States has responded historically to individuals that the government sees as political threats to domestic tranquility. Since Assata touches only lightly on the events that led to her being a target for police fire on the New Jersey Turnpike in 1973 and on the flimsy evidence on which she was finally convicted in 1977, I will attempt to sketch some of the details that contributed to the fearsome image generated by the state and perpetrated in the media. I first met Assata Shakur in 1973, as she lay in the hospital, close to death, handcuffed to her bed, while state, local, and federal police attempted to question her. As the national director of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, an organization that has been called on to defend political activists in the Black community since its founding in 1968, I was no stranger to the carefully orchestrated disinformation campaigns that federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies had engaged in against Black activists under the leadership of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Prior to meeting Assata, we had represented Angela Davis, had initiated inquiries into the 1969 police executions of Black Panther leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark and the 1971 police attack and indictments of the leadership of the Republic of New Africa, and had defended many other Black men and women who had been identified as targets of the FBI. The FBI's systematic surveillance of and attacks on Black groups and individuals were orchestrated by its counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, which was directed specifically against what the FBI termed Black nationalist hate groups. COINTELPRO's first targets were Martin Luther King and thousands of less prominent civil rights activists. Elsewhere, I have written extensively about COINTELPRO and the criminal disruption and destruction of Black leaders and groups that were the specific goals of this government program. The pertinent and unimpeachable documents collected in the Church Committee report of the Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities were also reprinted in that book. In addition, the findings of the Domestic Intelligence Subcommittee, headed by Senator Walter Mondale, which were published by the U.S. Government Printing Office in 1976, provided incontrovertible documentation of this government-sponsored conspiracy against the civil and human rights of all sorts of political activists and, most particularly, Black people. It is important to remember that Assata Shakur's decision to join the Black Panthers occurred soon after J. Edgar Hoover ordered the 41 FBI offices to intensify their efforts to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, and otherwise neutralize Black nationalist organizations and their leaders. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, the Nation of Islam, and above all, the Black Panthers were specifically targeted, as were, among many Blacks, Stokely Carmichael, Rap Brown, Elijah Muhammad, Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, and, as we shall see, Assata Shakur, also known as Joanne Chesimard. As is now clear, a carefully orchestrated intelligence and counterintelligence campaign was conducted by the FBI in cooperation with state and local law enforcement agencies designed to criminalize, defame, harass, and intimidate Assata beginning at least in 1971. By the time Assata Shakur was shot and captured on the New Jersey Turnpike on May 2, 1973, she was wanted for a number of most serious crimes. Massive prejudicial publicity had been generated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the New York City Police Department to create an image of dangerousness and to convict her in every aspect of the mass media before any trial. Orders had been issued to apprehend her, dead or alive. She spells out the dread and terror when she writes, "Everywhere I went it seemed like I would turn around to find 2 detectives following behind me. I would look out my window and there, in the middle of Harlem, in front of my house, would be 2 white men sitting and reading the newspaper. I was scared to death to talk in my own house." Assata could no longer go home. She was on the FBI's most wanted list, accused of being armed, of being a bank robber and, subsequently, of being a kidnapper and murderer. A photograph alleged to be Assata Shakur taken at the scene of a bank robbery in August 1971 appeared in a full-page advertisement in the New York Daily News on July 10, 1972. It was a duplicate of a poster placed in every bank in the city and state of New York and post offices and subway stations. This advertisement announcing wanted for bank robbery, $10,000 reward was printed above 4 photographs, one of them the picture of a woman allegedly taken during the 1971 bank robbery. Beneath the picture, in bold capital letters, was the name Joanne Deborah Chisimard. During her trial for this bank robbery, which ended in acquittal, a jury found that it was not a picture of Assata Shakur, Joanne Chisimard. The photograph had been released by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office to the New York Clearinghouse Association, a banks association, which placed the ad in posters. Even after Assata had been acquitted of this bank robbery in January 1976, another advertisement offering the same reward for unapprehended bank robbers appeared in the Daily News in March 1976. This time, however, the photograph was a recognizable mug shot of Assata, with the word apprehended across her face. This poster appeared 2 months after her acquittal on the August 1971 charge, 2 years after her acquittal on the September 1972 bank robbery charge, and while no bank robbery charges were outstanding against her. On February 12, 1973, 4 months before Assata was apprehended on the New Jersey Turnpike, New York Magazine published an article under the title Target Blue, written by Robert Daly, an excerpt of his book of the same title. The cover of the magazine depicted a uniformed police officer. The subtitle was "The Story Behind the Police Assassinations." The article purported to provide intimate details about the Black Liberation Army, whose activities, the article claimed, were cop killing, bank robbing, and efforts to overthrow the U.S. government. Above a picture of Assata Shakur were the words "Gunmen of the Black Liberation Army," and she was described by former Deputy Police Commissioner Daley as the mother hen who kept them together, kept them moving, kept them shooting. Notwithstanding this trial by media, the only indictment against Assata for killing a police officer was dismissed in October 1974 for lack of evidence. As the chart that follows this essay shows, on May 2, 1973, when the shooting on the New Jersey Turnpike occurred, Assata was wanted for all these crimes. The irony is that not one of the charges led to conviction. When she was apprehended, shot down on the New Jersey Turnpike, leading to her only conviction, she should have enjoyed the presumption of innocence that the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution is supposed to grant to any of us when accused. On May 2, 1973, Assata, Sundiata Akalai, and Zaid Malik Shakur were traveling south on the New Jersey Turnpike in a white Pontiac. They were stopped by New Jersey State Trooper James Harper for reasons consistent with the FBI COINTELPRO guidelines, which directed that activists be arrested for minor traffic violations. The Pontiac allegedly had defective tail lights. Harper's testimony, however, leaves open the suggestion that the Pontiac was simply a target. Harper testified that when he first saw the Pontiac he was 2 miles north of the Turnpike Administration Building, headquarters for the troopers. He followed the car for 2 miles until it was close to the administration building before he pulled it over because the light was better and there was more security. The Pontiac was traveling at normal speed in the center lane. Harper first passed it in the left lane, observed the driver, and made a mental note of his description. He then moved to the right lane and let the Pontiac pass him, at which time he made a mental note of the sex and race of the passengers. He then approached the Pontiac in the left lane, motioned the driver, Sundiata, to pull over, and called the administration building for assistance. When Trooper Robert Palanchar was directed to assist Harper, he commented over his radio, "Meet you at the pass, partner," and sped to the administration building at 120 miles an hour. Trooper Werner Forster also went to assist in this stop, for which, Harper testified, only a summons would have been issued. Over the years, I was to learn much about the selective, arbitrary, and ferocious ways the law and its processes would be applied against Assata Shakur from the moment I met her in that hospital in May 1973 where she clung to life. I can certainly not improve on Assata's account of her experiences before, during, and after her numerous trials, but I must point out that she understates the awfulness of the conditions in which she was incarcerated. As she mentions, even a hearing officer appointed by Middlesex County, at the instruction of one of the federal judges before whom we argued our suits on the inhumanity of the conditions in which she was held, found the conditions shocking. In the history of New Jersey, no woman pretrial detainee or prisoner has ever been treated as she was, continuously confined in a men's prison, under 24-hour surveillance of her most intimate functions, without intellectual sustenance, adequate medical attention and exercise, and without the company of other women for all the years she was in their custody. We filed one civil rights lawsuit after another complaining of the barbarous treatment selectively meted out to her, with limited success. As you read her story, imagine the effect these conditions must have had on this proud and sensitive woman. Another bitter irony of her situation is that during the course of those years awaiting trial in New Jersey, the many other charges that caused her to become a fugitive, leading to the shootout on the New Jersey Turnpike, were dropped for lack of evidence, were dismissed, or resulted in acquittal, and yet the physical conditions under which she was held worsened, at best. Once again, the manipulation of facts by the media became a substitute for reality. None of the acquittals or dismissals was publicized. The massive security precautions for the pending New Jersey trial were the major stories on the front pages of the local newspapers, day after day, in the community from which the jury was selected. The sheer number of these baseless charges supports the contention held by many people that the extraordinary efforts of the state of New Jersey to get Assata Shakur convicted, notwithstanding the flimsy evidence, were undertaken to justify the fabricated image of Mad Dog Killer that had failed, so humiliatingly, to get her convicted in New York state and federal courts. Assata was convicted in New Jersey as an accomplice to the murder of State Trooper Werner Forster and of atrocious assault on James Harper with the intent to kill. Under New Jersey law, if a person's presence at the scene of a crime can be construed as aiding and abetting the crime, that person can be convicted of the substantive crime itself. The state of New Jersey convicted Sundiata Acoli for these same murders after Assata was severed from the proceedings because of her pregnancy. The jury at Assata's trial for the same offences was permitted to speculate that her mere presence at a scene of violence, with weapons in the vehicle, was sufficient to sustain a conviction, even though 3 neurologists testified at the trial that her median nerve had been severed by gunshot wounds, rendering her unable to pull a trigger, and that her clavicle had been shattered by a shot that could only have been made while she was seated in the car with her hands raised. Other experts testified that the neutron activation analysis administered by the police right after the shootout showed no gun residue on her fingers, meaning she had not shot a weapon. She was also convicted of possession of weapons, none of which could be identified as having been handled by her, and of the attempted murder of State Trooper Harper, who had sustained a minor injury at the shootout. It had been and is my view that it was the racism in Middlesex County, fueled by biased, inflammatory publicity in the local press before and throughout the trial, fanned by the documented government lawlessness, that made it possible for the white jury to convict Assata on the uncorroborated, contradictory, and generally incredible testimony of Trooper Harper, the only other witness to the events on the turnpike. Harper's testimony, as well as that of all the other state's witnesses, was riddled with inconsistencies and discrepancies. On 3 separate official reports, including his grand jury testimony, Harper said that he saw Assata take a gun from her pocketbook, while in the car, and shoot him. He admitted, on cross-examination during both Sundiata's trial and Assata's trial, that he never saw Assata with a gun and did not see her shoot him, that, in fact, he had lied. In addition, the judge refused to permit the defense to present any testimony on COINTELPRO. The truth is very simple. Assata Shakur did not receive a fair trial in Middlesex County, New Jersey. She had been convicted in the press and in the minds of the general public from the moment she was apprehended in New Jersey and over again until the trial. The conviction in court was but a formality. Dear sister, thank you for sending us your vital voice and sharing your passion and commitment with us. Meanwhile, we in this society must remind ourselves again how we threaten our own interests and rights when we condone by our silence the government's use of surveillance, attacks on the legitimacy of political activists, and the use of the criminal law to suppress and punish political dissent. In 1975, Attorney General Edward H. Levi, under the direction of President Carter and in consideration of the Church Committee's findings, designed the first set of guidelines to keep the FBI within the Constitution in its investigations of individuals and groups allegedly dangerous to national security. The Levi Guidelines, while not heartily applauded by civil libertarians, did attempt to restrain the unbridled use of the government's power to penetrate and disrupt organizations. By 1983, Attorney General William French Smith, under President Reagan, had rescinded the Levi Guidelines, and each year since then protections of the Bill of Rights have been further eroded. For example, the FBI is now free to investigate persons or groups accused of advocating criminal activity. Clearly, the federal government is continuing the unrestrained abuse of power by which it attempted to destroy Assata Shakur and other black individuals and groups by surveillance, rumor, innuendo, eavesdropping, arrest and prosecution, incarceration and murder throughout the 60s and 70s. As long as members of Congress, still intimidated by ABSCOM, are afraid to antagonize the FBI, and as long as FBI guidelines are drafted internally by the FBI, and as long as the Justice Department is subject to the political imperatives of the President, monitored only within the system but without public accountability, we are all in danger of the kinds of repression and government secrecy that victimized Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Viola Liuzzo, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, Ahadli Imari, Assata Shakur, and many other brothers and sisters whose ideas and advocacy are threatening to the administration. We are all potential victims. I encourage you now to enter the heart and soul of Assata Shakur, who, despite all that has happened to her, preserves fresh idealism and confidence in the power of principled people to make change together for the common good of the peoples of the world. Lennox S. Hines, New York City. Lennox S. Hines, Illusions of Justice, Human Rights Violations in the United States, University of Iowa, 1978. The information presented here is based on federal and state court records and files, FBI memoranda, Secret Service files, police records, and information in the media. Trial chronology. Affirmation. I believe in living. I believe in the spectrum of beta days and gamma people. I believe in sunshine, in windmills and waterfalls, tricycles and rocking chairs. And I believe that seeds grow into sprouts, and sprouts grow into trees. I believe in the magic of the hands, and in the wisdom of the eyes. I believe in rain and tears, and in the blood of infinity. I believe in life, and I have seen the death parade march through the torso of the earth, sculpting mud bodies in its path. I have seen the destruction of the daylight, and seen bloodthirsty maggots prayed to and saluted. I have seen the kind become the blind, and the blind become the bind. In one easy lesson, I have walked on cut glass, I have eaten crow and blunder bread, and breathed the stench of indifference. I have been locked by the lawless, handcuffed by the haters, gagged by the greedy. And, if I know anything at all, it's that a wall is just a wall, and nothing more at all. It can be broken down. I believe in living. I believe in birth. I believe in the sweat of love, and in the fire of truth. And I believe that a lost ship, steered by tired, seasick sailors, can still be guided home to port. Chapter 1. There were lights and sirens. Zaid was dead. My mind knew that Zaid was dead. The air was like cold glass. Huge bubbles rose and burst. Each one felt like an explosion in my chest. My mouth tasted like blood and dirt. The car spun around me and then something like sleep overtook me. In the background I could hear what sounded like gunfire. But I was fading and dreaming. Suddenly, the door flew open and I felt myself being dragged out onto the pavement. Pushed and punched, a foot upside my head, a kick in the stomach. Police were everywhere. One had a gun to my head. "Which way did they go?" he was shouting. "Bitch, you'd better open your goddamn mouth or I'll blow your goddamn head off." I nodded my head across the highway. I was sure that nobody had gone that way. A few of the cops were off and running. One pig said, "We ought to finish her off." But the others were all busy around the car, searching it. They were pulling and prodding. "Ya find the gun?" they kept asking each other. Later, one of them asked another, "Should we put her in the car?" "Nah. Let her lay in the gutter where she belongs. Just get her out of the way." I felt myself being dragged by the feet across the pavement. My chest was on fire. My blouse was purple with blood. I was convinced that my arm had been shot off and was hanging inside my shirt by a few strips of flesh. I could not feel it. Finally the ambulance came and they moved me into it. Being moved was agony, but the blankets were worth it. I was so cold. The medics examined me. I tried to talk, but only bubbles came out. I was foaming at the mouth. "Where's she hit?" they asked each other as if I wasn't there. They concluded their examination. I was relieved. "Let's move it," one of them said. "OK, but wait a minute," said the driver and he got out. "Hit twice," I heard him say. "We gotta wait." The driver slammed the door. He said something else but I didn't understand it. Time passed. I was floating off again. It felt so weird, like a dream, a nightmare. More time passed. It seemed like forever. I was in and out, in and out. A rough voice asked, "Is she dead yet?" I floated off again. I heard another voice. "Is she dead yet?" I wondered how long the ambulance had been sitting there. The attendants looked nervous. The bubbles in my chest felt like they were growing bigger. When they burst, my whole chest shattered. I faded again and it was down south in the summertime. I thought about my grandmother. At last the ambulance was moving. If I live, I remember thinking, I'll only have one arm. The hospital is glaring white. Everybody I see is white. Everyone seems to be waiting. All at once they are in motion. Blood pressure, pulse, needles, etc. Two detectives come in. I know they're detectives because they look like detectives. One of them has a face like a bulldog, with jowls hanging down the sides. They supervise the nurse as she cuts off my clothes. After a while, one of them dabs my fingertips with what look like Q-tips. Later I find out that this is the neutron activation test to determine whether or not I have fired a weapon. Another one then tries to fingerprint me, but he has trouble because my hand is dead. "Gimme the dead man's kit." He puts my fingers into spoon-looking things used to fingerprint dead people. They begin to ask me questions, but a bunch of doctors come in. One of them, who appears to be the head doctor, examines me. He pokes and prods, throwing me around like a rag doll. Then, like he is going to kill me. He jerks me around so that I'm on my stomach. The pain is like an electric shock. I moan. "Don't cry now, girlie," he says. "Why'd you shoot the trooper? Why'd you shoot the trooper?" I want to kick him in his face. I know he would kill me if he had the chance. I can see the scalpel slipping. One of the other doctors says something about calling the operating room. "Hell no," is all I can think of. Hell no. After a while, they all leave. Then a black nurse comes into the room. I am glad as I could be to see her. She bends over me. "What is your name?" she asks. "What is your name?" I think about it and decide to say nothing. If I tell them my name they will know who I am and they will kill me for sure. "What is your name?" she keeps asking, enunciating each syllable in the way that people talk to someone who has trouble hearing or understanding. "What is your name? What is your address? Where do you live?" Her voice is getting louder. "We need your signature, miss," she says, waving a piece of paper in front of me. "We need your permission for treatment, in case we have to operate." She repeats the same thing, over and over. "Who shall we contact in case of emergency?" I think that's kind of funny. "What is your name? Where do you live?" I close my eyes, wishing she would go away. She keeps right on talking. I drift off, thinking about my arm. It is still there. Nerve damage. Paralyzed, I heard them say. It has never occurred to me. It isn't that bad, I remember thinking. I can live with that if I have to. More voices, other voices, grating my ears and my consciousness. "She can talk," one is saying. "The doctor says she can talk." "Where were you going? What is your name? Where were you coming from? Who was in the car with you? How many of you were there?" I know she can hear me. I keep my eyes closed. One of them leans down real close to me. I feel his breath on my cheek. And smell it. "I know you can hear me and I know you can talk, and if you don't hurry up and start talking, I'm gonna bash your face in for you." My eyes fly open in spite of myself. Immediately they are all in my face, throwing question after question at me. I say nothing. After a while, I close my eyes again. "Oh, she doesn't feel good," one of them says in a sweet, mocking voice. "Where does it hurt?" "Here? Here? Here?" With each "here" comes a crash. I look around wildly, but no one is there. More thumps and punches, but none of them hurts as bad as my chest is hurting. I try to scream but I know immediately that that's a mistake. My chest erupts and I think I am gonna die. They go on and on. Questions and bangs. I think they will never stop. A woman's voice. "Telephone." "Thank you," one of them says, giving me an ugly grin. They are gone. Another pig comes in. A black pig. In uniform. He comes closer and I see that he is not a cop but a hospital security guard. He stands not too far from where I am lying and I can see he is not at all hostile. His face breaks into a kind of reserved smile and, very discreetly, he clenches his fist and gives me the power sign. That man will never know how much better he made me feel at that moment. The detectives come back with a nurse. They begin to move the stretcher. My mind races. Where are they taking me? The only place I can think of is the operating room. When we arrive at the X-ray room, I'm thankful. Because I have to move around, the X-rays are painful, but the technician is cool. X-rays are over and I am rolled down the hallway, determined to keep my eyes closed. All of a sudden, flashes of light. My eyes pop open. This time they are taking my picture. The police photographer asks, "Don't you want to give us a smile? Come on. Give us a smile." I close my eyes again. We are moving. The stretcher stops. One of the pigs tells the nurse he has a headache. She volunteers to get him something. The stretcher is moving again. Where the hell are they taking me? Again the light is changing and, although my eyes are closed, I can feel the difference. It feels like I'm in the dark. I can't take it any longer and I look. The room is dark, but there is some light. My eyes slowly adjust. There's something lying next to me. I can see an outline. Something in plastic. Something my mind slowly realizes that it is a man in a plastic bag. And that the man is Zaid. My body stiffens. My mind spins. One of the troopers says, "That's what's gonna happen to you before the night is over if you don't tell us what we want to know." I say nothing, but inside I'm raging. Dogs. Swine. Filthy pigs. Dirty slimy scum. Bastards. Sons of bitches. I rage on and on. I wouldn't tell you the right time of day, I remember thinking. I wouldn't tell you that shit stinks. The night crawls along. Nurses, doctors, and troopers. I am still scared, but I am just as angry and evil as I am scared. The detectives are in and out and, when nobody is there except them, they get in their digs and bangs. But after a while I don't think about them too much. I am thinking about living, about surviving, thinking about what is going to happen next. They are gonna do what they are gonna do and there isn't much I can do about it. I just have to be myself, stay as strong as I can, and do my best. That's all. There is nowhere to run and I am in no shape to try. I realize how isolated and vulnerable I am. What if I really do need an operation? I need help from the outside world. I have to try to get word out to someone. The black nurse has been back and forth, asking me the same questions. Each time I have closed my eyes until she goes away. I decide to ask her to get in touch with my people the next time she comes by. Maybe she will be cool. She is my best shot, the guard is long gone. I doze off for a little while. When I wake up, a nurse and a priest are standing over me. The priest is mumbling and seems to be rubbing something on my forehead. At first I don't understand what he is doing. Then it dawns on me. Last rites. Last rites are for the dying. Go away, I say out loud. I don't have the strength to say anything else. But I know I don't want anybody's last rites. I am not going to die, and even if I do die, I'm not going to die nobody's hypocrite. The black nurse comes back and starts her questions again. Before she can get started good, I beckon her to come closer. There is no one else around. I ask her to get in contact with my lawyer, who is also my aunt. I give her my name and ask her to make the call herself. She has a hard time understanding me and keeps asking me to repeat my name. I can barely talk, and each time she asks me to repeat myself, I feel like screaming. Then it occurs to me that Assata is foreign to her ears. She has probably never heard the name before. So I give her my slave name. Then I give her the number and she is off and running. 2 minutes later the detectives are on me like white on rice. They threaten and plead, reason and offer me the world. They hurl question after question at me, acting crazier than before. One plays the nice cop who is trying to save me from the bad cop, if only I will cooperate. I am tired and their act is even tireder. I can see exhaustion in their faces. The whole night is coming down on me. Their voices begin to sound far away. I can't take it anymore. They can go to hell. I am going to sleep. This time I am going out for real. When I wake up the stretcher is moving. After a little while we arrive at the intensive care part of the hospital. The place is packed with nurses. I am elated. All I want to do is sleep. Soon I'm drifting off again. I wake up and it's the next day. The doctors are making their rounds. One of them, an intern I think, is very kind to me. They examine me and spend the rest of the morning doing blood tests, X-rays, EKGs, etc., etc. Soon I learn that they're going to move me again. I also find out that I'm in Middlesex County Hospital. I hear the nurses talking. They are glad I am being moved because the police are driving them crazy. When they come to move me, it looks like a police parade. The rooms I am moved to are called the Johnson Suite. I can't believe it. I have never imagined that hospitals have rooms like this. There is a sitting room, a huge hospital-equipped room, where I am kept, a den, a kitchen, a full bathroom and another little room whose purpose I will never learn. They transfer me to the bed and handcuff one of my legs to the side rail. I keep looking around. It is elegant and clearly for rich people. I am probably the first black person who has ever been in this room. And the only reason I am there is for security. They have sealed off the doors and no one can enter except through the sitting room next door where 3 state troopers are stationed. 2 regulars and 1 sergeant. The police radio in the room cackles all day long. A carload of suspicious-looking coloreds in a white Ford coupe. A suspicious-looking Negro walking near the hospital in a blue jacket and sneakers. No suspicious-looking white people are reported. From listening to the police talk next door, and to the radio, I learn that the hospital is saturated with state troopers. They seem to be under the impression that somebody is going to try and break me out. I feel better. The Demerol has me flying a little and makes it easier for me to lie in the contorted position I am forced into because of the cuff on my leg. Later that afternoon, it begins again. Detectives and more detectives. Questions and more questions. This time the questions are different. Now they want to know about the Black Liberation Army, how big is it, what cities is it in, who is in it, etc., etc. But the main focus of their questions centers around the guy that got away. I am delighted. I figure that Sundiata is somewhere safe by now, cooling out. They are more careful where and how they hit me now. I guess they don't want to leave any marks. One sticks his fingers in my eyes. I don't know what he has on his fingertips, but whatever it is burns like hell. I think I am gonna be blind forever. He says he will keep doing it until I am completely blind. I close my eyes and hold them as tight as I can. He strikes me a few more times. Some of the stuff gets into my eyes anyway. Burning tears pour down my face and my whole head is throbbing. I think he is going to keep on, but he begins to curse me, calling me all kind of nigger bitches. Finally, he and the others leave. On one of those first days, a white doctor comes to examine me. He acts very nice, sweet as pie. He examines me slowly, the whole time making friendly conversation. I wonder what kind of specialist he is since I haven't seen him before and I know he isn't one of the regulars. He says he knows how terrible I must feel and makes a big deal of protesting that I am chained to the bed. He keeps on talking and, after a while, pulls a chair close to the bed. Then he starts to ask friendly little questions. The conversation goes something like this. Those guys on the turnpike are rough. They'll give you a ticket for anything. I take the turnpike every day. You live in Jersey? I live in Newark. You ever been there? You must really be lonely up here. I'll bet you really need someone to talk to. I went to medical school in New York. You're from there, aren't you? I get suspicious and say nothing to him. I tell him I want to go to sleep and he leaves. I never saw him again, but to this day I'm convinced he was some kind of police or FBI agent. On the 3rd or 4th day, most of my troubles came to an end. Well, not really, but the punch, bang, poke, and prod part of my troubles ended. A nurse with a German accent came to my aid. She was one of the morning nurses, very professional and exacting, to the point that she could be a pain in the neck. But she was a lifesaver. It was she who had first protested the tightness of the handcuff on my leg. My leg had begun to swell and she had insisted they loosen it and that the cuff be covered with gauze. Of course, as soon as she was gone they tightened it again, but the gauze helped somewhat. I could tell by the little things she said and did that she knew what was going on. One morning she came in as usual and, after she had finished her normal routine, she reached behind the bed, pulled at something, and then handed me an electric call button on a cord. "Anytime you need me or need anything from the nurses, just press this button," she said. "Don't be afraid to use it," she added, giving me a knowing look. I could have kissed her. Later, when she returned to the room, after the troopers realized I had the call button, one came in behind her. "Is there any way to disconnect that thing?" he asked. "She might hurt someone with it or hurt herself." "No," she said, "there is no way to remove it. If you pull it out, it will just keep ringing in the nurse's station. She is having difficulty breathing and she needs it." Right on, I thought. Das ist richtig. After that, whenever the police came within 2 feet of my bed, I would push the button. Finally, they gave up the idea of beating on me and contented themselves with threats and other kinds of harassment. A favorite was to stand in the door and point their guns at me. Each day was my last day on earth. Each night was my last night. After a while, I became accustomed. Immune. Sometimes they would cock a gun I didn't know was empty, give a long, impassioned speech, and then pull the trigger. Other times I was invited to a game of Russian roulette. They all expressed a bitter hatred for me. They were state troopers and I was accused of killing one of them. Every day there were 3 shifts of police. When they changed shifts, the 2 troopers would salute the sergeant. Some saluted an army salute, but others saluted like the Nazis did in Germany. They held their hands in front of them and clicked their heels. I couldn't believe it. One day one of them came in and gave me a speech about how he fought in World War II on the wrong side. He went on and there was no question that he believed everything he said. He talked about how messed up the world is. How decent people couldn't walk the streets. He said that if Hitler had won, the world wouldn't be in the mess it is in today, that niggers like me, no good niggers, wouldn't be going around shooting New Jersey state troopers. He went on to say that the white race had invented everything because they were smart and worked hard, that other races wanted to riot and use terrorism to take everything the white race had worked so hard to get. I had a hard time keeping my mouth shut. He talked about empires, the Roman, the Greek, the Spanish, the British. He told me white people created empires because they were more civilized than the rest of the world. White people created ballet and opera and symphonies. "Did you ever hear of a nigger writing a symphony?" he asked. Every day he gave me a speech about Nazism. Sometimes other Nazis would join in. I asked him if there were a lot of Nazis in the state troopers, but he just laughed and kept on talking. When I was in the Black Panther Party, we used to call the police fascist pigs, but I had called them fascists not because I believed they were Nazis but because of the way they acted in our communities. As many times as I had referred to police as fascists, these shocked me by the truth of my own rhetoric. I later learned that the state troopers in New Jersey was started by a German, that their uniforms were patterned after some type of German uniform, very similar to the uniforms South African police wear, that they are notorious for stopping black, Hispanic, and long-haired people on the turnpike and beating, harassing, and arresting them. The Nazis headed the harassment campaign against me. They spit in my food and turned down the thermostat in the room until it was freezing. For a while their campaign centered on keeping me from sleeping. They stamped their feet on the floor, sang songs all night, played with their guns, shouted, etc. I told the nurses about it, but it was no use. I could deal with whatever they were putting out, but how long would this go on? I had heard nothing from the outside world, and I didn't even know if anybody knew where I was or whether I was dead or alive. My chest was feeling better, but I still could hardly breathe. I thought I was past the point of needing an operation, but I wasn't sure if it was because of the painkillers they had given me or because I was really getting better. Every day I asked them to contact my lawyer, and every day they said they had tried but there was no answer. I knew that was a lie because Evelyn had an answering service. Every day I asked them to contact my family. The response to this was usually obscene. "Oh, you got a family, do you? Is your mother a nigger whore like you? We don't allow no pickaninnies at this hospital." They went on and on about my family until they found something else to go on and on about. Whoever said that no news is good news had to be out of his mind. Well, there was news, but it wasn't good news. They told me they had arrested Sundiata. At first I didn't believe them, but they were too glib and arrogant. I knew something had happened. We got your friend, they said, and he's singing like a bird. Yeah, he's singing like a bird, and he's giving you all the weight. It's a good thing for you he didn't know what color undies you had on, or he would have told us that. We know where you were coming from. We know where you were going. We know that you stopped at a Howard Johnson. He even told us what you ordered and that you just love potato chips. What? I thought. How did they know that? Then I remembered that we had bought potato chips at a Howard Johnson on the turnpike. Maybe someone had seen me and remembered. Yes, Clark Squire tells us that you took the trooper's gun and shot him in the head. Now, you wouldn't do a thing like that, would you? Well, Joanne, you're in a hell of a fix. If I were you, I wouldn't let him get away with it. It's a low-down thing to do, giving all the weight to a woman. I'll make a deal with you. You tell us everything that happened and I promise we'll go light on you. I just don't like to see you get a bad break, that's all. You know, you're facing a lot of time in prison, the way things stand, if he testifies against you. You could get life in prison or even the chair, but all you have to do is tell us what happened and we'll see to it that you do just a couple of years and go home. You're young. You don't want to rot away your whole life in prison, do you? Maybe you think you owe something to the cause. You think he's thinking about the cause now? No, he's singing his head off, trying to give you all the weight. They're all the same. They talk all this shit about black people, equal rights, civil rights, but when it comes down to the wire, all they care about is their hide. He's thinking about his hide and you better think about yours. You think the cause gives a damn about you? Your own people don't give a damn about you. To them you're just a common criminal. Now I'm giving you this one chance to save yourself and come clean. If you don't take it, you're a fool. They really did think black people were stupid. Their line had to be the oldest in the book. He was sitting there like he just knew his corny little speech had done the trick. I said nothing. If you don't say anything to them, they have nothing to turn around and use against you. Divide and conquer has always been their motto. When they realized I wasn't going to talk, they began to leave. Then one came back. Oh, he said, I almost forgot to read you your rights. He pulled out this little card and read from it. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to, etc. I wouldn't want you to say that we didn't read you your rights. Thursday afternoon. They're letting me make a phone call. I don't believe it. I call my aunt. She's not in. The answering service answers. I don't know who else to call. The only lawyers whose names I know worked on the Panther 21 trial. I call them at random. No one is in, but secretaries promise to give them messages. I'm disappointed, but I feel a lot better. Things are looking up. It is Friday. From the activity in the room next door, I can tell something is up. Voices and whispers. They are back and forth, in and out, arranging this, moving that. The police radio is jumping. What is happening? Whatever it is, it can't be too bad, I think. They are leaving me alone. In a little while a policewoman comes in. She is in a brown uniform and her insignia says Sheriff's Department. She's black or Hispanic. I can't tell exactly, except that she isn't white. Then some more police come in, dressed in uniforms similar to hers. Then more police. They are state troopers. One of them moves to the door and stands at attention. Then some men in suits come in. Then a man comes in with a stenographic machine. The Honorable Joseph F. Bradshaw, State of New Jersey, County of Middlesex. All rise. Then this judge walks in with a black robe on. One of the men in a suit reads the charges against me. We are here today to serve complaints upon you for the matters arising out of the shooting of May 2 of 1973. I will read you the complaints, leave copies with you of the charges that will be pending against you. The judge will then advise you on the arraignment of such rights you may have. You are charged under complaint number 119977, by Detective Taranto, New Jersey State Police, who says on the 2nd of May, 1973, within the confines of the Township of East Brunswick, County of Middlesex, that you unlawfully and illegally resisted a lawful arrest being made by New Jersey State Trooper James Harper by discharging a dangerous pistol and wounding the said James Harper and fleeing the scene of the incident, all in violation of NJS 2A85L. You are also charged, under complaint number S119979, by Detective Sergeant Taranto of the New Jersey State Police, who says that on the 2nd of May, 1973, within the Township of East Brunswick, County of Middlesex, that you did commit an atrocious assault and battery upon New Jersey State Trooper James Harper by shooting, wounding and maiming the said James Harper with a handgun then and there discharged by the defendant, all in violation of NJS 2A90L. In the second count you are charged by the said officer who says that defendant Joanne Deborah Chisimard did on the aforementioned date and place unlawfully and illegally assault the said James Harper with intent to kill, murder and slay him by use of a handgun then and there held by the defendant, all in violation of 2A90-2. It further charges in the third count that the aforementioned defendant did at the above-mentioned time and place commit an unlawful and illegal assault and battery on a law enforcement officer, to wit, one James Harper, a duly sworn trooper of the New Jersey State Police, by discharging a firearm and wounding the said James Harper, all in violation of NJS 2A90-4. In S119980 you are charged with illegally and unlawfully committing the crime of murder by willfully and with malice aforethought shooting, killing and slaying New Jersey State Trooper Werner Foerster, all in violation of NJS 2A113-1 and NJS 2A85-14. You are further being charged under S119981 with one count, wherein Detective Sergeant Taranto charges you on the 2nd day of May, 1973, within the Township of East Brunswick, County of Middlesex, that you did unlawfully, illegally, and with malice aforethought cause or effect the murder of James Costin A/K/Assata Shakur, while resisting or avoiding a lawful arrest then and there being effected by New Jersey State Trooper James Harper, all in violation of NJS 2A113-2. You are charged with S119982 by State Police Sergeant Louis Taranto, that on the 2nd day of May, 1973, in the Township of East Brunswick, County of Middlesex, you unlawfully and illegally possessed on your person, under your custody and control, an illegal weapon, to wit, one Browning 9mm automatic pistol, one Browning automatic .380 caliber, 1.38 caliber Llama automatic pistol, serial number 24831, all without having obtained any necessary permit for the carrying of same, in violation of NJS 2A151-41, a. You are further charged in complaint S119983, wherein Detective Sergeant Taranto says on the 2nd day of May, 1973, in the Township of East Brunswick, County of Middlesex, that you did unlawfully and illegally and forcibly take from the person of New Jersey State Trooper Werner Foerster a .38 caliber revolver by violence, to wit, by shooting, slaying and killing the same Werner Foerster, all in violation of NJS 2A, 141-1. The second count of that complaint charges you with committing that act while being armed, in violation of NJS 2A151-5. You are being charged by State Trooper Detective Sergeant Taranto, complaint S119984, who says on the 2nd day of May, 1973, in the Township of East Brunswick, County of Middlesex, that you did illegally, unlawfully conspire with James Costin, A/K/Assata Shakur and one John Doe to commit the crime of murder of the said Trooper Werner Foerster, and in the effectuation of said conspiracy did execute the following overt acts. One, that the said defendant Joanne Deborah Chisimard did have in her possession a pistol with which to effectuate the ends of the conspiracy on the above-mentioned time and, at the above-mentioned place. 2. The above-named defendant Joanne Deborah Chisimard, in concert with and by common scheme and plan, did assault Trooper James Harper and otherwise discharge her weapon at the said Trooper James Harper with the intent to effect the ends of the conspiracy by otherwise wounding, maiming, or killing him, all in violation of NJS 2A98-1 and NJS 2ALL3-1. I think he will never stop. Half of the charges I don't even understand. I interrupt the proceedings. I don't have a lawyer here, I protest. I would like to have a lawyer present. They ignore me and keep on reading. How do you plead? They ask me. I would like to have a lawyer present. Don't I have a right to a lawyer? That will not be necessary, the judge says coldly. Enter a plea of not guilty for the defendant. And just as quickly as they entered, the procession departs. Later the same policewoman comes back. She stands rigidly against the wall. Her face is a mask. Oh, no, I think. Court again? What are they gonna do, railroad me here and now? I imagine myself being tried right there in the bed with no lawyer. The door opens. It is Evelyn, my lawyer and aunt. She is the most beautiful sight in the world. She embraces me and sits down next to me. As usual, she is business first. I only have 5 minutes, she tells me. They told me that I couldn't see you. I had to go to court and get a court order to see you. The judge would give us only 5 minutes apiece. Your mother and sister are outside. So talk fast. We look up. The police are practically standing in our mouths. I would like to talk with my client in private, Evelyn says. Would you please move back? This is an outrage. This is an attorney-client visit and we have a constitutional right to privacy. The police move back 1 inch. I tell Evelyn about the kangaroo court in the morning. My mouth moves so fast it's like one of those old-style movies, but a talkie. I can see from the expression on her face that I must look horrible. How are they treating you? She asks. I don't have time to tell her the whole story, but I have to let her know what is going on. I don't know what they will do next. I have to try to get someone to put pressure on them to stop. I tell her some of it, but I just can't tell her the worst things. Her face looks so pitiful and every time I tell her something else, her hands shake. Try to do what you can, I say. Time's up. Time's up, miss. Evelyn makes her futile protests. I need to talk with my client. This is just not enough time. Sorry, miss. Time's up. They move toward her like they are going to beat her up. Then she is gone. I brace myself for my mother and my sister. It has been such a long time since I have seen them. I don't know what to expect. My mother comes in. She looks worried but strong. She kisses me. I'm proud of you, she says. The words spin around me, weaving a warm blanket of love. I am so happy. I can hardly contain myself. My mother is proud of me. She loves me and she is proud of me. Too soon the time with my mother is up. My sister comes in. She has her hair wrapped in a turban and she looks so pale. As soon as she sees me, she breaks out crying. Tears stream down her already puffy face. I can tell she has been crying a lot. I love you, she says simply. We don't do a lot of talking, but I feel so very close to her during those few minutes. Time's up. Again. And then she is gone. I lie there full of emotion. All of this is so hard on my family. They look vulnerable and shaken. This is maybe harder on them than it is on me. I wish there was something I can do to make them happy. 2 black nurses were very kind to me. When they were on duty, they would go out of their way to make sure I was all right. They made frequent trips to my room, for which I was especially grateful during those first days. If you need anything, just ring, they said knowingly. One night one of the nurses came in and gave me 3 books. I hadn't even thought about reading. The books were a godsend. They had been carefully selected. One was a book of black poetry, one was a book called Black Women in White America, and the third was a novel, Siddhartha, by Hermann Hesse. Whenever I tired of the verbal abuse of my captors, I would drown them out by reading the poetry out loud. In Vita's End If We Must Die were the poems I usually read. I read them over and over, until I was sure the guards had heard every word. The poems were my message to them. When I read the book about black women, I felt the spirits of those sisters feeding me, making me stronger. Black women have been struggling and helping each other to survive the blows of life since the beginning of time. And when I read Siddhartha, a peace came over me. I felt a unity with all things living. The world, in spite of oppression, is a beautiful place. I would say OM softly to myself, letting my lips vibrate. I felt the birds, the sun, and the trees. I was in communion with all the forces on the earth that truly love people, in communion with all the revolutionary forces on the earth. I was definitely getting better. They were even unchaining me so that I could hobble to the bathroom every now and then, with the help of the nurse. I was still weak and, when I returned from the bathroom, I would flop on the bed as if I had just accomplished a great physical feat. But at least now I knew what was wrong with me. During those first days I could barely ask, and when I did, they acted as if my condition were some top secret information I was not privy to. I had 3 bullet holes. There was a bullet in my chest, it's still there, an injured lung with fluid in it, a broken clavicle, and a paralyzed arm with undetermined damage to the nerves. I kept asking if I would be able to use my hand again. 1 or 2 doctors said, flatly, no. The others said, maybe yes, maybe no. Anyway, I was gonna live. Story. You died. I cried. And kept on getting up. A little slower. And a lot more deadly. Chapter 2. The FBI cannot find any evidence that I was born. On my FBI wanted poster, they list my birth date as July 16, 1947, and, in parentheses, not substantiated by birth records. Anyway, I was born. I am the older of 2 children. My sister, Beverly, was born 5 years later. The name my mama gave me was Joanne Deborah Byron. I am told that I was a fat, happy baby and that I was talking in complete sentences when I was about 9 months old. They say that I was lazy, though, that I talked way before I learned to walk. Everybody says that I had my days mixed up with my nights and kept everybody up all night. I'm still pretty much a night owl. The only other tale I remember hearing about my babyhood was that I would scream at the top of my lungs whenever anybody wearing furs or feathers came near me. I'm still not too fond of furs and feathers. My mother and father were divorced shortly after I was born. I lived with my mother, my aunt, now Evelyn Williams, my grandmother, Lulu Hill, and my grandfather, Frank Hill, in a house in the Bricktown section of Jamaica, New York. The only thing I remember about that house is the backyard, which I loved, and the huge dog next door. I remember the dog well because he terrified me. To my young eyes he looked like a giant, a canine version of King Kong or Mighty Joe Young. I'm still not too wild about dogs. When I was 3 years old, my grandparents sold the house and moved down south. I moved with them. We moved into a big wooden house on 7th Street in Wilmington, North Carolina. It was the house my grandfather had grown up in. It had a wraparound porch with a big green swing and, of course, rose bushes in the front yard and a pecan tree in the back. My grandfather originally thought that the house had belonged to my great-grandfather, Papa Link, short for Lincoln, but they found out he had only been given the use of the house for his lifetime. Papa Link had worked as a chauffeur for one of the most prominent white families in Wilmington and, the story goes, had been a prominent member of the black community. He and my great-grandmother, Mama Jessie, had worked hard all their lives, had raised 11 children in that house, and had died under the impression that the house was theirs. Fine print and white lawyers have a way of robbing black people of what is theirs. My grandparents were forced to buy the house again. Who's better than you? Nobody. Who? Nobody. Get that head up. Yes. Yes, who? Yes, Grandmommy. I want that head held up high, and I don't want you taking no mess from anybody, you understand? Yes, Grandmommy. Don't you let me hear about anybody walking over my grandbaby. No, Grandmommy. I don't want nobody taking advantage of you, you hear me? Yes, I hear you. Yes, who? Yes, Grandmommy. All of my family tried to instill in me a sense of personal dignity, but my grandmother and my grandfather were really fanatic about it. Over and over they would tell me, "You're as good as anyone else. Don't let anybody tell you that they're better than you." My grandparents strictly forbade me to say yes ma'am and yes sir or to look down at my shoes or to make subservient gestures when talking to white people. You look them in the eye when you talk to them, I was told. And speak up like you've got some sense. I was told to speak in a loud, clear voice and to hold my head up high, or risk having my grandparents knock it off my shoulders. My grandparents were big on respect. I was to be polite and respectful to adults, to say good morning or good evening as I passed the neighbors' houses. Any kind of back talk or sass was simply out of the question. My grandparents didn't even permit me to answer questions with a simple yes or no. Instead I had to say yes, grandmother, or no, grandfather. But when it came to dealing with white people in the segregated South, my grandmother would tell me, menacingly, "Don't you respect nobody that don't respect you, you hear me?" "Yes, grandmother," I would answer, my voice almost a whisper. "Speak up," she would tell me repeatedly, something she seemed hell-bent on making me do. She would send me to the store with clear instructions on what to bring back. I was, under no circumstances, to come home with inferior goods, something which happened all too often to black people in the South. "You tell them that you don't want any garbage, and you'd better not come back with any," she would warn me. If the store owner sold me something that my grandmother didn't like, I would have to return to the store and get the thing changed or get my money back. "You speak up loud and clear. Don't let me have to go down to that store." Scared to death of the fuss my grandmother would make if she had to go to the store herself, I would hurry back to the store, prepared to raise almighty hell. Whenever my grandmother heard about somebody being mistreated, especially if it was a man mistreating a woman, she would glare at me and say, "Don't you let anybody mistreat you, you hear? We're not raising you up to be mistreated, you hear? I don't want you taking no mess off of nobody, you understand?" "Yes, grandmother," I would answer, for what seemed like the millionth time, wondering why my grandmother liked to repeat herself so often. The tactics that my grandparents used were crude, and I hated it when they would repeat everything so often. But the lessons that they taught me, more than anything else I learned in life, helped me to deal with the things I would face growing up in America. But a lot of times, for my grandparents, pride and dignity were hooked up to things like position and money. For them, being just as good as white people meant having what white people had. They would tell me to go to school and study so that I could have a nice house and nice clothes and a nice car. "White people don't want to see us with nothing," they would tell me. "That's why you've got to get your education so that you can be somebody and have something in life." Becoming somebody in life just didn't mean too much to me. I wanted to feel happy, to feel good. My awareness of class differences in the black community came at an early age. Although my grandmother taught me more about being proud and strong than anyone I know, she had a lot of Booker T. Washington, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, talented 10th ideas. She had worked hard and had made a decent living as a piece worker in a factory, but she had other ideas for me. She was determined that I would become part of Wilmington's talented 10th, the privileged class part of the so-called black bourgeoisie. One of her first steps was to sternly forbid me to play with alley rats. It was impossible for me to obey her orders since I had absolutely no idea what an alley rat was. I often became the unwitting object of my grandmother's fury, charged with the crime of alley rat playing. My grandmother, writhing with annoyance, would threaten me with untold punishments if I continued my evil ways. I received strict orders to abandon my penchant for alley rats and play with decent children. But we could never agree on who decent children were. Decent children, to my grandmother, were a whole nother story. Decent children came from decent families. How did you know what a decent family was? A decent family lived in a decent house. How did you know what a decent house was? A decent house was fixed up nice and had a sidewalk in front of it. Decent families didn't let their kids play in the street with no shoes on and didn't let their kids say ain't. Little did my grandmother know that ain't was my favorite word once I got 2 feet out of her hearing range. My grandmother had a little alley rat right under her roof and she didn't even know it. Alley rats supposedly lived in alleys, in run-down shacks, but my grandmother would often call one of my friends an alley rat even if the kid didn't live in an alley. Dutifully, to put some sense in my head, she would take me to visit decent children. These decent little souls were invariably the offspring of Wilmington's black doctors, lawyers, preachers, and undertakers. School teachers, barbershop owners, and the editor of the colored newspaper were also decent. In most of these decent little play sessions, the other kids and I would stand around looking at each other awkwardly. Sometimes we would get it on and have some fun. But more often than not, it would be glare at each other time or show and tell time, the kids showing me their toys and such while the grown-ups oohed and awed. The worst times were eating at the preacher's house, where they would take an hour saying grace, or playing ball with the undertaker's daughter. She always wanted to play ball and I was scared to death that the ball was going to roll into the part where they kept the dead people and end up in the mouth of some corpse. My grandmother would have caught a shitfit if she had known that one of her favorite little decent kid's favorite game was playing show and tell with his ding-a-ling and threatening to pee on everybody. After these visits, my grandmother would chirp for a week about how nice my little decent friends were and about how nicely we had played together, while I would groan silently and keep the expression on my face one shade away from insolence. My grandmother and I waged a standoff battle damn near until I was grown. It wasn't that I wanted to defy her, it was that I just liked who I liked. I didn't care what kind of house my friends had or whether or not they lived in alleys. All that mattered was whether I liked them. I was convinced then, and I'm still convinced, that in some things kids have a lot more sense than adults. But, to my young mind, life in Wilmington was exciting. There were always new places to go and new cousins, aunts, and uncles to meet. One of my favorite relatives was Aunt Lou. She was Mama Jessie's sister and she lived across town. She was my grandfather's only remaining relative in Wilmington, the rest having moved up north or out west. Aunt Lou had a magic house, full of all kinds of flavors, textures, smells, and things. There were whole worlds in her house to explore. She would always feed me something good to eat and then let me run wild. I didn't know until I was grown that Aunt Lou had a son. His name was Uncle Willie and he died before I was born. Uncle Willie was something of a legend around Wilmington during the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Whenever he came to town, they say, Aunt Lou would plead and moan and worry until he was in safer territory up north. They say that he would tear down the colored and white-only signs and break the Jim Crow laws at whim. He would go around demanding his rights and denouncing the oppression of black people, and it is logical that no one who loved him felt the least bit comfortable until he was long gone. They called him Wild Willie or that crazy Indian. He was supposedly black and Cherokee, but people called him that because of his nature. They say he had a lot of friends and that he died of natural causes. The rest of the relatives I met came from my grandmother's side. My grandmother's family lived in Seabreeze, outside of Wilmington, close to Carolina Beach. Their last name was Freeman, and they were famous for being high-strung, quick-tempered, and emotional. They seldom worked for anybody, choosing instead to live on the land their father had left them. They worked as farmers and fishermen, and they owned small stores. I have also heard that they were in the bootleg business. My grandmother's father was a Cherokee Indian. He died when my grandmother was very young. Nobody knows too much about him, except that, somehow, he acquired a great deal of land and left it to his children. The land was very valuable because much of it bordered either on the river or on the ocean. Everybody had a different theory about what my great-grandfather had done to acquire it. But it was because of this land that my grandparents had moved down south. In 1950, the year we moved to Wilmington, the South was completely segregated. Black people were forbidden to go many places, and that included the beach. Sometimes they would travel all the way to South Carolina just to see the ocean. My grandparents decided to open a business on their land. It consisted of a restaurant, lockers where people could change their clothes, and an area for dancing and hanging out. The popular name for the beach was Bop City, although my grandparents insisted on calling it Freeman's Beach. Throughout my childhood, the name Freeman had no particular significance. It was a name just like any other name. It wasn't until I was grown and began to read Black history that I discovered the significance of the name. After slavery, many black people refused to use the last names of their masters. They called themselves freemen instead. The name was also used by Africans who were freed before slavery was officially abolished, but it was mainly after the abolition of chattel slavery that many black people changed their names to freemen. After learning this, I saw my ancestors in a new light. For me, the beach was a wonderful place, and to this day there is no place on this earth that I love more. I have never seen a beach more beautiful than it was then, before they decided to build a canal right through the property of my grandparents. It is now just a pale shadow of what it used to be, most of it destroyed by erosion. But back then there were majestic sand dunes covered with tall sea grass where my cousins and I would build forts, houses, and, sometimes, cities. When time permitted, we spent hours hiding and making sneak attacks on one another. The sand was fine and clean and, in the beginning of summer, we could find just about every imaginable kind of seashell. When the sun got too hot, we would sit in the old blue Jeep my grandfather drove and play with frilly things like paper dolls and teacups. After I learned to read, I would sit in the sun, under the huge hats my grandmother always made me wear, and read one book after another. Every other week my grandfather went to the colored library on Red Cross Street and the librarian would send 10 or so books for me to read. As soon as I finished reading them, my grandfather would go and get another batch. My imagination was vivid. With fragments of pirates and the Bobbsey twins floating around, I would sit looking out at the ocean and think about everything. I imagined all the places I had read about on the other side of the ocean and wondered if I would ever see them. And, of course, I daydreamed about all kinds of stuff, most of it silly. But my days were not spent simply daydreaming. My grandparents were firm believers in work. They had worked all of their lives and there was no way they were gonna tolerate any lazy good-for-nothings around them. Every day there were chores to do and there was no playing until they were completed. I did things like putting the potato chips on the racks, putting sodas in the cooler, wiping the tables clean, etc. When customers were there, I would sell small stuff like potato chips, nabs, pickles, and pickled pig's feet. I would also set the tables and bring customers things they needed. But my main job was collecting 50 cents for parking. Because there was no road to our beach, the paved road ended with the white section, my grandparents had to pay for a dirt road and parking lot to be laid over the sand. Truckloads of dirt were brought and a steamroller mashed it down so that it was hard enough to drive on. This was an expensive process, so my grandparents decided to charge 50 cents for parking. I could count and make change at a very early age, so it was my job to collect the 50 cents. During the week it wasn't too time-consuming, but on the weekends, if the weather was nice, it was an all-day job. Cars and buses of people came from all over North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. There were church groups, school groups, social clubs, women's clubs, Boy Scouts, and Girl Scouts. All kinds of people would come to the beach, some with a little money and some that you could tell were real poor. In all the years I spent on that beach, only 1 or 2 people hassled me. Most of them treated me very kindly, just like I was their kid. The people who came to the beach fascinated me. I loved to see them come and go. After a while, I would recognize the regulars and it didn't take me too long to learn their names. Some of them gave me tips, which I usually spent on the piccolo, jukebox. There were lots of lovers and I spent some of my time spying on them in the parking lot, but they weren't too interesting. All they did was squirm a lot. Checking license plates, I could recognize almost all of the state's license plates on sight, and collecting bugs, I had a huge collection, were much more interesting. But watching families was better, on their picnics with their fried chicken, potato salads, and watermelons. Some of them looked so happy you could tell they didn't get a chance to go to many picnics. And I was always on the watch for kids to play with when I wasn't busy. Then there were the good timers. Their cars smelled like whiskey. They would dance a lot, eat a lot, spend a lot on the piccolo, and many times I would wonder if they had made it home all right. A lot of poor people came to the beach. Sometimes the floors of their raggedy old cars or trucks were half rotted out. Usually a lot of little children were with them and they wouldn't have bathing suits. They went swimming in whatever clothes they had worn to the beach, and half the time the little kids wore nothing. Then there were those who came to put on airs, usually in the evening, all dressed up, to eat dinner. Many would say, "I can't stand the sun, I'm too black already, I ain't going out in no Sunday." It was amazing the number of people who said they were too black already. We looked at them like they were crazy because we loved the sun. But the umbrellas for rent went like hotcakes. Some people draped clothes and blankets around the umbrellas so that no light penetrated whatsoever. One lady always put a paper bag on her head and poked holes in it for her eyes. Some of the women refused to go near the water because they were afraid their hair would go bad. One of the moving things for me was when someone saw the ocean for the first time. It was amazing to watch. They would stand there, in awe, overpowered and overwhelmed, as if they had come face to face with God or with the vastness of the universe. I remember one time a preacher brought an old lady to the beach. She was the oldest looking person I had ever seen. She said that she just wanted to see the ocean before she died. She stood there in one spot for so long she looked like she was in a trance. Then, with the help of the preacher, she hobbled around, picked up the mundane shells, and put them into her handkerchief as if they were the most precious things in the world. I loved to eat, still do, and the beach was right up my alley. Right now, when I think of the fried chicken and fish dinners, my mouth starts to water. But what really sends me off is remembering those seafood platters with fish, shrimps, oysters, deviled crab, clam fritters, and French fries with lettuce and tomatoes on the side. If my memory is any good, I think they sold for $1.50. Next to food, music was my love. Fats Domino, Nat King Cole, Chuck Berry, Little Richard, The Platters, Brooke Benton, Bobby Blue Bland, James Brown, Dinah Washington, Maxine Brown, Big Maybelle were some of the people I listened to during those beach years. I loved to dance. They would play that music and I would dance my natural heart out. That was another way I collected tips. People would egg me on, "Go, gal, go. Boy, look at that little girl dance." But I loved to see people dance, too. Many a time my grandmother or grandfather had to call me out of the trance I was in watching somebody dance instead of doing my chores. At night, my cousins, who sometimes came over to work on the beach, told ghost stories. They loved to tell them to me because I would get scared out of my wits. They would tell me about people who came back from the dead, about snakes that could crawl 100 miles an hour and beat you to death with their tails, and about red phantoms and haints and all kinds of other horrible things. My imagination was vivid, and before the night was over the seagrass turned to monsters and the wind made ghost howls. Sometimes even my grandmother and grandfather would get into the ghost story sessions. My grandfather's favorite one goes like this: he was driving home in a terrible storm one night. It was lightning and thundering like crazy. He saw lightning hit a tree ahead of him and saw the tree fall across the road. He tried to stop, but it was too late. He braced himself to hit the tree, but nothing happened. The car went smoothly through it as if it weren't there. He turned around and, sure enough, the tree was still lying across the road. He swears that the story is true and I'm convinced that he thoroughly believes it is. We were, however, visited by real, live ghosts. They were the phantoms of the parking lot. It seems that the white citizens of Wilmington and Carolina Beach were not at all happy that my grandparents had dared to build on the land and to start a colored business. We were too close for their comfort. So they would visit us from time to time to express their disapproval. I don't know for a fact that they were card-carrying members of the Klan, but, judging from their behavior, I think they were. But then, of course, they weren't wearing their sheets. They could have just been red-blooded American boys out for some good clean fun. The parking lot was made of dirt, and cars spinning around on it at breakneck speed would ruin it in no time. 2 or 3 of them would ride around the parking lot, spinning and skidding, while they shouted curses and racist insults. One time they fired guns in the air. I remember seeing them and hearing them out there and wondering what they were gonna do next. More than once I saw my grandfather go to where he kept his gun and carry it quietly to where he had been sitting. Somehow this made me more afraid, because I knew that he, too, thought they were scary. Finally my grandfather put a big fat chain, almost as big as the kind used to anchor ships, across the road at the entrance to the parking lot. This soon eliminated our nightly visitors. One night, as my grandmother and I were fastening the chain in place and locking it, a white man drove up to the lot and, in an arrogant tone of voice, ordered my grandmother to open the gate so that he could turn his car around. My grandmother, looking very dignified, said, "No, I can't let you do that." Then, in a nicer voice, he asked my grandmother again to open the gate. "No," she said again. "Come on now, Auntie, I got a mammy in my house. Now open the gate and let me turn around." "What do you say?" asked my grandmother. "I said I got a mammy in my house, now come on, open up." My grandmother leaned over in the man's face. "I don't care how many mammies you got in your house. I don't care if you've got 100 mammies in your house, you're gonna pack out of here tonight. And I want you off of my property now. Right now." That man turned as red as a redneck can turn and started to back his car up. The road was very narrow, barely wide enough for one car, and there was no way he could turn around without getting stuck in the sand. He backed up for more than a quarter of a mile. As we looked at him backing up, my grandmother and I laughed so hard the tears fell from our eyes. Every day when we drove from the house on 7th Street to the beach, we passed a beautiful park with a zoo. And every day I would beg, plead, whine, and nag my grandmother to take me to the zoo. It was almost an obsession. She would always say that one day she would take me, but one day never came. I would sit in the car pouting, thinking how mean she was. I thought that she had to be the meanest woman on the face of the earth. Finally, with the strangest look on her face, she told me that we were not allowed in the zoo. Because we were black. When we were on the beach we shopped at Carolina Beach. It had an amusement park, but of course black people were not permitted to go in. Every time we passed it I looked at the merry-go-round and the Ferris wheel and the little cars and airplanes and my heart would just long to ride them. But my favorite forbidden ride had little boats in a pool of water, and every time I passed them I felt frustrated and deprived. Of course, persistent creature that I am, I always asked to be taken on the rides, knowing full well what the answer would be. One summer my mother and sister and I were walking down the boardwalk. My mother was spending part of her summer helping my grandparents in the business. As soon as we neared the rides, I went into my usual act. I continued, ad nauseam, until my mother, grinning, said, "All right now, I'm gonna try to get us in. When we get over there, I don't want to hear one word out of either of you. Just let me do the talking. And if they ask you anything, don't answer. Okay?" Okay. My mother went over to the ticket booth and began talking. I didn't understand a word she was saying. The lady at the ticket window kept telling my mother that she couldn't sell her any tickets. My mother kept talking, very fast, and waving her hands. The manager came over and told my mother she couldn't buy any tickets and that we couldn't go into the park. My mother kept talking and waving her hands, and soon she was screaming this foreign language. I didn't know if she was speaking a play language or a real one. Several other men came over. They talked to my mother. She continued. After the men went to one side and had a conference, they returned and told the ticket seller to give my mother the tickets. I couldn't believe it. All at once we were laughing and giggling and riding the rides. All the white people were staring at us, but we didn't care. We were busy having a ball. When I got into one of those little boats, my mother practically had to drag me out. I was in my glory. When we finished the rides, we went to the Dairy Queen for ice cream. We sang and laughed all the way home. When we got home, my mother explained that she had been speaking Spanish and had told the managers that she was from a Spanish country and that if he didn't let us in she would call the embassy and the United Nations and I don't know who all else. We laughed and talked about it for days. But it was a lesson I never forgot. Anybody, no matter who they were, could come right off the boat and get more rights and respect than American-born blacks. My first school experience was Mrs. Perkins's school in Wilmington. It was a little two-room school on Red Cross Street where I learned the fundamentals of reading, writing, and arithmetic. I was 4 years old. Mrs. Perkins's school was the closest thing to nursery school that black people in Wilmington had, but she didn't play that baby play stuff. We were there to learn. I was prone to colds, however, and I guess the pot-bellied stove in the school didn't give off enough heat. I was out sick more than I was in school. But I learned enough so that when I went to first grade, everything was easy. I could already read. I spent most of first grade in New York with my mother, the rest of the first and all of the second down south with my grandparents. I went to Gregory Elementary School in Wilmington. My teachers knew my grandparents well and gave them daily reports of my progress. The teachers were strict and believed solemnly in the paddle, but we learned. Of course, our school was segregated, but the teachers took more of an interest in our lives because they lived in our world, in the same neighborhoods. They knew what we were up against and what we would be facing as adults, and they tried to protect us as much as they could. More than once we were punished because some children had made fun of a student who was poor and badly dressed. I'm not saying that segregation was a good system. Our schools were inferior. The books were used and torn, handed down from white schools. We received only a fraction of the state money allotted to white schools, and the conditions under which many black children received an education can only be described as horrible. But black children encountered support and understanding and encouragement instead of the hostile indifference they often met in the integrated schools. There was a big dirt yard next to the school where we would play and fight. We grew up fighting. It was really hard to get through school without a few fights, just to survive. But I always wondered what made people fight. Especially after we learned about wars. I used to look out on the remains of the sunken ship that tilted up in front of our beach and wonder how people had died in it. It was covered with green moss and I imagined skeletons floating around inside. The ship had been sunk during the Civil War and I always wondered if it carried Northerners or Southerners. Back in those days I used to think the Northerners were the good guys. But I never could make much sense out of war. I remember being taught that World War I was the war to end all wars. Well, we know that was a lie because there was World War II. I remember a teacher telling us that World War I was started because Prince Ferdinand, somewhere in Austria, got killed. When we learned history, we were never taught the real reasons for things. We were just taught useless trivia, simplistic facts, key phrases, and miscellaneous, meaningless dates. I couldn't understand it. What were people all the way in America doing in a war because some prince got killed in Austria? I could just imagine going home and telling my grandmother that I got in a fight because some dude in Europe got killed. They made war sound so glorious in school, so heroic. But the wars we had on the way home from school and in the playground were anything but glorious. Besides the cuts and scratches we received on our battleground, we were likely to get spanked for fighting or for getting our clothes dirty. I was pretty lucky in that respect. When my grandmother would discover that I was all in one piece, she wouldn't make too much of a fuss. I guess I looked pretty much the same after a fight as I did any other day when I came home from school. I was a natural tomboy and a natural slob. My blouse was always hanging out of my skirt, one of my socks always fell down in my shoe, and my hair always flew wild around my head. I always managed to get something torn and dirty, and, because I was awkward and clumsy, I always looked like a victim of about 50 wars. Most of our fights started over petty disputes like stepped-on shoes, flying spitballs, and the contested ownership of pens and pencils. But behind our fights, self-hatred was clearly visible. Nappy head, I catch your ass, you go and be dead. You think you black and ugly now, I'm gonna beat you till you purple. You just another nigga to me. I'ma show you what I do with niggas like you. You better shut your big blubber lips. We would call each other jungle bunnies and bush boogies. We would talk about each other's ugly, big lips and flat noses. We would call each other pickaninnies and nappy-haired so-and-sos. Act your age, not your color, we would tell each other. You gon' thank me when I'm through with you, I'ma beat you so bad, I'm gon' beat the black offa you. Black made any insult worse. When you called somebody a bastard, that was bad. But when you called somebody a black bastard, now that was terrible. In fact, when I was growing up, being called black, period, was grounds for fighting. Who you callin' black, we would say. We had never heard the words black is beautiful, and the idea had never occurred to most of us. I hated for my grandmother to comb my hair. And she hated to comb it. My hair has always been thick and long and nappy, and it would give my grandmother hell. She has straight hair, so she was impatient with mine. When she combed my hair, she always remembered something I had done wrong the day before or earlier that day and popped me in the head with the comb. She would always tell me during these sessions, "Now, when you grow up, I want you to marry some man with good hair so your children will have good hair. You hear me?" Yes, grandmother. I used to wonder why she hadn't followed her own advice, since my grandfather's hair is far from straight, but I never dared ask. My grandmother just said what everybody knew was a common fact: good hair was better than bad hair, meaning that straight hair was better than nappy hair. When my sister Beverly was little, I remember teasing her about her lips. She has big, beautiful lips, but back then we looked at them as something of a liability. I never thought of them as ugly. My sister has always seemed very pretty to me, but her lips were something good to tease her about. I once told her, "With those big lips, the only thing you've got going for you is your long hair, you better never cut it off." I will never know how much damage all my teasing did to my sister. But I was only saying what everybody knew: little, thin lips were better than big, thick lips. Everybody knew that. There was one girl in our school whose mother made her wear a clothespin on her nose to make it thin. There were quite a few girls who tried to bleach their skin white with bleaching cream and who got pimples instead. And, of course, we went to the beauty parlor and got our hair straightened. I couldn't wait to go to the beauty parlor and get my hair all fried up. I wanted Shirley Temple curls just like Shirley Temple. I hated the smell of fried hair and having my ears burned, but we were taught that women had to make great sacrifices to be beautiful. And everybody knew you had to be crazy to walk the streets with nappy hair sticking out. And of course long hair was better than short hair. We all knew that. We had been completely brainwashed and we didn't even know it. We accepted white value systems and white standards of beauty and, at times, we accepted the white man's view of ourselves. We had never been exposed to any other point of view or any other standard of beauty. From when I was a tot, I can remember black people saying, "Niggas ain't shit. You know how lazy niggas are. Give a nigga an inch and he'll take a mile." Everybody knew what niggas like to do after they eat: sleep. Everybody knew that niggas couldn't be on time, that's why there was CPT. Colored people's time. Niggas don't take care of nothin'. Niggas don't stick together. The list could go on and on. To varying degrees we accepted these statements as true. And, to varying degrees, we each made them true within ourselves because we believed them. I entered 3rd grade in PS 154 in Queens. The school was almost all white, and I was the only black kid in my class. Everybody in my family was glad I was going to school in New York. The schools are better, they said. You'll get a better education up north than in that segregated school down south. School up north was much different for me than school down south. For one thing, the teachers, they were all white. I don't remember having any black teachers until I was in high school, were always grinning at me. And the older I got, the less I liked those grins. I didn't have a name for them then, but now I call them the little nigga grins. My 3rd grade teacher was young, blonde, very prissy, and middle class. Whenever I came into the room she would show me all 32 of her teeth, but there was nothing sincere about her smile. It never made me feel good. There was always something unnatural and exaggerated about her behavior with me. On my 1st or 2nd day in class she was teaching us penmanship. Does anyone know how to make a capital L in script? She asked. Nobody raised a hand. Timidly, I did. You know how to do it? She asked incredulously. Yes, I told her, we had that last year down south. Well, come and write it on the blackboard, then, she told me. I wrote my pitiful little 2nd grade L on the blackboard. After looking at me and nodding, she made a big, fancy L next to mine. Is this what you're trying to make, Joanne? Her expression was smug. The whole class broke out laughing. I wanted to go somewhere and hide. After that, it seemed that every time I mentioned something I learned down south she got mad. She never saw my raised hand. When she couldn't ignore it, like when no one else raised theirs, she would say something like, "Oh, do you know the answer, Joanne?" Every holiday a class was assigned to put on a play. There were plays for Columbus Day, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Our class had George Washington's birthday, and our play was about his cutting down this cherry tree when he was a little boy. I was selected to be in the play. I was tickled pink and so proud. I was cast as one of the cherry trees. The teacher put some green crepe paper over my head and told me to stand at the back of the stage where I was to stay until the end of the play. Then the cherry trees were supposed to sway from side to side and sing, "George Washington never told a lie, never told a lie, he never told a lie. George Washington never told a lie, and the truth goes marching on." I didn't know what a fool they had made out of me until I grew up and started to read real history. Not only was George Washington probably a big liar, but he had once sold a slave for a keg of rum. Here they had this old crook, a slave master, who didn't give a damn about black people, and they had me, an unwitting little black child, doing a play in his honor. When George Washington was fighting for freedom in the Revolutionary War, he was fighting for the freedom of whites only. Rich whites, at that. After the so-called revolution, you couldn't vote unless you were a white man and you owned a plot of land. The Revolutionary War was led by some rich white boys who got tired of paying heavy taxes to the king. It didn't have anything at all to do with freedom, justice, and equality for all. Again, in the 4th grade, I was the only black kid in my class. My teacher, Mr. Trabowitz, was cool, though, and a very good teacher. He had modern ideas about teaching, and instead of making us read those old boring readers, he had us read real books and write reports about them. His class was always interesting. He told us all kinds of jokes and stories, and he seemed to be sincerely concerned about us. That year we were learning about the Civil War and about Lincoln's freeing the slaves. Like all the other teachers, Mr. Trabowitz taught us fairy tale history, but at least he made it interesting. That year I was crazy about Lincoln. I memorized the entire "O Captain, my Captain," by Walt Whitman and recited it to the class. Little did I know that Lincoln was an arch-racist who had openly expressed his disdain for black people. He was of the opinion that black people should be forcibly deported to Africa or anywhere else. We had been taught that the Civil War was fought to free the slaves, and it was not until I was in college that I learned that the Civil War was fought for economic reasons. The fact that official slavery was abolished was only incidental. Northern industrialists were fighting to control the economy. Before the Civil War, the Northern industrial economy was largely dependent on Southern cotton. The slave economy of the South was a threat to Northern capitalism. What if the slaveholders of the South decided to set up factories and process the cotton themselves? Northern capitalists could not possibly compete with slave labor, and their capitalist economy would be destroyed. To ensure that this didn't happen, the North went to war. When I was still in the 4th grade, I fell off a swing and broke my leg. Mr. Trabowitz came to my house and gave me lessons and assignments. When I returned to school, Mr. Trabowitz had left to teach in college. Everybody in the class was sad. A bird beaked, "Stick to the book, teach biro." Teacher replaced him. She made us go back to reading in the readers and changed the desks around so that once again we were sitting in rows. I didn't like her and she bored me to death. One time our class had a dance. It was a big event for me since Elle loved to dance. The white kids couldn't dance for nothing. They looked like a bunch of drunken kangaroos, hopping all over the place, out of time with the music. I sat there with my hand over my mouth trying to suppress my laughter. I ached to get out there and show them how to do it. But nobody asked me to dance. I don't think it ever occurred to them, and, if it did, they knew better. Dancing with a nigger was surely good for a week or so of teasing. But these whites were not at all out in the open with their racism. It was undercover, like their parents' racism. Anyhow, I just sat there, looking at them flop around until this one kid, I'll never forget his name, Richard Kennedy, he was a poor Irish kid with red hair, came over to where I was sitting and said, "If you give me a dime, I'll dance with you." The sad part of the story is that I almost gave him the dime. In the 5th grade, I was put into the class of the school's most notorious battle axe, Mrs. Hoffler. I knew from the first day it was going to be a long, hot year. The only good thing was that there was another black kid in the class. The teacher put us in the back, next to each other. His name was David something, but I called him David Pekin. The teacher was one of those military types and her classes resembled boot camp. We were told where to sit, how to sit, and what kind of notebooks, pens, pencils, etc., to use. She permitted no talking and gave tons of homework. Her punishment for everything was extra homework. Whenever somebody got caught talking or doing anything she disapproved of, she gave extra homework. When you didn't have your homework, she gave extra homework. And every time she gave you extra homework she wrote your name on the blackboard and refused to remove it until you had turned in the punishment. By the time I left her class my name covered practically the entire blackboard. David and I were her favorite targets. The whole class would be in an uproar, but we were the only ones she saw with our mouths open. The more she rode our backs, the more rebellious I became. I would sit in the back of the class and make jokes about her. One day when we were talking and giggling, she came up and pulled David out of his seat by the ear, twisting it until the whole side of his face was red and contorted with pain. I made up my mind right then and there that she wasn't going to do it to me. A few days later, she came after me. When she put her hands on me, I kicked her or hit her. I don't remember which. Anyway, the next thing I knew I was in the principal's office being sent home with a note. I was scared to death my mother would find out, so I signed the note myself and brought it to school the next day. My signature didn't fool anybody. To make a long story short, when my mother found out I confessed everything and I told her about Mrs. Hoffler. I think she had some idea about what was going on because she had seen a change in me. I had always been very quiet and obedient in school. My mother went to the school, talked to the teacher and the principal, and demanded I be moved to another class. It's a good thing she wasn't one of those parents who believe the teacher is always right, because I don't know what would have happened. I guess the fact that she's a teacher and is acutely aware of the racism and hostility that black children are exposed to from the time they enter school had something to do with it. I don't remember the name of my other 5th grade teacher except that it was a mile long and began with a Z, but she was very nice and a very good teacher. She introduced us to art, literature, and philosophy. I remember studying the French Revolution in her class. She made names like Marie Antoinette, Charlotte Corday, and Robespierre come alive. She talked about philosophers like Rousseau who influenced the thinking of the period and about how the French Revolution was influenced by the American Revolution. She even showed us pictures of the art and architecture of the period. She was the first teacher, one of a very few, who taught subjects as if they related to each other. Before I was in her class, I would never have imagined that history was connected to art, that philosophy was connected to science, and so on. The usual way that people are taught to think in America is that each subject is in a little compartment and has no relation to any other subject. For the most part, we receive fragments of unrelated knowledge, and our education follows no logical format or pattern. It is exactly this kind of education that produces people who don't have the ability to think for themselves and who are easily manipulated. As we grew older, the differences between the black and white, the poor and rich students grew bigger and bigger. Once a new teacher told us to make mobiles as homework. Most of us brought in cardboard, wood, or paper mobiles. One kid brought in a mobile made out of metals, not just one kind of metal, but metals of different colors. I was in awe of this kid who had the resources to cut all those different, perfectly formed geometric shapes. Calder would have taken notice. The school was in a largely Jewish, middle-class neighborhood. There was a little island of black people in the middle, and that was where I lived. It was almost completely segregated from the white section. The school was right in the middle. In most of the black families the mother and father both worked, and many worked 2 or 3 jobs and weren't able to spend a lot of time in the school. But some of the white parents were there for every little thing from trips to cookie selling. And talk about pushy parents. To this day, I believe that some of them did most of their kids' homework. Black kids wrote a composition or a book report on plain lined paper and handed it in. Some of the white kids presented their reports bound in expensive binders, some were typed, and each page was covered with plastic. I could just imagine asking my mother to type my homework for me or to give me money to buy binders and plastic sheets. She would surely have thought I had gone crazy. The white kids came to school with all kinds of junk, expensive pen and pencil sets, compasses, and one kid even had a slide rule, which I doubt he had the faintest idea how to use. The older they grew, the more snobbish the white kids became. They were always talking about what they had and what their parents had bought them. One girl, Marcia, horribly ugly to me, was always dressed like some kid in the movies or on TV. She was one of the super snobs in the class. One day she came to school with weird-looking mittens on. She said they were made of chinchilla and that it was the most expensive fur in the world. I raced home to ask my mother. I just knew she had to be lying because I had never even heard of chinchilla and everybody I knew thought that mink was the most expensive fur on the market. I was really shocked when my mother told me she was telling the truth. Every year when we came back to school, we would inevitably be told to write a composition entitled My Summer Vacation. Usually we stood in front of the room and read our compositions aloud. I was always fascinated by some of the places these kids had been to during the summer, places like Spain, England, Brazil, and Bermuda. Some of them even brought slides and movies of their trips. After they finished talking, I wouldn't even want to read my composition about being down south with my grandparents. One of the things that had been drilled into my head since birth was that we were just as good as white people. You show those white people that you are just as good as they are, I was told. This meant that I was to get good marks in school, that I was to always be neat and clean when I went to school, that I was to speak as properly as they did, and that I would show them whenever I could that black people, we called ourselves Negroes then, could do whatever white people could do and that we could appreciate what white people appreciated. I was supposed to be a child version of a goodwill ambassador, out to prove that black people were not stupid or dirty or smelly or uncultured. I carried out this mission as best I could to show that I was as good as they were. I never questioned the things they thought were good. White people said classical music was the highest form of music, white people said that ballet was the highest form of dance, and I accepted those things as true. After all, wasn't I as cultured as they were? And everything that they wanted, I wanted. If they wanted poodle jackets, I wanted a poodle jacket. If they wanted a Star of David necklace, I wanted a Star of David necklace. If they wanted a Revlon doll, I wanted a Revlon doll. If they could act snobby, then I could act snobby. I saved my culture, my music, my dancing, the richness of black speech for the times when I was with my own people. I remember how those kids would talk about gefilte fish and matzos. It would never have occurred to me to talk about black-eyed peas and rice or collard greens and ham hocks. I would never have given them an opportunity to ridicule me. Anyway, half the white people thought that all we ate was grits and watermelon. In many ways I was living a double existence. I became interested in television in the 5th or 6th grade. Or, rather, I should say that was about the time television started to corrode my brain. You name any stupid show that existed back in those days and it was probably one of my favorites. Ozzie and Harriet, Leave It to Beaver, Donna Reed, Father Knows Best, Bachelor Father, Lassie, etc. After a while I wanted to be just like those people on television. After all, they were what families were supposed to be like. Why didn't my mother have freshly baked cookies ready when I came home from school? Why didn't we live in a house with a backyard and a front yard instead of an OLE apartment? I remember looking at my mother as she cleaned the house in her old ragged housecoat with her hair in curlers. How disgusting, I would think. Why didn't she clean the house in high heels and shirtwaist dresses like they did on television? I began to resent my chores. The kids on television never had any work to do. All they did was their homework and then they went out to play. They never went to the laundromat or did the shopping. They never had to do the dishes or scrub the floor or empty the garbage. They didn't even have to make their own beds. And the kids on television got everything they wanted. Their parents never said, "I don't have the money, I can't afford it." I had very little sympathy for my mother. It never occurred to me that she worked all day, went to school at night, cooked, cleaned, washed and ironed, raised 2 children, and, in her spare time, graded tests and papers and wrote her thesis. I was furious with her because she wasn't like Donna Reed. And, of course, the commercials took another toll. I wanted everything I saw. My mother always bought brand X. I would be so exasperated when we went shopping. I wanted her to buy Hostess Twinkies and Silver Cup white bread. Instead, she bought whole wheat bread and apples. She would never get good cereals like Sugar Crunchies and Cocoa Puffs. She always bought some stuff that was supposed to be good for us. I thought she was crazy. If Hostess Twinkies were good enough for the kids on TV, then why weren't they good enough for me? But my mother remained unmoved. And I remained disgusted. I was a puppet and I didn't even know who was pulling the strings. One year everybody was wearing buttons on their coats. Some had writing on them and others had pictures of movie stars. I went somewhere with my mother and my aunt, and they asked me if I wanted a button. I picked out one with Elvis Presley on it. All the kids at school thought Elvis Presley was cool. I wore that button religiously, all winter, and that summer, when I went down south, I went to see one of Elvis Presley's movies. In Wilmington, at that time, there was only one movie theater where black people were allowed to go. It was called the Bailey Theater. Once you bought your ticket, you went up a long staircase on the side of the theater to the second balcony, the colored section. Shame on you if you were nearsighted. The movie was like all the rest of Elvis's movies, forgettable. When it was over, I went downstairs. All the white kids were leaving with pictures of Elvis Presley that they had bought. I started to walk to my grandparents' restaurant on Red Cross Street, but then I turned around and walked back. If the white kids could have a picture of Elvis, then so could I. At least I was gonna try. I knew it would be absolutely no use to go to the ticket booth and ask the woman anything. She would most assuredly say no. So I walked right on past her, straight into the white section of the theater. What a surprise it was! It was just like the movies in New York. They had soda machines, a butter popcorn machine, and all kinds of candy and potato chips and things. Upstairs in the colored section, they had some old, stale plain popcorn and a few candy bars, and that was it. The moment I walked in, all the action stopped. Everybody's eyes were on me. I walked over to the counter where they were selling the pictures. Before I could open my mouth, the salesgirl told me, "You're in the wrong section, just go outside and go up the stairs on the side." "I want to buy a picture of Elvis Presley," I said. "What did you say, again?" she drawled. "I want to buy a picture of Elvis Presley," I repeated. "They don't have any upstairs." "Well, I don't know," she said. "I'll have to get the manager." She said something to the other woman behind the counter and then left. By this time a crowd had gathered around me. "What's she doing in here?" they kept asking each other. "Now, she knows better," somebody was saying. "Look, Ma, a colored girl." "Ya get lost, honey. What's she want? Don't they have no pictures in the colored section? What's she need with a picture anyway?" The crowd was all around me, gawking. It seemed like the manager would never come. "Can't she read? Don't she know that we don't allow no colored in here? I don't know what it's about. Something about a picture. Came walking right in here bold as day." Finally the salesgirl came back. A man was with her. All eyes were fixed on the manager. He took one look at me and another at the crowd forming around me. "Give her the picture and get her out of here," he told the salesgirl. Hurriedly, she sold me the picture. "All right, folks, it's all over now. Go on about your business." I took my picture and went prancing out into the daylight. I was feeling good. It seemed funny when I thought about it. The looks on those crickets' faces, all puffed up like balloons. I had a good time, laughing all the way to my grandparents' restaurant. And of course the minute I got there, I told everybody what happened. I was just so proud. I took my picture and put it on the back counter right next to the funeral parlor calendar. The picture stayed there a few days until Johnny from the cab stand across the street came and told me that Elvis had said the only thing a black person could do for him was to buy his records and shine his shoes. Quietly, I slid the picture into obscurity, then oblivion. Later I read that Elvis had given Spiro Agnew a gold-plated .357 Magnum and had volunteered to work for the FBI. Evelyn, my aunt, was the heroine of my childhood. She was always taking me places and exposing me to things, as she called it. She took me to museums. I think we visited just about every museum in the city of New York. She turned me into a real art lover. Before I was 10, I could recognize a Van Gogh on sight, and I knew what Cubism, Surrealism, and Abstract Expressionism were. Picasso, Gauguin, Van Gogh, and Modigliani were my favorite artists. I didn't know the name of one black artist in those days. Very few, if any, museums exhibited the work of black artists, so I just assumed that black people weren't too good at painting. But I learned about African art from my mother. From the time I can remember, my mother always had African sculpture in the house. It was the only kind she had. I always loved those pieces, and it really annoyed me when I took art history in school and the teacher referred to African art as primitive. In fact, if the art was by anyone else but a white person, it was called primitive art. In addition to museums, Evelyn would take me to see plays and movies, and we would experiment with all kinds of restaurants. We would go to parks, go bicycle riding, and it was Evelyn who gave me my first rowboat lesson. She was very sophisticated and knew all kinds of things. She was right up my alley because I was forever asking all kinds of questions. I wanted to know everything. She would give me a book and say, "Read this," and I would eat up that book like it was ice cream. It was Evelyn who took me to see my first show at the Apollo. We saw Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers. I was walking on clouds. After that, as soon as I learned to ride the subway by myself, I went to the daytime shows. If my mother and my aunt had known, they would have had a fit. I guess people wondered what this little girl was doing in the Apollo all by herself, but nobody ever bothered me. I was always pretty lucky that way. Barbara was a little girl who lived next door to us in Queens. She was my main friend and foe for quite a while. One day I saw her leaving her house wearing a white dress and a little white veil like a bride wears. Everything she had on was white, all the way down to her shoes. She even had a little white Bible in her hands. I thought she was gonna be in a Tom Thumb wedding like they have down south. So I went up to her and asked her who she was marrying. She said she was making her first communion, that she was Catholic. Well, I became an instant convert. I wanted to wear a white dress and dress up like a bride, too. And Catholics even got out early from school on Wednesdays. I raced home to tell my mother. My mother was very permissive where religion was concerned. She gave us carte blanche to be Catholics, Baptists, Methodists, or whatever. So I started going to Mass and to catechism classes on Wednesday. The Catholic Church was like no other church I had ever been to. Down south I always went to church. But those services were rich with music and emotion. I would sit caught up in the music and watch those people who had got happy or got the Spirit jumping around all over the place. I was never holy, but I had liked going to church. In the black churches that I had been in, the air was charged. The music rocked and the preacher preached and sang at the same time. People felt free to do what they needed to do. If they felt like dancing, they danced. If they felt like praying, they prayed. If they felt like screaming, they screamed, and if they felt like crying, they cried. The church was there to give them strength and to get them through the long week ahead of them. Where we lived in Queens, there was no black church. The Catholic Church was different. It was silent and cold. The music was terrible and you couldn't understand 9/10 of the service. But what fascinated me was the spookiness of it. They had so much weird stuff attached to their religion. When you walked in the door, you had to cross yourself with holy water, then, before you could sit down, you had to genuflect. And throughout the Mass, you were forever up and down, sitting, standing, and kneeling. And there was so much stuff to learn. The Stations of the Cross, rosary beads, lighting candles, going to confession. It was all so spooky I just knew that this had to be the real God. The nuns really tripped me out. They walked around with rings on their fingers saying they were married to God. That was really weird. And they could never have children or do it, and people said they had bald heads under their habits. I was simply overwhelmed. The catechism class was nothing like Sunday school. They never told good stories about Jesus and we never sang "Yes, Jesus loves me." In catechism class, we learned all about the saints. It seemed like they had a million of them. And then there was the Virgin Mary. They made a big deal out of her. They even had us praying to her. I would do it, but that story was always kind of hard for me to swallow. Nothing about the Catholics was simple. They even had different kinds of hell. They had a special one for babies and then they had one in between and then they had the show enough hell. They even had two kinds of sin. I can still hear that nun, as if it were yesterday. Now, a venial sin is a sin that's not so bad, it's a white sin. But a mortal sin is terrible, it is a black sin. The night before I was to make my first communion, I had to run to the church with my baptismal certificate. They needed it to prove I had been baptized. My mother had had a hell of a time finding it. I was tickled to be going because they told me to bring it to the convent where the nuns lived. I had been dying to see what it looked like inside. It was just as cold and lifeless as the church. When I gave the nun my baptismal certificate, she looked at it and almost jumped out of her chair. "Oh, "No, this won't do," she said. "This is not a Catholic baptismal certificate. You weren't really baptized." "What?" I said. "I was too baptized." "No, you weren't," she said. "It's not a Catholic baptism, so it doesn't count. You'll have to be baptized tonight or you can't make your first communion tomorrow." I was not ready for that one. I caught an instant attitude. She was talking about my godparents like they were dirt under her feet. They called my mother and told her she had to come to the church. Then they got these total strangers from somewhere and told me they were supposed to be my godparents and they baptized me. I never saw those people again, and if you ask me their names I couldn't tell you. I had had a godmother all my life and here they were telling me she wasn't my godmother because she wasn't Catholic. They really made me mad that day, but I didn't say too much about it. I really wanted to make my first communion. I did and, later, my confirmation, but I never looked at them the same. The 6th grade passed along rather uneventfully. There was another black in my class, Gail. We became friendly, but my relationships with the white kids deteriorated even more. They made it pretty evident that they didn't care too much for me, and I made it clear right back that I didn't care for them. The thing I disliked most about them was their assumptions about me. For one thing, they automatically assumed that I was stupid, and they would really act surprised when I showed I had some brains. One of the biggest fights I had was when this kid in my class couldn't find some pen that his father had given him and accused me of stealing it. I waited for him outside the classroom and as soon as he came out the door, I jumped on him like a crazy person. Some teachers broke us up. "I'm surprised at you," they kept saying. "I never thought you'd act that way." I was usually very quiet and well behaved. They acted like I had jumped on that boy for nothing, and they couldn't understand why I was so angry. As a matter of fact, even I didn't understand. Then, outside of school was a whole nother matter. When I wasn't doing homework or chores, I would go exploring. My bicycle was one of the great loves of my life. I would jump on it and ride all over Queens. Sometimes on Saturdays or Sundays I would ride all day long, leaving early in the morning and returning as late as I was allowed to. And if I wasn't on my bicycle, I was somewhere playing with my friends. We played everything from house to handball. I played with the boys more than with the girls because the boys had better games. I loved punchball and handball, anything that involved running. The playground was right across the street from my house and I took full advantage of everything that was there. I played hopscotch, marbles, and cowboys and Indians. I always wanted to be an Indian and would hide over or under something and leap out shrieking at the top of my lungs. I guess I was unusual in that respect, because most of the kids wanted to be cowboys. I was always rough and clumsy and I played everything as if my life depended on it. Some of the girls didn't like to play with me because they said I was too rough. And I was always excluded from the rope jumping sessions. I was too clumsy to jump double dutch and they didn't even like me to turn because they said I was uneven-handed. But I always had one best friend and she was always a girl. I had other friends to play with and hang out with, but I always had one special friend that I could really talk to. We would go to the candy store and the movies and places like that and we would sit and talk for hours about just anything. By the time I reached the 6th grade, I began to idolize and imitate the big kids who went to junior high school. I couldn't wait to grow up. The grown-up world was so exciting, and when you were grown up you could do anything you wanted to. Besides, I was beginning to feel different. I was beginning to be interested in boys. Cracker Jacks. I coulda told you. In the old days. In the park. Or skating down some hill. What it was all about. I coulda sat next to you. On some stairway. And gave you half my bubble gum. And, in between the bubbles. And the giggles. I coulda told you. But we are grown up now. And it is all so complicated. When you dig somebody. Now, when I open up my Cracker Jacks, I find no heart-shaped ring. Only a puzzle. That I don't wanna solve. Chapter 3. It seemed like the middle of the night. Someone was calling me. Waking me up. What did they want? Suddenly I was aware of all kinds of activity. Police, the crackling of walkie-talkies. The place was buzzing. Here, put this on, one of them said, handing me a bathrobe. What's going on? I asked. You're being moved. Where am I being moved to? You'll find out when you get there. A wheelchair was waiting. I figured they were taking me to jail. There was a caravan of police cars outside the hospital. It looked like I was gonna be in a parade again. The ride was pleasant. Just looking at houses and trees and people passing by in cars was good. We arrived at the prison at sunrise, in the middle of nowhere. It was an ugly, two-story brick building. They pushed me up the stairs to the second floor. I was put in a cell with 2 doors. A door of bars was on the inside, and directly outside of that was a heavy metal door with a tiny peephole that I could barely see through. The cell contained a cot with a rough green blanket on it and a dirty white wooden bench with 100 names scratched on it. Adjacent to the cell was the bathroom, with a sink, a toilet, and a shower. Hanging above the sink was the bottom of a pot or pan. It was supposed to serve as a mirror, but I could barely see myself in it. There was one window covered by 3 thick metal screens facing a parking lot, a field, and, in the distance, a wooded area. I walked around the cell, to the bath, to the window, to the door. Back and forth until I had tired myself out. I was still pretty weak. Then I lay down on the cot and wondered what this place was going to be like. Here I was, my first day in prison. In about an hour, a guard unlocked the outside door and asked me if I wanted breakfast. I said, yes, and in a few minutes she came back with eggs and bread in a plastic bowl and a metal cup containing something that was supposed to be coffee. The eggs didn't taste too bad. Maybe prison food isn't as bad as they say it is, I remember thinking. I heard voices and it was clear they weren't police voices. Then the radio came on. Black music. It sounded so good. I looked through the peephole and saw faces, weird and distorted because of the concave glass, but black faces to match the black voices I had heard. How y'all doin'? I asked. No response. Then I realized how thick the metal door was, so I shouted this time, how y'all doin'? A chorus of muffled fine s came back. I was feeling good. Real people were just on the other side of the wall. The guard opened the metal door and handed me some uniforms, maids' uniforms royal blue, white buttons, collars, and cuffs. I kept trying them on until 2 of them fit. Then she gave me a huge cotton slip that looked like a tent dress and a nightgown that looked exactly like the slip. You are entitled to a clean uniform once a week. Once a week, I nearly screeched. They had to be crazy. Behind the guard, through the open door, I could see some of the women standing around. They were all, it seemed, black. They smiled and waved at me. It was so good to see them, it was like a piece of home. When are you going to unlock me and let me go out there? I asked, motioning to the other women. The guard looked surprised. I don't know. You'll have to ask the warden. Well, when can I see the warden? I pushed. I don't know. Well, why am I being locked in here? Why can't I go out there with the other women? I don't know. Then why can't you let me out? We were told you were to remain in your room. Well, how long am I supposed to stay in here locked up like this? I don't know. I saw it was useless. Would you please tell the warden or the sheriff that I would like to see him? I requested. The guard locked the door and was gone. The metal door was unlocked again. An ugly, shriveled white woman stood in front of the bars. My name is Mrs. Butterworth and I am the warden of the women's section of the workhouse. She reminded me of a dilapidated horse. Well, Joanne, is there something I can do for you? I didn't like her looks or her tone of voice, but I decided to ignore that for the moment and get to the business at hand. When can I be unlocked from this cell and go outside in the big room with the other women? Well, I don't know, Joanne. Why do you want to go out there? Well, I don't want to stay in here all day, locked up by myself. Why, Joanne, don't you like your room? It's a very nice room. We had it painted just for you. That's not the point, I said. I would like to know when I will be able to be with the other women. Well, Joanne, I don't know when you'll be able to come out. You see, we have to keep you in here for your own safety because there are threats on your life. You know, Joanne, she said, lowering her voice like she was speaking confidentially, cop killers are not very popular in correctional institutions. Have any of the women here made threats against me? Well, I don't know, but I'm sure they have. I'll bet, I said to myself. Nobody has threatened my life. They just don't want to let me out of here. Well, Joanne, the important thing is for you to behave and to cooperate with us so that we'll be able to send a good report to the judge. It's important for our girls to behave like ladies. This woman was making me sick. Did she think I was fool enough to believe that either she or the judge was gonna help me in any way? But it was the superior sounding tinge to her voice that really ticked me off. Butterworth, is it? I asked. What's your first name? Why, I never tell my girls my first name. I'm not one of your girls. I'm a grown woman. Why don't you tell people your first name? Are you ashamed of it? No, Joanne, I'm not ashamed of my name. It's a matter of respect. I am the warden here. My girls call me Mrs. Butterworth and I call them by their first names. Well, you haven't done anything for me to respect you for. I give people respect only when they earn it. Since you won't tell me your first name, then I want you to call me by my last name. You can either call me Ms. Shakur or Ms. Chisimard. I'm not going to call you by your last name. I'm going to continue calling you Joanne. Well, that's okay by me, if you can stand me calling you Miss Bitch whenever I see you. I don't give anybody respect when they don't respect me. Lock the door, she told the guard and walked away. Days passed. Evelyn called the sheriff, the warden. There were 2 wardens in that jail, Butterworth and a man named Cahill. Cahill had all the power, though. Butterworth was only a figurehead, and everybody else. Nothing more could be done outside of going to court. I had little or no feeling in my right arm. I knew I needed physical therapy if I was ever to use it again. I had learned to write with my left hand, but that was no substitute. I needed a more specific diagnosis of exactly what had been damaged before I would know whether or not I would ever use it again, even with physical therapy. Isolation was driving me up the walls. I needed materials to write and to draw, paint, or sketch. All my requests went unheeded. I was permitted nothing, including peanut oil and a small ball to aid movement in my arm. When the jail doctor examined me, I asked him about my arm. Why, we doctors aren't gods, you know. There's nothing anyone can do when someone is paralyzed. But they said I might get better, I protested. Oh, yes, and the physical therapist at Roosevelt Hospital said that some peanut oil might help. Peanut oil, he asked, laughing. That's a good one. I can't write a prescription for that now, can I? My advice to you is to forget about all of that stuff. You don't need any of it. Sometimes in life we just have to accept things that are unpleasant. You still have one good arm. I kept talking, but I could see I was wasting my time. He had no intention of even trying to help me. Well, would you at least prescribe some vitamin B? All right, but you really don't need it. Every time they called me to see the doctor after that, I went reluctantly. He would take my arm out of the sling and move it back and forth about 2 inches. Oh, yes, you're getting better, he would say. I always asked about physical therapy and he always said there was nothing he could do. Finally, Evelyn went to court. Some of the items we petitioned for were ridiculous. In addition to physical therapy and nerve tests, we asked for peanut oil, a rubber ball, a rubber grip, books and stuff to draw or paint with. The court finally granted a physical therapist if we would find one and pay the bill, but I never got one. It seems that no physical therapist in Middlesex County was willing to come to the prison to treat me, and only a physical therapist from Middlesex County was permitted. But I did get the peanut oil and the grip. And in a short time I had a whole physical therapy program worked out. I was receiving a lot of mail from all over the country. Most of it came from people I didn't know, mostly militant black people, either in the streets or in prison. I got some hate mail, though, and some letters from religious people who were trying to save my soul. I wasn't able to answer all of those letters because the prison permitted us to write only 2 letters a week, subject to inspection and censorship by the prison authorities. It was hard for me to write anyway. I was also very paranoid about letters. I could not bear the thought of the police, FBI, guards, whoever, reading my letters and getting daily insight on how I was feeling and thinking. But I would like to offer my sincerest apology to those who were kind enough to write to me over the years and who received no answer. I spent my first month at the Middlesex County Workhouse writing. Evelyn had brought some newspaper clippings and it was obvious the press was trying to railroad me, to make me seem like a monster. According to them I was a common criminal, just going around shooting down cops for the hell of it. I had to make a statement. I had to talk to my people and let them know what I was about, where I was really coming from. The statement seemed to take forever to write. I wanted to make a tape of it and enlisted Evelyn's help. As my lawyer, she was dead set against it and advised me not to make the tape. But as a black woman living in America, Evelyn understood why it was important and necessary. When the prosecutor found out about the tape, he tried to get her thrown off the case. She was ordered by the court never to bring a tape recorder again when she visited me. I made the tape of To My People on July 4, 1973, and it was broadcast on many radio stations. Here is what I said. Black brothers, black sisters, I want you to know that I love you and I hope that somewhere in your hearts you have love for me. My name is Assata Shakur, slave name Joanne Chisimard, and I am a revolutionary. A black revolutionary. By that I mean that I have declared war on all forces that have raped our women, castrated our men, and kept our babies empty-bellied. I have declared war on the rich who prosper on our poverty, the politicians who lie to us with smiling faces, and all the mindless, heartless robots who protect them and their property. I am a black revolutionary, and, as such, I am a victim of all the wrath, hatred, and slander that America is capable of. Like all other black revolutionaries, America is trying to lynch me. I am a black revolutionary woman, and because of this I have been charged with and accused of every alleged crime in which a woman was believed to have participated. The alleged crimes in which only men were supposedly involved, I have been accused of planning. They have plastered pictures alleged to be me in post offices, airports, hotels, police cars, subways, banks, television, and newspapers. They have offered over $50,000 in rewards for my capture and they have issued orders to shoot on sight and shoot to kill. I am a black revolutionary, and, by definition, that makes me a part of the Black Liberation Army. The pigs have used their newspapers and TVs to paint the Black Liberation Army as vicious, brutal, mad dog criminals. They have called us gangsters and gun moles and have compared us to such characters as John Dillinger and Ma Barker. It should be clear, it must be clear to anyone who can think, see, or hear, that we are the victims. The victims and not the criminals. It should also be clear to us by now who the real criminals are. Nixon and his crime partners have murdered hundreds of Third World brothers and sisters in Vietnam, Cambodia, Mozambique, Angola, and South Africa. As was proved by Watergate, the top law enforcement officials in this country are a lying bunch of criminals. The President, 2 Attorney Generals, the head of the FBI, the head of the CIA, and half the White House staff have been implicated in the Watergate crimes. They call us murderers, but we did not murder over 250 unarmed black men, women, and children, or wound thousands of others in the riots they provoked during the 60s. The rulers of this country have always considered their property more important than our lives. They call us murderers, but we were not responsible for the 28 brother inmates and 9 hostages murdered at Attica. They call us murderers, but we did not murder and wound over 30 unarmed black students at Jackson State or Southern State, either. They call us murderers, but we did not murder Martin Luther King, Jr., Emmett Till, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, George Jackson, Nat Turner, James Chaney, and countless others. We did not murder, by shooting in the back, 16-year-old Rita Lloyd, 11-year-old Ricky Bawden, or 10-year-old Clifford Glover. They call us murderers, but we do not control or enforce a system of racism and oppression that systematically murders black and third world people. Although black people supposedly comprise about 15% of the total American population, at least 60% of murder victims are black. For every pig that is killed in the so-called line of duty, there are at least 50 black people murdered by the police. Black life expectancy is much lower than white, and they do their best to kill us before we are even born. We are burned alive in fire-trap tenements. Our brothers and sisters OD daily from heroin and methadone. Our babies die from lead poisoning. Millions of black people have died as a result of indecent medical care. This is murder. But they have got the gall to call us murderers. They call us kidnappers, yet Brother Clark Squire, who is accused, along with me, of murdering a New Jersey state trooper, was kidnapped on April 2, 1969, from our black community and held on $1 million ransom in the New York Panther 21 conspiracy case. He was acquitted on May 13, 1971, along with all the others, of 156 counts of conspiracy by a jury that took less than 2 hours to deliberate. Brother Squire was innocent. Yet he was kidnapped from his community and family. Over 2 years of his life was stolen, but they call us kidnappers. We did not kidnap the thousands of brothers and sisters held captive in America's concentration camps. 90% of the prison population in this country are black and third world people who can afford neither bail nor lawyers. They call us thieves and bandits. They say we steal. But it was not we who stole millions of black people from the continent of Africa. We were robbed of our language, of our gods, of our culture, of our human dignity, of our labor, and of our lives. They call us thieves, yet it is not we who rip off billions of dollars every year through tax evasions, illegal price fixing, embezzlement, consumer fraud, bribes, kickbacks, and swindles. They call us bandits, yet every time most black people pick up our paychecks we are being robbed. Every time we walk into a store in our neighborhood we are being held up. And every time we pay our rent the landlord sticks a gun into our ribs. They call us thieves, but we did not rob and murder millions of Indians by ripping off their homeland, then call ourselves pioneers. They call us bandits, but it is not we who are robbing Africa, Asia, and Latin America of their natural resources and freedom while the people who live there are sick and starving. The rulers of this country and their flunkies have committed some of the most brutal, vicious crimes in history. They are the bandits. They are the murderers. And they should be treated as such. These maniacs are not fit to judge me, Clark, or any other black person on trial in America. Black people should end, inevitably, must determine our destinies. Every revolution in history has been accomplished by actions, although words are necessary. We must create shields that protect us and spears that penetrate our enemies. Black people must learn how to struggle by struggling. We must learn by our mistakes. I want to apologize to you, my black brothers and sisters, for being on the New Jersey Turnpike. I should have known better. The Turnpike is a checkpoint where black people are stopped, searched, harassed, and assaulted. Revolutionaries must never be in too much of a hurry or make careless decisions. He who runs when the sun is sleeping will stumble many times. Every time a black freedom fighter is murdered or captured, the pigs try to create the impression that they have quashed the movement, destroyed our forces, and put down the Black Revolution. The pigs also try to give the impression that 5 or 10 guerrillas are responsible for every revolutionary action carried out in America. That is nonsense. That is absurd. Black revolutionaries do not drop from the moon. We are created by our conditions. Shaped by our oppression. We are being manufactured in droves in the ghetto streets, places like Attica, San Quentin, Bedford Hills, Leavenworth, and Sing Sing. They are turning out thousands of us. Many jobless black veterans and welfare mothers are joining our ranks. Brothers and sisters from all walks of life, who are tired of suffering passively, make up the black. There is, and always will be, until every black man, woman, and child is free, a Black Liberation Army. The main function of the Black Liberation Army at this time is to create good examples, to struggle for black freedom, and to prepare for the future. We must defend ourselves and let no one disrespect us. We must gain our liberation by any means necessary. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. In the spirit of Ronald Carter, William Christmas, Mark Clark, Mark Essex, Frank Heavy Fields, Woody Changa Ulugbala Green, Fred Hampton, Lil Bobby Hutton, George Jackson, Jonathan Jackson, James McLean, Harold Russell, Zaid Malik Shakur, Anthony Kumu Klugbala White. We must fight on. The workhouse had a whole heap of rules, most of them stupid. No newspapers or magazines were permitted. When I asked why we couldn't read newspapers, they told me that newspapers were inflammatory. Obviously, if a person read in the paper that his or her sister had been raped, he would wait until the rapist came to jail and then do him bodily harm. But, I protested, the other inmates watch television and listen to the radio. I wasn't allowed either. They could receive the same information that way or from a visit from home. In that case, the warden told me, we don't let you read newspapers because they are a fire hazard. One of the saddest rules prohibited children from visiting their mothers in jail. I could see the children waiting outside, looking up at that ugly old building with sad, frustrated faces. Their mothers would run to the only window that faced the parking lot just to get a glimpse of their children. Yelling out of the window was a no-no, but once in a while somebody would get carried away. Sometimes their frantic screams went unheard. Gradually, I began to know the women. They were all very kind to me and treated me like a sister. They laughed like hell when I told them that I was supposedly being protected from them. Those first days, before I had really learned to maneuver with one hand, they did whatever they could to make things easier for me. They volunteered to iron my uniforms and sneak them into the laundry to be washed more than once a week. When they told me their charges and the time they were doing, I couldn't believe it. Quite a few of them were doing time for the numbers, either 6 months or a year. In New York, doing time for number running was practically unheard of, and it certainly didn't get 6 months or a year. Everybody in the world knows that the numbers business keeps the cops fat. These women hadn't hurt anybody or stolen anything, yet they were sitting in jail, probably busted by the same cops that they paid off. Their only crime was competing with the state lottery. Most of them had already been sentenced. If the sentence was less than a year, time was served in the county jail rather than in the state penitentiary. If I had expected to find so-called hardened criminals or big-time female gangsters or gun malls in the workhouse, I would have been sadly disappointed. The rest of the women who weren't doing time for the numbers were in for some form of petty theft, like shoplifting or passing bad checks. Most of those sisters were on welfare and all of them had been barely able to make ends meet. The courts had shown them no mercy. They brought in this sister shortly after I arrived who was 8 months pregnant and had been sentenced to a month for shoplifting something that cost less than $20. Later a middle-aged sister began coming to the workhouse on weekends. She worked during the week and served her 6-month sentence for drunken driving on weekends. Knowing that white women with the same charges would never have received such a sentence, I thought it was harsh. But I didn't realize how harsh until she told me that she had been arrested for drunken driving in the driveway of her own house. She hadn't even been on a public road. She also told me that the cops had arrested her because they didn't like the way she talked to them. In that jail it was nothing to see a woman brought in all beat up. In some cases, the only charge was resisting arrest. A Puerto Rican sister was brought in one night. She had been so badly beaten by the police that the matron on duty didn't want to admit her. "I don't want her dying on my shift," she kept saying. It was days before this sister was able to get out of bed. In spite of it all, those sisters kept the place jumping. They told all kinds of funny stories about their lives, things they had seen and experienced. Some had a natural knack for comedy. What amazed me was the way they told the saddest stories in the world and made everybody laugh about them. "Girl, that nigga was always in my pocketbook stealing my money. And all he did with it was blow it at the racetracks. Girl, that man spent so much money on the racetracks, he made me wish I was a horse. One day I fixed his ass, though. I was sick and tired of his mess. Betcha he won't go in nobody's pocketbook no time soon. I put a mousetrap in that sucker. Girl, you should have heard that nigga howl. My husband and me, we used to fight like cats and dogs. And he was jealous as the day is long. Chilly, we went to the bar this night and the nigga got all high, and started thinking I was messing around with some dude at the bar. As soon as we got outside, boy, he jumped on me like a gorilla jumps on a banana. Don't you know that man hit me so hard he knocked my teeth straight out of my mouth. Now, hold on a minute, I told that fool. We can fight later. I ain't got no nother $400 to spend on no false teeth. Chilly, we was drunk as skunks, down on our knees for 'bout an hour looking for those teeth. And when that fool found them, he said the teeth jumped up and tried to bite him. Lord, Chilly, that man is a fool. I could listen to these stories only when the outside door was open. During the day they had a female sheriff's officer posted outside my cell. When she was there, the door usually stayed open. The whole time I was at that jail I saw very few white women. The few who did come were there only a few hours or a day or so before they were bailed out. There was one white woman who was busted on the turnpike with 50 pounds of reefer. Everyone waited to see what her bail would be. Then we found out she had been released on her own recognizance, that is, without bond. To be released on recognizance in the state of New Jersey, one of the requirements is Jersey residence. The woman lived in Vermont. But nobody was really shocked. She was white. I was going crazy in that little cell. The only time they let me out was for visits and to see the so-called doctor. I have always been an active and restless person, and being locked up in that little cage all day drove me wild. I needed to stretch my legs. I started to run around the cell. I would run in this tiny circle until I was exhausted. 2 or 3 days after I started, the warden, Miss Bitch, accompanied by some male guards, visited me. "We hear that you are running around your cell," she said. "You will have to stop this activity at once." "What? Why?" "Because you are disturbing the people downstairs." "What people?" "There is an office underneath you and you are disturbing the workers." "Are you crazy?" "They'll just have to be disturbed. I don't run for that long anyhow. If you let me go out into the yard to exercise with the other women, I'll stop running around my cell. I order you to stop running around your room." "I don't remember joining your army," I said. "When I join your army, then you can order me around." She left in a huff and I kept on running. That was the end of that. I have to thank her, though. If she hadn't come and harassed me, I would have probably given up running around that tiny space in a few days. The food in the workhouse was horrible. Actually, it was disgusting. The food there is worse than the food in any jail that I have been in since, and that is quite an accomplishment. I would sit and wait for lunch or dinner, hungry as hell, and they would bring me some greenish-brown iridescent chunks floating around in a watery liquid, liver stew, they called it, or some lamb fat floating around in some water which was supposed to be lamb stew. And that nasty-looking, foul-smelling stuff tasted much worse than it looked. The place was infested with flies and so was the food. The only thing edible was eggs, when they had them, and mashed potatoes. I lived off the nuts and candy I bought from the commissary and the fruit my family brought on visits. Every single day for one whole week they brought us this nasty stuff that was supposed to be ravioli. Well, that was the last straw. We all decided to go on a food strike. I wrote a petition which everybody signed and we sent it down to the warden's office. Later, the warden agreed to discuss making the food more edible, but he refused to talk to me. He said the fact that I had referred to the food as slop showed I was unreasonable. The food was better for a few days, and then it reverted to the same old nasty slop. The woman sheriff's officer who guarded me had to be the oldest dumb blonde alive. She played the part to a bust. She was nosy and was the world's biggest gossip. Every time she saw me she smiled and pretended to be oh so friendly. One day some workmen were drilling a big hole in the wall to install new electrical circuits. Of course, as soon as she came in, the nosy sheriff's officer began her questions. "What are they building?" I said, "Haven't you heard? Well, you know, they passed a special law and they're going to execute me. They're building the gas chamber now." "Well," she said indignantly. "Well, nobody told me about it." And she rushed off to find out why no one had informed her. The lights were turned off every night at 10. I was lucky because there was a night switch that I controlled in the bathroom adjacent to my cell. I would move the cot so that I was in as much light as possible and I would read way into the night. When I tired of reading, I'd turn off the light and look out the window. Outside, police patrolled the area. A lot of times there were 2 police on foot who seemed to be standing around near the parking lot. They carried rifles and shotguns. One night, in my usual condition of boredom, while standing at the window and feeling mischievous, I cried out a bird-like sound in the shrillest voice I could muster, "E-ink, e-ink, e-ink, e-ink." The pigs started looking around like crazy. They jerked this way and that way as if they thought someone was behind them. Again I cried, "E-ink, e-ink, e-e-wah, e-e-wah." This time they really jumped around. You would have thought it was World War II and the Japanese were 2 feet away. I waited a while. When they calmed down, in a voice even shriller than before, I cried, "Nay-a-a-a-a-e, nay-a-a-a-e, nay-a-a-a-a-e." They pointed their guns and actually walked backward, prepared to fire at anything moving. Then, quite by accident, my metal cup fell to the floor. Well, in a second they were down on the ground, crawling, holding their rifles. When I saw these fools crawling around on the ground like that, I just couldn't take it anymore. I laughed until I was sick. Great, big, bad police, crawling around scared of their own shadows. Every once in a while I tried it again with different police and usually the results were similar, but it was never as good as that first night. Because I had a broken clavicle, I had to wear a figure-8 brace around my shoulders. It was made of foam and cotton with a tiny belt buckle fastener in the back, about a half-inch wide. One morning, as I was eating, the guard came in my cell and took it. "You can't have this." "Why?" "Because it contains metal," she replied. "You can't have anything with metal on it." Now, there I was, sitting on a metal cot, drinking out of a metal cup, eating out of a metal bowl, and this policewoman was standing in my face telling me I couldn't have my brace because of this tiny metal buckle. I raised all the hell I could, but I saw that she was, like she said, like they all say, only following orders. If the prison doctor says you need it, you can have it back. As soon as Dr. Miller came into the workhouse, I asked to see him. Without the brace, my shoulder felt weak and fragile. I could barely hold myself up straight. "Don't worry about that old brace," Herr Doctor told me. "You don't need that thing anyway." It was all I could do not to kick him in his groin. Luckily, later that week, the bone specialist came out from the hospital to see me. He was a very good doctor and a very kind man. He told the warden in no uncertain terms that I needed my brace and without it I could be disfigured. He gave me a lot of encouragement for my hands so that I could regain full use of it. Finally, they returned the brace. It was about that time that the miracles started. I was sure now that my hand was coming back to life. I was beginning to be able to tell it to do things and it would actually respond. Each little bit of progress was a miracle. Being able to touch my pinky with my thumb, to pick up a cup, to hold a pencil, to pinch myself were feats that took days of practice and exercise to accomplish. And then the day came when I knew I was almost there. After months of trying, I could finally snap my fingers. Whenever anyone came to see me, I would show them my new talents. I felt like a little kid saying, "Look, Mommy, see what I can do." Finally a joint conference was arranged between Sundiata and me with Evelyn present. It took place at the workhouse. Sundiata was brought from the New Brunswick jail. I've never been happier to see anyone in my life. It was difficult to talk because the guards were practically sitting in our laps. I can't whisper for nothing and Evelyn kept telling me to lower my voice. We talked about the case and decided that it was politically correct to be tried together. Just seeing Sundiata cooled me right out. I was feeling bad and I was real self-conscious about how I looked. I had broken out in a horrible rash from the prison soap and I looked like a lopsided scarecrow with bumps. There is something about Sundiata that exudes calm. From every part of his being you can sense the presence of revolutionary spirit and fervor. And his love for black people is so intense that you can almost touch it and hold it in your hand. There's nothing put on about him. He is a real folksy kind of person. Every time I see him he looks like he belongs on a porch somewhere down south, breathing in the summer air and bouncing babies off his knee. The truth of the matter is that Sundiata is country. He would deny it to the bitter end, but he is show enough country. And when he laughs that giggle laugh of his, it's like a trip to Texas in the backwoods. When the conference ended, I was a different person. I felt much stronger and I didn't feel alone. I don't know when, but somewhere along the way I started to collect the metal cups we were given to drink from. At first I think it was just my slow way of drinking that caused the cups to accumulate. I was none too popular with the guards, especially the men. Most of them hadn't said boo to me and vice versa, but they hated my guts. To them, I was a cop killer and they were cops. Something told me to be real careful. They had given me a little table to eat and write on, and at night, before I went to sleep, I pushed the table up next to the bars and stacked the cups precariously on top of it. The bars opened into the cell, and the slightest movement would send the whole stack of cups clanging to the floor. I would push the wooden bench behind the table. In that way, anyone who tried to come in would have to apply some real pressure. I went through this routine every night, feeling slightly foolish but compelled. One night, in the middle of the night, the cups came crashing down. I immediately awoke to find 4 or 5 male guards standing in the doorway of my cell. I screamed, "What do you want? What are you doing in my cell?" loud enough for someone to hear me. The guards stood in the doorway like they didn't know what to do. Finally one of them locked the door and said, "We heard a noise and we came to investigate. We were just checking it out." They weren't even supposed to be in the women's section. The female guard on duty that night, the slimiest one in the prison, was nowhere in sight. After that, no matter what jail I was in, I always found some way to barricade my cell. In prisons, it is not at all uncommon to find a prisoner hanged or burned to death in his cell. No matter how suspicious the circumstances, these deaths are always ruled suicides. They are usually black inmates, considered to be a threat to the orderly running of the prison. They are usually among the most politically aware and socially conscious inmates in the prison. When Eva came to the workhouse it was something of an event. Usually she occupied the cell I was in. The rest of the women were housed in 2 open dormitories. The guards didn't know what to do with her. She had been in that jail many times before and she was known as a hell raiser. Everybody said she was crazy. My first encounter with Eva was when she came over to the bars and sat down outside my cell and told me she could astro travel. She called it something like astrospace projection. I can go anywhere I want to, whenever I want to, she told me. I've just come from Jupiter. How was it? I asked her. Oh, it was fine. They had these cute little people. They were purple with crocodile skin and blue hair. You can go anywhere you want to, she told me. You just have to project yourself. Can you show me how to project myself the hell out of here? Oh, that's easy, she said, I do that all the time. As a matter of fact, I'm not here now. No, I said, that's not good enough. I want to project my mind and my body out of here. You'll be in jail wherever you go, Eva said. You have a point there, I told her, but I'd rather be in a minimum security prison or on the streets than in the maximum security prison in here. The only difference between here and the streets is that one is maximum security and the other is minimum security. The police patrol our communities just like the guards patrol here. I don't have the faintest idea how it feels to be free. Eva told me that she knew how I felt. She had to know. Any black person in America, if they are honest with themselves, have got to come to the conclusion that they don't know what it feels like to be free. We aren't free politically, economically, or socially. We have very little power over what happens in our lives. In fact, a black person in America isn't even free to walk down the street. Walk down the wrong street, in the wrong neighborhood at night, and you know what happens. Eva and I got on famously. A lot of times I didn't understand what in the world she was talking about. But at times she made so much sense I wondered if it was really the world that was crazy. She taught me a lot about prison, and she was forever telling some funny story about her life. Eva was a huge sister, she weighed about 300 pounds. She had very dark skin and her hair was cut short next to her scalp. People who have accepted white, European standards of beauty would find her unattractive. But to me there was something beautiful about her and I loved to look at her. She is one of the few people that I have met in life who have the courage to be almost totally honest. Altogether, Eva had spent about 10 years in the Clinton Correctional Facility for Women in New Jersey. She had been there in the old days when the women worked out on the farm. She told me how the women were treated, that state troopers would be called in for the slightest disturbance. She was there during a riot at Clinton and had seen state troopers beat the women mercilessly. Once they had beaten a pregnant woman so badly she lost her baby. Around this time I started taking my little walks. Staying cooped up in that cage all day was driving me up the wall. So when the guards brought my food, I would walk past them into what was called the day room, where the women ate and watched TV. I would walk first to one dorm, then to the other, and then return to my cell. There was no place I could run to since there were 2 or 3 locked doors between me and the outside. Most of the guards would nag me to come back into my cell and, after a short time, I would. But none of them got too crazy about it until one day a guard yelled at me, "Get back here! Did you hear me? Get back here! If there's one thing I can't stand it's being ordered around, and if there's another thing that makes me go wild it's for a white person to talk to me in that tone of voice. You make me come here," I told her. "You so big and bad, I want to see you make me come back in there." She made a move like she was going to grab me. "You put your hands on me and it's gonna be you and me. You lay a hand on me and I'm gonna splatter your brains all over these walls." It's a good thing she didn't try me, though, because she outweighed me by at least 50 pounds and I was still pretty much the one-armed bandit. But I would have given her a hell of a fight. I was mad and frustrated and I had already stored up about 2 or 3 months of anger. Anyway, I finally went back into the cell, when I was ready. But her attitude made me defiant. Whenever she opened my cell for anything, I would push past her and walk around for a minute. She would stand in the doorway like she was a door or something and I would rear back and butt her out of the way. She was as big as a house, but she didn't have one bit of strength. Finally, she called the male guards. I was in one of the dorms talking to the women, wondering why she wasn't bothering me, when about 10 male guards came into the room. "Who is Joanne Chisimard?" the head guard asked. Nobody said anything. "Which one of you is Joanne Chisimard?" They looked like they were ready to leap on somebody. Again no one responded. "All right, I'm gonna ask you again, which one of you is Joanne Chisimard?" "I'm Joanne Chisimard," Eva said. Well, when the guards took one look at Eva and saw how big she was, their tone changed immediately. "Miss Chisimard, would you please return to your cell?" One of the guards came from the back and tapped the sergeant on the shoulder. "I know her," he said. "She's not Chisimard." "I am who you are looking for," I said. I didn't want Eva to get too involved in my madness. "I'll see you sisters later. I've had enough excitement for the moment." I walked past them and went to my cell and opened a book. The next day this same guard managed to tick me off again. "I don't want any more trouble out of you," she said. "I don't want to have to call the men again. You can call the National Guard, the militia, the FBI, and anybody else for all I care. You can call your mother if you want to," I told her. As soon as she opened the door for lunch, I pushed right past her. I took my tray, sat down with the other women and started eating my lunch. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I wanted to see what they were gonna do. I had about 3 mouthfuls of food left on my plate when the goon squad came in. "All right, get up and get in your cell. As soon as I finish what I have on my plate." "Now," they ordered. "I only have 2 spoonfuls left." "Now." They beckoned to the female guard. "Remove the prisoner to her cell." She came near me with her hands stretched out. "Don't you put your hands on me," I told her. "I'll walk to my cell." "Remove the prisoner to her cell," they ordered. She went to grab my arm and all at once the room was in motion. Chairs, tables, cups, trays were flying in the air. Everybody was either running to get out of the way or fighting. The female guard made a wild dash for the door. The male guards jumped on me. I was hitting, kicking, scratching, punching, biting, and I don't know what all else. They finally managed to get me in my cell and the other women locked in their dormitories. None of the women was seriously injured. I had a few nicks and scratches, but otherwise I was fine. And I felt fine. Some of that anger pent up inside me had been released. One of the guards was wounded. Somehow his face had got cut. He was the same little runt who had sat across from me in the hospital, pointing a shotgun at me and switching the safety on and off, talking about how he liked to kill animals. Nobody knows how he was cut or who cut him. But everybody knows that the hunter got hunted. Later that day they brought a photographer to photograph the evidence. The local newspaper later reported a riot at the workhouse. Some police and the sheriff came around and searched the jail. They said they were looking for the weapon that had cut the guard. They didn't find anything. That night they came and got Eva. They took her to the Vroom Building, the New Jersey hospital for the criminally insane. She spent about 3 weeks there before she came back. The night she left I felt sad and guilty. Here I had got her caught up in my madness. I was sitting and thinking about her. So I sat down and wrote this poem. Rhinoceros woman. Who nobody wants. And everybody used. They say you're crazy. 'Cause you not crazy enough. To kneel when told to kneel. Hey, big woman. With scars on the head. And scars on the heart. That never seemed to heal. I saw your light. And it was shining. You gave them love. They gave you shit. You gave them you. They gave you Hollywood. They purr at you. 'Cause you know how to roar. And back it up with realness. Rhinoceros woman. Big mama in a little world. You closed your eyes. And neon spun inside your head. 'Cause it was dark outside. You read your Bible. But God never came. Your daddy woulda loved you. But what would the neighbors say? They hate you mama. 'Cause you expose their madness and their cruelty. They can see in your eyes 1,000 nightmares that they have made come true. Black woman, bad woman, wear your bigness on your chest like a badge, 'cause you done earned it. Strong woman, Amazon, wear your scars like jewelry, 'cause they were bought with blood. They call you mad, and almost had you believing that shit. They called you ugly, and you hid yourself behind yourself, and wallowed in their shame. Rhinoceros woman, this world is blind, and sleight of mind, and cannot see how beautiful you are. I saw your light, and it was shining. Most of the women benefited from the riot, though. Over the next few days almost everybody was released or sent to some kind of program. The jail was practically empty. It's strange how things work. When it suits the government's interest, they put people in jail for rioting. And when it suits their interests, they let them out of jail for the same thing. Afterward, the outer door to my cage remained shut at all times. This was no great deprivation since it had remained closed most of the time before anyway. One day they brought me a big bushel of string beans. They grew a lot of their food at the workhouse. The men worked in the field. Here, we want you to snap these string beans. How much are you gonna pay me? I asked. We don't pay no inmate nothin', but if you snap these beans we'll let your door stay open while you snap them. I don't work for nothing. I ain't gonna be no slave for nobody. Don't you know that slavery was outlawed? No, the guard said, you're wrong. Slavery was outlawed with the exception of prisons. Slavery is legal in prisons. I looked it up and sure enough, she was right. The 13th Amendment to the Constitution says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Well, that explained a lot of things. That explained why jails and prisons all over the country are filled to the brim with black and third world people, why so many black people can't find a job on the streets and are forced to survive the best way they know how. Once you're in prison, there are plenty of jobs, and, if you don't want to work, they beat you up and throw you in the hole. If every state had to pay workers to do the jobs prisoners are forced to do, the salaries would amount to billions. License plates alone would amount to millions. When Jimmy Carter was governor of Georgia, he brought a black woman from prison to clean the state house and babysit for Amy. Prisons are a profitable business. They are a way of legally perpetuating slavery. In every state, more and more prisons are being built and even more are on the drawing board. Who are they for? They certainly aren't planning to put white people in them. Prisons are part of this government's genocidal war against black and third world people. On July 19, 1973, I was taken to New York to be arraigned on a Queens bank robbery indictment in Brooklyn federal court. The trip was like a surrealistic cartoon. There must have been at least 12 cars in the procession, and a New Jersey state trooper's car was stationed at every exit on the turnpike. All the cars had lights on and sirens going. A helicopter trailed us. And the pigs in the car I was in were comical. At every point they said something like, "At least we got to the turnpike. At least we got to the bridge. At least we got to New York. At least we made it to the court." Whenever they passed a police car they waved and sometimes raised their fists. When the Jersey police were replaced by New York police at the bridge to Staten Island, they shook hands and gave each other the power sign. They even called each other brother. "This is my brother officer, so-and-so." They acted like they were on some dangerous mission inside Russia. They were actually afraid. White people's fear of black people with guns will never cease to amaze me. Probably it's because they think about what they would do were they in our place. Especially the police, who have done so much dirt to black people their guilty conscience tells them to be afraid. When black people seriously organize and take up arms to fight for our liberation, there will be a lot of white people who will drop dead from no other reason than their own guilt and fear. In September, I was moved from the workhouse and entombed in the basement of the Middlesex County Jail, allegedly because of the jail's proximity to the Middlesex County Courthouse where the New Jersey trial was scheduled to begin on October 1. I was the first, and last, woman ever imprisoned there. It has always been a men's jail. When I arrived I was given a dirty, scratchy horse blanket and one sheet. Thinking they had made a mistake, I asked for another sheet. "That's all you get," they told me. "I can't sleep with that filthy thing over me. I need another sheet." "Sorry. Why am I allowed only one sheet?" "That's all the men get. We only give one because they might hang themselves." "They can hang themselves as easily with one sheet as they can with two," I reasoned. "Sorry. For me to sleep on that filthy thing with one sheet was out of the question." I hooped, hollered, demanded they call my lawyer, and told the guard that the next time she came into my cage I was going to wrap the sheet around her neck. Finally, she gave me another sheet. If I wrote 100 pages describing the basement of the Middlesex County Jail, it would be impossible for you to visualize it. It was a big, grayish, pukey greenish cell. The ceiling was covered with all kinds of pipes, some small, some huge, some dry, some leaky. There was no natural light, and the jailers refused to open the small windows located near the ceiling. The average temperature was 95 degrees. It was infested with ants and centipedes. I had never seen a centipede before and they scared me to death. They were huge, albino monsters and they crawled all over me. Female guards were stationed at the door of my cell 24 hours a day. Their job was to sit there and look in the cell at me. They could see every move I made. The first day I moved the bed against the wall, away from the guards' surveillance so that I could have a little privacy while I was sleeping. The guards ordered me to move the bed into the middle of the floor. I refused. The next day workmen nailed the bed to the floor in the center of the cell. They even peeked through the window in the bathroom when I was on the toilet or taking a shower. When I covered the peephole with a towel or a uniform, they ordered me to remove it and threatened to take away all towels and uniforms if I continued covering the window. I didn't refuse, I simply ignored them. After a while they gave up. A month later one of the sergeants told me that I was permitted to cover the window when I used the bathroom. But only for 3 minutes. There were 12 4-foot-long fluorescent light bulbs in the cage that were blinding. When I got ready to go to sleep the first night, I asked the guard to turn off the lights. She refused. "I can't see you if the light isn't on. How in the world can you miss me? You can see everything in the cell." "Sorry." They kept me under those blinding lights for days. I felt like I was going blind. I was seeing everything in doubles and triples. When Evelyn, my lawyer, came to see me, I complained. Finally, after Evelyn accused them of torture, they turned the lights off at 11. But every 10 or 15 minutes they would shine a huge floodlight into the cell. Then the trial started. First, motions were argued. Practically all of our motions were denied. All the prosecutions were granted. Then jury selection began before Judge John E. Bachman. When they brought in the first jury panel I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. There were only a few blacks speckled here and there, and the panel looked more like a lynch mob than a jury. Most of the jurors openly glared at us, as if they would kill us if they could. Half said they thought we were guilty. The other half, although they didn't say it right out, answered questions like they believed more or less that we probably were guilty. I was convinced some of them deliberately lied just to get on the jury and convict us. Most of the few black people excused themselves on the grounds of hardship. They had children, families, jobs, and simply could not afford to be on a lengthy jury trial. If ever there was a case of the blues, I had it. "Do something," I kept telling the lawyers. "Do something." "What can we do?" the lawyers would answer. "We're doing the best we can." It was true, but I just could not accept it. This was my life they were talking about. I must have bugged the lawyers to death. Object to this, object to that, I would tell them. Our objection is already on the record. Well, object again anyway. I was outraged, trapped, and helpless. Whenever a juror said something that revealed out-and-out prejudice, the judge would try to clean it up. Poor Ray Brown, one of the defense lawyers, caught most of my fire. I want you to object. On what basis? He would ask. Don't you see it? The judge is asking leading questions. But the judge is legally allowed to ask leading questions during jury selection. Well, object anyway. I knew nothing about law then. I had never even seen a trial. I just couldn't understand how the judge could be so blatantly prejudiced in favor of the prosecution, and there was nothing we could do about it. Why can't y'all be like Perry Mason? I asked the lawyers jokingly. Did you ever see Perry Mason defend a black defendant? Ray Brown answered. Sundiata was a lifesaver. He would try to calm me down and would explain what to expect. Logically, I accepted what he said, but I was still frantic. We just can't let ourselves be railroaded, I'd say, coming up with one wild idea after another. Sundiata would patiently explain why none of my fantastic ideas would work. After a while of participating in my own legal lynching, I became convinced that Sundiata and I should fire the lawyers and defend ourselves. In that way we wouldn't be tied to those stupid rules and we could say anything we wanted to. That's not true, Sundiata told me. Even if you defend yourself, you're still bound by their rules. How am I supposed to know those rules? I'm not a lawyer. And I still have a constitutional right to defend myself. True, but you still have to play according to their rules or they can bind and gag you. Look at what they did to Bobby Seale. Every time I looked up at the jury box, I'd argue the point again. But I also knew that I didn't know one thing about the law, and it was hard to picture myself actually defending myself. Evelyn was always repeating the old cliché that a person who defends himself has a fool for a lawyer. As we came closer and closer to completing the selection of the jury, I became more and more upset. Then, one day, a kid who couldn't have been more than 20 was being examined as a potential juror. He spilled the beans. The judge asked him if he had an opinion of the case and he said, "They say she's guilty." The judge questioned him further and he blurted it all out. The prospective jurors in the jury room were talking about the case, although they had been ordered not to discuss it. The judge asked what they were saying. "They say she's guilty." "Only Mrs. Chisimard?" the judge asked. "They're saying they're black, they're guilty." At that moment the lawyers were all on their feet, talking a mile a minute. They demanded a complete investigation of what was going on in the jury room. They wanted the juror asked more questions. They wanted the jurors to whom he talked questioned. The judge immediately realized the boy had opened a can of worms. He did everything he could to avoid opening the can any further, but it had gotten out of his control. He finally agreed to conduct an impartial investigation. This time, when he questioned the jurors, he was very careful to downplay the gravity of what was going on in the jury room. But the other jurors substantiated what the boy had said. Our lawyers filed a motion asking that the jury be selected from another county because we couldn't get a fair trial in Middlesex. The assignment judge, not Judge Bachman, was to decide the motion. Meanwhile, the trial was stopped. Evelyn told me the decision. The assignment judge had determined that it was in fact true that we couldn't get a fair trial in Middlesex County. The jury was to be picked from Morris County. "Where's that?" I asked Evelyn. She said she hadn't the faintest idea. Then Ray Brown came in. "Where in the world is Morris County?" I asked him. "Well," he said, "I'll tell you. Morris County was almost completely white with very few black people and even fewer Hispanics and Asians." "What does that mean? Are there 10% black people? 5%? Or what?" "A whole lot fewer." "A jury of your peers," Evelyn said bitterly. "What can we do?" I asked. "We'll just have to wait and see." Can't we get the trial moved somewhere else where there are more black people? We can try, but don't get your hopes up too high. I was coming back to earth, and fast. The trial had been postponed for about a month, until January, because they needed time to secure the jail in Morristown, in Morris County. Maybe, I thought, the lawyers will come up with something by then. I really didn't expect too much, but it seemed like such an obvious trick, such an obvious ploy, to ensure that we didn't receive a fair trial by a jury of our peers that I thought maybe something could be done about it. I was naive in those days. I knew in theory, but I had not seen enough to accept the fact that there was absolutely no justice whatsoever for black people in America. I still had some hope left. But they had taken something that was supposed to help us and turned it against us. They had used the law to abuse the law. Now, all we have to do, I reasoned, is get the facts and figures and prove that they are trying to deny us a fair trial. How little did I know! On December 11, 1978, Attorney Lennox Hines, on behalf of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, the National Alliance Against Racism, and the Commission for Racial Justice of the United Church of Christ, sent a petition to the United Nations Commission on Human Rights alleging a consistent pattern of gross violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms of certain classes of prisoners in the United States because of their race, economic status, and political beliefs. In response to the petition, 7 international jurists visited a number of prisoners on August 3-20, 1979, and reported their findings. They listed 4 categories of prisoners, the first of which were political prisoners, defined as a class of victims of FBI misconduct through the COINTELPRO strategy and other forms of illegal governmental conduct who as political activists have been selectively targeted for provocation, false arrests, entrapment, fabrication of evidence, and spurious criminal prosecutions. This class is exemplified by at least, the Wilmington 10, the Charlotte 3, Assata Shakur, Sundiata Acoli, Imari Obadil and other Republic of New Africa defendants, David Rice, Ed Poindexter, Elmer Geronimo Pratt, Richard Marshall, Russell Means, Ted Means and other American Indian Movement defendants. They considered my case in the section of their report dealing with solitary confinement. One of the worst cases is that of Assata Shakur, who spent over 20 months in solitary confinement in 2 separate men's prisons subject to conditions totally unbefitting any prisoner. Many more months were spent in solitary confinement in mixed or all-women's prisons. Presently, after protracted litigation, she is confined at Clinton Correctional Facility for Women in maximum security. She has never on any occasion been punished for any infraction of prison rules which might in any way justify such cruel or unusual treatment. Chapter 4. Junior high school had its advantages and its disadvantages. It was more impersonal and much more confusing than elementary school, but it gave me the chance to move around and change classes, which I liked. Generally my subjects bored me, with the exception of English, history, and a newfound love of ceramics. Parsons Junior High School in Queens was mostly white. A lot of the black kids had been put into remedial or what we called dumb classes. It never ceased to amaze me that the kids who were so smart in the street were always in the dumb classes. In junior high everybody was going with someone. When girls got together to talk, the subject was always boys, who was cute, who was going with whom, who was fresh, etc., etc. A cute boy was tall, slim but well built, and usually had light skin. A boy was considered superfine if, in addition to light skin, he had funny colored eyes. Hazel and green eyes were the best. If a boy was popular or good at sports he usually got a play, but in general the boys we talked about were tall, not too dark, and handsome. One of my earliest admirers was this boy named Joe. He was new in our neighborhood, from down south or somewhere, because everyone said he was country. He was real dark and had a long body with short little legs. He liked me, and, in the beginning, I think I kinda liked him too. Then everyone started teasing me, saying he was my boyfriend and saying he looked like a black frog because his legs were so short. At that age, I was worried to death about what everyone thought of me. I wanted desperately to be one of the pack and I didn't want anybody to make fun of me. So whenever anybody said I liked Joe, I would deny it to the bitter end and talk about him worse than everybody else. But Joe was very sweet to me. Every time he saw me he would smile and say something nice. On Valentine's Day he gave me a beautiful big valentine and some candy. One day, in the spring, I heard somebody calling my name outside my bedroom window. It was Joe. Quickly, he put a flower on the sill and ran away. Every day after that he did the same thing. When I would see him on the street, I would smile. I was really touched by the flowers. Then one day my mother saw him at the window putting a flower on the sill. "You tell that boy to stay away from that window," she said. "Now he's putting flowers in the window, the next thing you know he'll be trying to climb in." But she still thought it was kinda cute. The next thing I knew she was telling all her friends about it. While I was embarrassed, it also made me think I was cute. No boy had ever paid me that much attention before and I loved it. One day I was coming from the store and I saw Joe. He started walking beside me. He was kinda shy and he had never said anything to me except "you look nice" or "you look pretty." This day we tried to make conversation as we went along. Then, all of a sudden, he said, "Will you go with me? I want you to be my girl." Somehow I was shocked. Did he really think I would go with him and ruin my reputation forever? "No," I answered. "No," he repeated. "Why not?" I didn't know what to say. My tongue became heavy and twisted, I started to stutter. Nothing came out of my mouth. "Why not?" he asked again. I stammered and stuttered and then, with icy bluntness, I said, "Because you're too black and ugly." I will never forget the look on his face. He looked at me with such cold hatred that I was stunned. I was instantly sorry for what I had said, but there was no taking it back. He looked at me as if he despised me more than anyone else on the face of the earth. I felt so ugly and dirty and depraved. I was shaken to the bone. For weeks, maybe months, afterward, I was haunted by what happened that day, by the snakes that had crawled out of my mouth. The sneering hatred on his face every time I saw him after that made me know there was nothing I could do to make it up to him. There was nothing I could do but change myself. Not for him, but for me. And I did change. After that I never said black and ugly in the same sentence and never thought it. Of course, I couldn't undo all the years of self-hatred and brainwashing in that short time, but it was a beginning. And although I still cared too much about what people thought about me, I always tried hard after that to stand on my own 2 feet, to stand by what I felt and thought and not just be a robot. I didn't always succeed, but I always tried like hell. Mostly, when I was young, the news didn't seem real. In fact, my vision of the world was like a comic strip. In China they ate fortune cookies and the men wore braids, in Africa they lived in huts, wore bones in their noses, and were cannibals, in South America they wore big hats, slept in the middle of the day, drank a lot of rum, and danced the cha-cha. The only place, besides the United States, that I could talk about with anything resembling realism was Europe. And my perception of Europe was almost as unreal. The first president I remember was Eisenhower and even he didn't seem real. My mother said that all he did was play golf. When he gave a speech on TV, we turned the channel, and, if he was on all the stations, we turned the TV off. Only the news concerning black people made any impact at all on me. And it seemed that each year the news got worse. The first of the really bad news that I remember was Montgomery, Alabama. That was when I first heard of Martin Luther King. Rosa Parks had been arrested for refusing to give her seat to a white woman. The black people boycotted the buses. It was a nasty struggle. Black people were harassed and attacked and, if I remember correctly, Martin Luther King's house was bombed. Then came Little Rock. I can still remember those ugly, terrifying white mobs attacking those little children who were close to my own age. When the news about Little Rock came on, you could hear a pin drop at my house. We would all sit there horrified. Sometimes, afterward, somebody would say something, but usually we would just sit there lost in our own thoughts. I guess there was nothing to say. And each year I would sit in front of that box, watching my people being attacked by white mobs, being bitten by dogs, beaten and water-hosed by police, arrested and murdered. Then the news seemed too real. The older I got, the more I seemed to grow into myself. My mother and stepfather were having all kinds of problems. They were fussing and fighting like cats and dogs. They were like a whole lot of other black people in that respect. They were catching hell every day on their jobs in society, and they took their frustrations out on each other. To make matters worse, she was a teacher and he worked in the post office. She had been to college and he hadn't. As far as I'm concerned, if a black man and woman make a marriage work in America, they've accomplished a miracle. Because everything is against them. Just being poor is one of their biggest obstacles. Most of the arguments are about money. It's hard as hell to be loving and caring when you can't pay the bills and you don't know where the next dollar is coming from. And the way that we're brought up to think adds insult to injury. It's changing a little bit now, but when I was growing up, every white man on television was able to support his family with no particular strain. There was no need for his wife to work. Her job was to stay home and take care of the kids. Black people accepted those role models for themselves even though they had very little to do with the reality of their own existence and survival. While my parents were going through their changes, I was going through mine. I was at the age where I questioned everything. The world was beginning to have more and more impact on me. I was curious about, and wanted to experience, everything. On weekends, whenever I could, I would take off. I went to the movies or to the library, but my favorite activity was riding subways and buses. I would hop on any subway or bus, ride until I got tired, then get off at any stop and walk around. Sometimes I talked to people or played handball with kids my age. Other times I just walked and looked. I went into all kinds of neighborhoods: white, black, Puerto Rican, Chinatown too. But Harlem was my favorite place. I was fascinated by the street life. I was always trying to figure out what was going on. Everything was so colorful and busy. Men standing on the corner drinking, boys playing basketball, hustlers buzzing up and down the streets huddling and making deals. It was the land of dream books, kitchenettes, and Johnny Walker Red. I loved the stores. From the market on Park Avenue to the greasy fish joints, to the candy stores that sold penny candy and penny cigarettes and God knows what else. I would walk and look and think. The world for me then was a big question mark, and the biggest question of all was where I fit in. I was always late getting home and in trouble. It was like I had some kind of disease. I could never make it home on time. I would leave with the best intentions, but as soon as I got out in the street, it was as if I was in a trance. I would forget all about the time until it was too late. And half the time when I realized that it was getting dark, I didn't even know where I was, much less how to get home. My mother would talk to me, slap me, shake me, punish me, but nothing worked. I was a lost cause. I was running away from home and I didn't even know it. And one thing always led to another. I was turning into a fantastic liar. As soon as I got near home I began making up lies. When I look back at it now, I know my mother must have wanted to choke me when she heard those far-fetched creations, but at the time I thought they were brilliant. As the problems in my family intensified, I ran away consciously instead of unconsciously. The first time I ran away, I went to Evelyn's house. She wasn't home, so I fell asleep on the stairway. When she came home, she thought I was some kind of drunken bum, so she walked by me and went to her apartment. I came back the next day and she talked to me, played shrink and family counselor, and sent me home. It worked for a while, but things were a mess. My mother and I couldn't see eye to eye about anything, and I was just as stubborn and self-willed as she was. And even when I tried to do right, it just seemed like I couldn't do anything that made her happy. And when my mother and stepfather were at each other's throats, it drove me wild. I would simply get my coat and walk out. Some days I just didn't come back. At times, running away was fun and exciting. At other times it was miserable, cold, and lonely. The part I dug about it, though, was surviving. Being out there, face to face with the raunchiest side of life was like living on a roller coaster, everything hurling itself at you at breakneck speed. It was one hell of an education, and, when I think about it, I was one lucky chili. So many things could have happened to me, and almost did. The first time I ran away I had just the clothes on my back and very little money. I rode the subway and slept in hallways until I just couldn't take it anymore. Then I started talking to people. One of the first people I met was this boy named David. I told him that my mother was in the hospital and that I didn't have any other family in New York and I was scared to stay home alone. He took me home to his mother's house and we told his mother the same story. She said it would be okay for me to spend the night. They lived in the Farragut projects in Brooklyn. David took me out and introduced me to all his friends. We got along fine until nighttime. Then it was war, an all-night wrestling match. When he wasn't attacking me, he was begging and pleading and thinking up 1,000 arguments why I should give him some. I told him I was afraid of getting pregnant. He went and got this big jar of Vaseline and told me that, if you used Vaseline, you couldn't get pregnant. I was dumb, but not that dumb. I told him to go to hell, and the wrestling match continued. After a day or two at David's, I was ready to move on. Besides, his mother was getting suspicious. My next new friend was a girl. I couldn't take any more Davids. Tina lived in the Fort Greene section of Brooklyn with her mother and her brother in a brownstone house. It was a rickety old house and half of it looked like it was condemned. There was nothing whatsoever in that house that was orderly. There were rooms with all kinds of junk in them, stacked almost to the ceiling, tables, chairs, record players, old radios. I told the same old story to Tina's mother and she was sweet as pie. I could stay there just as long as I wanted, she said. In fact, she said, she just loved to have young people around her. And she wasn't lying either. All day long there was a procession of people in and out of that house, and most of them were young. When Tina's mother saw that I didn't have any clothes, she said, "We'll just have to take you shopping." I remember thinking how nice she was, to be willing to spend money on me, a stranger. The next morning we went down to Fulton Street. "All right," she told me, "now I want you to go with Tina into A&S and pick out what you want, I'll be here at the soda place. Just remember where everything is." Off we went, Tina and I. I was happy as a jaybird, my clothes were kind of on the funky side. When we got inside the store, I started to pick up things and got ready to try them on. "Be cool," said Tina. "Don't you know what size you wear?" "Yeah," I said. "Why? Let's just get the stuff and get out of here. If you like something, just say so. Don't go picking it up and putting it on and carrying on." "OK," I said, thinking that she was strange. I liked a plaid kilt with a big safety pin and a blouse and sweater to match. "This will go with it, too," Tina said, pointing to a white blouse. "Now you just do what I tell you. Step in this." "Step in what?" I said, looking down. "Be cool, fool," Tina whispered. "Just keep looking ahead and help me pull this thing up." She had already got half the skirt up around my thighs. Finally we got the skirt up and fastened under my own skirt. "OK, let's get out of here," Tina said. "Wait a minute. Roll that skirt up, it's hanging down, and don't look down." I was scared out of my wits, but I started to roll. "Not your skirt, fool," Tina whispered, "the one underneath." Well, I was walking and rolling and trying to look cool and, if anyone had seen me, I know I must've looked like a slapstick comedy. But somehow we made it out of there. I expected the police to come swooping down on us at any moment. Tina's mother was still sitting in the same place, sipping on a soda. How'd it go? She asked Tina. She's O.K, Tina said. She don't know nothin', but she was cool. I felt like fainting. Everybody else's mother I knew would knock you down if they even thought you were stealing. This was surely something new. I just kept staring at Tina's mother. She must have seen me staring at her, too, because she told me, "That's right, I steal and my kids steal, too. They tryin' to take my house from me. Tryin' to take everything I got. I got to survive by the best way I know how. But it ain't really stealing, it's just a discount. You need a discount, high as these stores is. We call it the five-finger discount." She started laughing. When we got to the house, she said, "All right, let's see all the pretty clothes you got." Tina took the blouses and sweater from somewhere and I took the skirt from under my skirt. "That's all you got?" "Yeah," said Tina. She don't know how to do nothin', and we was talking too long. "Y'all didn't get no underwear?" Tina's mother asked. "No." "Well, here," she said, giving us some money. "Go to the 5 and dime and buy some. And I don't want y'all taking nothin', ya hear? I didn't raise no nickel and dime store kids, understand?" "Yes." And we were gone. "We're gon' teach you how to deal," Tina said on the way from the store. I just looked at her. My mind was spinning. Then I started to feel glad about it. We had gotten over tough. The idea of five-finger discounts was beginning to appeal to me. And it was easy as hell. That night I dressed up in my new clothes and went with Tina and her brother to hang out. He was on the quiet side, and evil-looking, but he turned out to be nice. We were going to a party at the Fort Greene Projects. We stopped and bought some French fries and Thunderbird. At the party, Tina introduced me to Tyrone. It was love at first sight. I thought he was the cutest boy I'd ever seen. Tyrone was the warlord of the Fort Greene chaplains, and I thought it was just so romantic, like West Side Story. We sat in the hallway, drinking wine and smoking cigarettes. I had smoked before, but I had never drunk any wine. The music was playing and the lights were down low and I was feeling good. They were playing those old slow sides like Wind, Gloria, In the Still of the Night, Sunday Kind of Love. We went inside and started to dance. I was in love and dancing on clouds, whirling around the dance floor. I was whirling and spinning, and all of a sudden I was outside, holding onto some bench for dear life, drunk as a skunk and sick as a dog. When I was finally able to stand, Tyrone walked me to Tina's house. We held hands all the way and he made a big deal out of kissing me good night, although I'll never understand how he could stand my vomit-tasting mouth. I woke up the next morning feeling like elephants had been doing the Watusi on my forehead and like I was walking on my eyelids. Tina's mother wanted me to go someplace with her. I got up, washed, and got dressed. "What kind of jewelry do you like?" she asked me. "I don't know," I said. "I guess I like rubies because they are my birthstone." "Oh, no. You look like a girl that's made strictly for diamonds." "Really?" I asked, flattered. "Oh yeah, diamonds are a girl's best friend. And I'm gonna show you how to get some." She spent the morning and most of the afternoon showing me how to do just that. "You have nothing to worry about," she kept telling me. "Even if they catch you, they can't do nothing to you, you're a kid." I was supposed to go in a store and talk very proper. I was to ask the price of everything and tell the clerk that my father gave me $80 to spend, but that I had some money of my own. Tina and her brother would come in and create a diversion and, while everyone was looking at them, I was to put the biggest earrings I could get in my mouth under my tongue. I was to say something to the salesman and walk calmly out of the store. There were a few more parts to the plan, but I don't remember them. She had me practice talking with things under my tongue. When we got to the store, I thought I was going to die of fright. I acted like I didn't know Tina and her brother and went in as planned. The store was pretty crowded and I went into my act. I was so scared, I felt like I was having hot flashes. At first the salesman acted like he didn't want to show me anything, but when I told him about the $80 and my extra money, he hurried up and pulled out trays. I held them up, saying, "Do you think she'll like these? Do you think she'll like these better?" Then, all of a sudden, Tina and her brother came running into the store. They were laughing real loud and chasing and grabbing each other. I almost forgot what I was supposed to be doing because I was so busy watching them. Then I remembered and, when I saw that no one was watching, I picked up the biggest earrings I saw and put them into my mouth. "I don't see anything Mommy would really like," I said. "Maybe I'll come back later." I started walking to the door. I just knew that that man was going to call me back. "Miss," someone called. I felt like dropping through the floor. I looked out of the corner of my eye and saw that it was another salesman calling someone else. I walked out of the store, turned a corner, and ran. I was halfway to Tina's house before they caught up with me. The earrings were still in my mouth. "Did you get over?" Tina asked me. I looked at her almost as if I didn't know her. "Did you cop or not?" she asked again, impatiently. Finally, I spit the earrings out into my hand. "Shit," said Tina's mother, "them's pretty numbers there, I like them myself." As it turned out, the earrings were for pierced ears and my ears weren't pierced. "Sell them to me," Tina's mother said. "I'll give you $20 for them." "It's a deal," I told her. I was glad as hell to get $20. I didn't care about no diamond earrings and I needed some money to get away and try to find a job. I was convinced that I wasn't cut out to be no thief. That night we went out to celebrate. Tina's mother had given me $20 plus $2 extra for good work and she had also given me a pretty, gold-colored dress and nice black shoes. I was dressed up clean as the Board of Health and we all had some money in our pockets and were ready to do it. We looked for Tyrone but he wasn't home. We walked all around the projects until we found him. He was at the house of these twins Jesse and James, or something like that. They all went downstairs for some kinda meeting. Everybody said they were gonna fight. They were at war with another gang, the Bishops, and one of their members had got messed up by the Bishops. Finally, the meeting was over and Tyrone came and hung out with us. But it wasn't the same. He spent the whole night talking about what he was gonna do to the Bishops. And if he wasn't talking about that, he was talking about the fights he'd had before, gang fights, school fights, fights, etc. It seemed like his whole life was fighting. Why, I kept thinking. Why was he so into fighting? The question was on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't bring myself to ask it. I tried to imagine the future, Mrs. Tyrone whatever his name was, and the children. Me, packing his lunch as he went off to fight the Bishops. Somehow, the picture didn't work. I was tired of this adventure. I was ready to go home. Whatever the consequences. Chapter 5. All right, Chisimard, pack your things. You're being moved. Moved? Where? You'll find out when you get there. Then I'd like to call my lawyer. You can call your lawyer when you get where you're going. I kept trying to find out where they were taking me. The continuation of the Jersey trial, after the change of venue to Morristown, was still a month away. Maybe they were just moving me ahead of time. Maybe they were taking me back to the workhouse. I wasn't too worried, though. Anywhere was better than that basement in the Middlesex County Jail. The sheriff came down with a piece of paper in his hand. "Where am I going?" I asked him. "I have a federal order to produce you," he said, waving the paper around. "You are being turned over to the custody of the federal government." "What for?" "I don't know. You'll have to ask the feds." My abrupt transfer from one jail to another, without either notice to my lawyers or explanation to me, was a scenario that would be repeated over and over again during the next few years. After our motion for a change of venue from Middlesex County was granted in October 1973, I was returned to the basement of the Middlesex County Jail, where I believed I would remain until the trial resumed in Morris County on January 4, 1974. Evelyn immediately swung into action, contacting the National Jury Project to explore the level of racism in Morris County and preparing a number of motions she anticipated would have to be made before the Morris County Court. In addition, she was working on the continuous motion to remove me from solitary confinement in the Middlesex County Jail that was then before the New Jersey Federal District Court. The underlying argument of the motion that this kind of confinement destroyed my ability to adequately participate in preparation for my trial had to be supported by psychological data and the opinions of experts. Evelyn was trying to find psychologists and sociologists willing to provide their professional assessments in support of the motion. She was also trying to locate a forensic pathologist, a ballistics expert, a forensic chemist, and other specialists we needed for the trial, and trying to raise money to pay them. I was aware that there were 2 indictments outstanding against me for alleged bank robberies. Evelyn had been told that trials for these charges would follow the trial in Jersey. One of the indictments was for a Bronx bank robbery that occurred in September 1972. I had been indicted for this crime along with Kamau, Avon White, and others in the federal court, Southern District of New York, located in Foley Square in Lower Manhattan. I knew that Evelyn had made a motion before the Southern District Judge, Gagliardi, to have that trial postponed until after the termination of the Jersey trial. Having learned that the motion had been granted, I didn't connect the move to New York with the bank robbery trial. I was wrong. The trip was the usual high-security endless procession of cars. And, as usual, I enjoyed the ride. Just the walk from the door of the jail to the car did me good. It had been so long since I had seen daylight or breathed fresh air. I looked at the trees and the grass and the sky as if I had never seen them before. It was a gloriously beautiful day. When the feds told me they were taking me to New York to go to trial, I didn't know what in the world was going on, but I was sure Evelyn would straighten things out. There was no way in hell I could go to trial in federal court. Not unless they gave us time to prepare for it and cancelled the Jersey trial. There was no way that Evelyn could deal with both trials at the same time. She was working so hard I couldn't keep track of all that she was doing. I knew we had arrived somewhere in Queens, but I didn't know where. There was no courthouse in the direction we had gone. The car came to a bridge where pigs were stationed, pointing rifles and shotguns. On the other side of the bridge were more police. Where are we? Where is this place? You are now on Rikers Island. This will be your new home for a while, the marshal told me. It'll never be my home. I looked around while they waited for clearance to pass through the gate. There were huge, ugly buildings in front of us, not old or dilapidated as I had imagined when I pictured Rikers Island, but institutional looking nevertheless. Are all these buildings jails? I asked. Yep, said the marshal. They're all jails. There are a lot of criminals in the world. Everybody in jail isn't a criminal, I told him. And they've got a lot of criminals locking people up. They've got a gang of criminals in the White House. The marshal just grunted. The car turned into a modern brick building. There were no old-fashioned bars, just jalousied window bar combinations. I was brought into a large receiving room and locked into one of the small rooms that lined the sides, empty except for some benches and a dirty bathroom. After a long wait, I was taken out to be printed and photographed. I was returned to the room, then called out again to fill out forms. I immediately got into a hassle about the forms. I had left the line for address blank. Where do you live? I don't live anywhere. I'm in jail. And I've been in jail for 6 months. Well, where did you live before that? I don't remember. And it wasn't a lie. I remembered the place, but I couldn't even begin to tell anyone the address. While I was underground, I made it a habit never to remember addresses. I used landmarks to remember a place, and I never had trouble locating any place I had been to once, but even if I visited it 100 times, I never looked at the address. Well, where does your mother live? Why? We need an address. I haven't lived with my mother in years. Well, give me the address anyway. I don't know if my mother would want you to have her address. I'll have to ask her. The guard insisted, but that line was left blank. The guard was a black woman with an afro. And there was another one, next to her, with a lopsided wig on. She was black, too. In fact, most of the guards I had seen so far were black. I was quickly to find out that the overwhelming majority of guards in the female jail at Rikers are black. But when they opened their mouths and expressed their opinions, you wondered. But that's another story. After I had been waiting for what seemed like hours, they brought in a whole bunch of women. It was wonderful. They were real, live people, talking and laughing. It had been so long since I had even heard a conversation. I just sat there staring at them. I know I must have looked like I was crazy, staring like I was, but I just couldn't help it. I was overwhelmed. I could barely talk, though. When someone asked my name I stammered and stuttered. My voice was so low everyone constantly asked me to repeat myself. That was one of the things that always happened to me after long periods of solitary confinement, I would forget how to talk. The next phase was the strip and search. There were two groups of women, those who were returning from court and those who, like me, were new admissions. We were directed to stand in little booths and take off all our clothes. Then we were told to turn around, squat, run our fingers through our hair, lift up our feet and open our mouths. This was for everybody. The next step was only for the new admissions. They put us in shower stalls without curtains, we were told to take a shower, and then were given this stuff which they told us to put in our hair and on our pubic hairs and wash with it. What is this for? I asked. It's for lice and crabs, the guard said. It was humiliating. The last stage was the search. Every woman who came into the building had to go through this process, even if she had been nowhere but to court. Joan Bird and Assata Shakur had told me about it after they had been bailed out in the Panther 21 trial. When they had told me, I was horrified. You mean they really put their hands inside you, to search you? I had asked. They had answered. Every woman who has ever been on the Rock, or in the old house of detention, can tell you about it. The women call it getting the finger or, more vulgarly, getting finger fucked. What happens if you refuse? I had asked Assata. They lock you in the hole and they don't let you out until you consent to be searched internally. I thought about refusing, but I sure as hell didn't want to be in the hole. I had had enough of solitary. The internal search was as humiliating and disgusting as it sounded. You sit on the edge of this table and the nurse holds your legs open and sticks a finger in your vagina and moves it around. She has a plastic glove on. Some of them try to put one finger in your vagina and another one up your rectum at the same time. Anyway, I had an instant, mile-long attitude. I wanted to punch that nurse clear to oblivion. Afterward, the guards had the nerve to tell me that a mistake had been made and a doctor would have to make a complete examination. I was just too disgusted. He was a filthy-looking man who looked more like a Bowery bum than a doctor. He coughed all over me without even covering his mouth, and his fingernails looked like he had spent the last 5 years in a coal mine. The only good thing about him was that he was quick. He rattled diseases off like he was an auctioneer and asked me if I had had them. Then he gave me a 1-minute examination, took my blood, and that was it. I was kept in the receiving room until long after everyone had left. Then a pleasant enough guard, with a scar on her nose and mouth, took me to my cell. We went down a corridor that seemed to be a mile long to a hallway where a guard sat inside a glass cage. Buttons and knobs and lights decorated the cage. It looked like the inside of some kind of spaceship. "Open up 5, the guard who had brought me said. There was a thumping sound and then a humming sound and then nothing. "You can go to your room now." "Go where?" I asked. "Just walk down the hall and the door will be open. You'll see it." The hallway was long. When I got to the cell, the light came on. When I went in, the door slid shut behind me. It was something out of a science fiction movie. The long halls, the sliding door, the control panel. Space jail, I said to myself. Inside, there was a cot, a dirty sink, a seatless toilet, and a roll of toilet paper. I was tired and wanted to go to sleep. "I'm turning the light out now," a voice said over the microphone. The light went out, but a yellow light stayed on. "Turn the little light off, please," I called to the guard. Again, a voice came on over a microphone. "The light must stay on. It is there for your own protection." The light stayed on and I went to sleep. Morning. The doors slid open. "Breakfast, ladies," came over the microphone. It was early, but I was anxious to get dressed and look around. The first thing that hit me was the smell. I don't care what jail I've been in, they all stink. They have a smell unlike any smell on earth. Like blood and sweat and feet and open sores and, if misery has a smell, like misery. The walls of the cell were covered with obscenities and love declarations. Apache loves Carmen, Linda and Lil Bit, India and Rosa true love, always. From the window I could see a small paved yard with grass growing between the cracks in the pavement and then another long building. A few women were in the day room, but most stayed in their cells, which were barren except for the toothpaste writing that covered the walls. In prison, toothpaste serves many functions, one of which is glue to hang up pictures. A few of the cells were fixed up with pictures from magazines hung on the walls and a knitted or crocheted Afghan on the bed. Clothes, in cardboard boxes, were on the floor. The women looked evil and ashen. They glanced at me with only vague interest and went about their business. They were all black or Hispanic. I took a shower and spent the rest of the morning walking back and forth. Some of the women were bloated, with swollen hands and feet. A few had a real strange look about them. One sat in a chair, her eyes crusted with sleep, giggling quietly to herself. A group of women sat at a table playing spades. They asked me if I wanted to play, and since I had never heard of the game, volunteered to teach me. It turned out to be like whist, only spades are always trumps. Then it was lock-in time again, the second one for the day. The first had come after breakfast. There were 2 women on either side of me who had been locked in their cells all day. "Don't you want to come out?" I asked, stupidly. They broke up laughing. "No," one said, "I like it here." When she stopped laughing, she told me she was locked. That meant she was locked into her cell until she was seen by the board. "What's the board?" I asked. "It's the disciplinary board. When you get an infraction, they lock you up until you see the board. Then they let you out. Sometimes, but we're going to PSA. "What's that?" "It's the hole, the bing. This is 2 main, where you go before they take you to the board, then, after that, if they think you haven't done enough time down here, they send you to PSA. PSA stands for Punitive Segregation Area, Solitary. You mean you don't stay in this part all the time?" "No. We're on the sentence side. We only had to come here because we stole the medication. We stole almost everything on the medication truck and drank it. Coke almost OD'd. That's why we're down here. This part is for people who have infractions or for crazy people." "Crazy people?" "Yeah," the one named Coke answered. "They've got some real bugs down here." "How come you here?" "I don't know. I got here yesterday and this is where they put me." "You got a homicide." "A homicide?" "Yeah, a homicide." "You here for murder?" "I have a homicide case in New Jersey, but I'm here for a bank robbery trial." "That's probably why they got you down here," they speculated. "They probably gonna move you soon." They asked a million questions. "Who did you kill?" "I didn't kill anybody." "Well, who did they say you killed?" "A cop, a New Jersey state trooper." "Oh, shit. You gon' have a hard way to go. You didn't really do it. No. You got a bank robbery, too. Did you rob the bank? How much money did you get? I didn't get any money because I didn't rob the bank. Yet? Then your boyfriend did it and put the blame on you. No, I don't have a boyfriend. Oh, so you like girls funny? They laughed. You're kinda cute. Ya wanna go with me? One of them joked. You ever do time before? No, never. You got any other cases? Yeah, I have another bank robbery. Did you do that one? No. Well, damn, they got you all hooked up, the one called Dolores said. How come they tryin' to frame you up like that? Because I'm a revolutionary. They say that I'm in the Black Liberation Army. Oh, I know you. You that girl I read about in the papers. Yeah, what's your name? Assata Shakur, but my slave name is Joanne Chisimard. Yeah, you the one. I never thought I'd meet you. How you doin'? Yeah, Coke said, I saw your picture on TV, but you look different now. How? I asked. When I saw your picture I thought you was much bigger. And much blacker, too. Really? I laughed. It was a statement I heard over and over. Everybody told me they thought I was bigger, blacker, and uglier. When I asked people what they thought I looked like, they would describe someone about 6 feet tall, 200 pounds, and very dark and wild looking. Bad as them papers said you was, I just knew you had to look bad. And here you are, just a little ole thing. I asked them what they were in prison for. In the course of those next few days I was to learn a whole new vocabulary. Jostling was pickpocketing, boosting was shoplifting, juggling paper was writing bad checks, and dragging or playing drag was conning. Later that evening a woman who had just come from court told me that Phyllis wanted me to come to the gym at 8:30. I was overjoyed. I had heard that Simba was on the rock, but I thought they might move her to make sure we had no chance to be together. The gym was large. Women were playing handball and basketball, dancing, sitting on the bleachers, and talking. Finally, behind a clump of women, I saw Simba. We embraced and both just sat there, trying to get out all the words that were in our hearts. So much had happened since we had seen each other. We had been close when we were both members of the Black Panther Party. For a while we had lived together. She was always a real earthy sister with a heart of gold. She told me about her case, about the other comrades she was in touch with, and, then, that she was pregnant. Homie was her nickname for her lover, the baby's father, Kakian Olugbala. He was a beautiful revolutionary brother, and he was murdered by the New York police. Kakian and I had gotten to know each other pretty well while we were both at the Harlem branch of the Black Panther Party. He was one of the brothers who, in the days of the Panther Party's lumpen ideology, would be called lumpen. He was raised in Harlem around 116th Street and 8th Avenue, a relaxed, easy kind of person, but a fighter to the heart. He loved weapons and was a genius with them. I was glad about her pregnancy and sad at the same time. She was facing 25 years. Although I tried to be cheerful, I guess she could see the concerned expression on my face. Don't worry, she told me. These people can lock us up, but they can't stop life, just like they can't stop freedom. This baby was meant to be born, to carry on. They murdered Homie, and so this baby, like all our children, is going to be our hope for the future. I would think about her words many times later. It's early in the morning. It feels like 1:45 and I want to sleep. I hear my name vaguely over the microphone. Something about court. They are calling me for court. Hurriedly I roll out of bed, shower, dress, comb my hair, and I'm ready to go. They bring breakfast on the food truck. I can't even stand the look of food, much less eat anything. All right, court ladies, time to go to the receiving room, the microphone wails. It's too early in the morning for that thing. I want to tear it out of the ceiling. I stumble down to the receiving room, still not fully awake. It's 7:20 a.m. I sit in the receiving room for 3 hours. Finally, the marshals come. Now they want me to hurry. One of them chains me up. First he shackles my feet, then he puts a chain around my waist, fastens the handcuffs to the chain, and handcuffs on my hands. I can barely walk. Or shuffle. Court, dull, grey, dull green. They are putting me into the bullpen. I don't know why they call it a bullpen, though I have often speculated. Attorney visit, one of the marshals calls as he opens the bars to let me out. We go to the end of the hall. Evelyn is puffing and huffing. She always puffs and huffs when she's angry. In a few minutes, I know that she will begin pacing and tapping her feet. They're trying to force us to go to trial right away, she tells me. You know I've been busy, drawing up motions for federal court. What do you mean, federal court? Aren't we in federal court? Yes, but if the judge denies our motion for postponement, I want to be ready to go straight into the circuit court. What's the circuit court? It was all Greek to me. That's where we appeal if the judge issues an unfavorable opinion. We go on talking. Evelyn is trying to explain to me and I am trying to explain to her that we can't possibly go to trial. There's no way in the world you can be ready to go to trial right now. I am ranting. I know, Evelyn replies. I rant and rave indignantly while Evelyn tries to explain the law to me. They call us to court. The judge is Gagliardi. He looks just like what he is, a racist dog Krika. Kamau comes into the courtroom. I am delighted to see him. He has aged. He's grinning, but under the grin his face is hungry. I wonder what he's thinking. Bob Bloom, Kamau's lawyer, is up on his feet talking. He is asking for a postponement. Everything he says is logical and makes sense. Evelyn gets up and starts to rap. She is talking pure unmitigated truth and logic. The judge looks at the ceiling. I predict the outcome of the hearing and keep turning around to look at the audience. Friendly, familiar faces smiling at me. I don't want them to ever stop. The judge denies our motion for a postponement. The judge denies all our motions. I want to scream, dirty dog, slimy pig, you're not a judge. You're just another prosecutor. I look at the prosecutor. He's smug. His face is unreal like a poster. He looks like a 1940 war poster. John Q. Public. I keep staring at him. Nobody could look that corny. He's like a ghost from the past. I'm convinced he doesn't know it's 1973. The lawyers ask for a joint meeting and the judge says yes, but make it short. The lawyers outline the strategy of the appeals. What are our chances on this appeal, I ask. There's a chance, Evelyn says. Slim, maybe, but a chance. If the courts are interested in justice, well, of course, they'll support our position. We all know how big an if it is. The next time we went to court 5 days later it had snowed. The trees were bare and covered with ice and, though I don't like winter, it was a beautiful sight. As soon as I arrived in the courthouse, Evelyn was there to tell me that the circuit court had denied all of our appeals, and Gagliardi was talking about going to trial that day. I just want you to understand that there is no way that I can adequately defend you on this short notice. I haven't had time to prepare pre-trial motions, I have received no discovery material, and I haven't even had time to think about an appropriate defense because I haven't been able to find out the basic facts of the case. I just want you to know that. I know, I told her, and I know you're doing the best that you can. At any rate, Evelyn said, if worse comes to worst, you'll have a solid issue for appeal. It was a depressing picture. We clearly were being railroaded. We went before the judge. Again, he was arrogant and belligerent, determined to force us to go to trial right away. Again, she asked the judge for a postponement, but her arguments fell on deaf ears. He ruled that we could have a joint conference later, but the trial would begin immediately. As we left the courtroom, Akila was standing in the hallway with Kasase, Kamau's 2-year-old daughter. As he walked near her, she held out her arms to him. Kamau took about 2 steps toward her and the marshals jumped him and began beating him. I jumped on the marshals and tried to pull them off. In an instant there was one hell of a fight in the hallway. Finally, the marshals drew their guns and forced us to lie down on the floor with our arms spread apart. We lay there while they stomped our backs and kicked us as they handcuffed our hands behind our backs. Akila ran to tell everybody what was going on as Kasase screamed hysterically. I will never forget the haunting scream of that child as she watched her father being brutally beaten. After the fight, the marshals were vicious and vindictive. They did everything they could to provoke and harass us. Newspapers reported that we had attacked the marshals. Kamau and I decided that we weren't just going to let ourselves be railroaded quietly. This so-called trial was such a blatant miscarriage of justice that we weren't even going to participate in it. And we didn't want Evelyn and Bob Bloom to participate in it either. Just sit there and don't say anything, we told them. We'll do the talking. And do the talking we did. At the next court session, Gagliardi asked the lawyers if they were prepared to begin picking the jury. Both of them made statements to the effect that since it was impossible for them to represent us adequately, we had requested that they remain mute. All right, then, we'll proceed with you or without you, the judge roared. Bring in the panel. As soon as the jury panel entered the courtroom, Kamau and I began to tell them what was going on. We told the jury that he had been appointed by Nixon and that he was persecuting us because of our political beliefs, that he was the same judge who had just given Mitchell and Stans, the Watergate defendants, who did not have one fraction of the valid reasons for an adjournment that we had, an extended postponement. After a while, the judge ordered us removed from the courtroom. Jury selection continued with only the judge and the prosecutor participating. Every so often the judge would send the marshals back to ask us if we were going to behave. Of course, we would tell the marshals. Once returned to the courtroom, we behaved. Again we told the jury what was happening and that the judge was trying to railroad us. As soon as we began to talk, the judge ordered us from the court. Whenever we were about to be thrown out, the marshals vied for positions closest to us and for the opportunity to grab us, twist our hands behind our backs, and get their licks in. To avoid being manhandled, as soon as the judge said, "Remove the defendant from the courtroom," I would say, "The defendant will remove herself." Most of the time it worked, but one day the marshals were so gung-ho they jumped on me and started brutalizing me in open court. Evelyn jumped up like she was ready to fight and stood between me and them, holding them away with an outstretched arm. She complained to the judge. My arm and hand had not yet fully recovered and I was still partially paralyzed. Evelyn's remarks made the marshals more vicious. They became so brutal that all of the spectators began to cry out. As the marshals carried me out of the courtroom, the spectators chanted, "Railroad, railroad." The judge ordered them removed. As I was being taken downstairs, I could hear the commotion. People were chanting and yelling and screaming. The marshals, I later found out, had beaten some of them. I sat in the bullpen, lost in my thoughts, when they brought a white woman and man down the hallway and put the woman in the cell with me. I looked at her without much interest. "Assata," she said, "I'm so glad to have finally met you. But I never thought it would be this way." I looked at her blankly. "My name is Natalie Rosenstein. I was upstairs. I was one of the spectators in the courtroom when they started pushing and shoving and beating people." "What?" I said. "You're kidding." "No. We didn't move fast enough, so they arrested us," she said, referring to herself and the white man. "What did they charge you with?" "Obstructing justice." After that, Kamau and I were banned from the courtroom. We were put into a freezing room next to the courtroom where a loudspeaker had been installed so we could listen to the trial. In the beginning, they slammed the door shut. At first, we wanted the door open because it was so cold and the warmth from the rest of the building helped. Then we began to enjoy the privacy. It was good to be able to talk to each other without someone looking down our throats. Because we knew that sooner or later they would open the door and stare at us, we would open it. Let some heat in. It's freezing in here. The door stays closed. After a while, they locked it. One of the first things that Kamau and I had discussed was Islam. He had been a Muslim for some time and was deep into it. He was seriously trying to convince me to convert and become a practicing, active Muslim. I had always said that if I had any religion, it was Islam, but I had never practiced it. Because of Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, the Muslim influence over our struggle has been very strong, but it had always been difficult for me to accept the idea of an all-powerful, all-seeing, all-knowing God. And, I reasoned, how could I be expected to love and worship a God whose master plan included the enslavement, torture, and murder of black people? Kamau argued that Islam was a just religion, opposed to oppression. Oppression is worse than slaughter, he quoted from the Holy Quran. A true Muslim is a true revolutionary. There is no contradiction between being a Muslim and being a revolutionary. I didn't know much about it, but I agreed to seriously check it out. Muslim services were held regularly on Rikers Island and Simba, and I began to attend. Talking to Kamau was so good for me. Solitary had affected me really badly. I had closed up inside myself and had forgotten how to relate in an open way with people. We spent whole days laughing and talking and listening to the courtroom madness in between. Each day we grew closer until, one day, it was clear to both of us that our relationship was changing. It was growing physical. We began to touch and to hold each other, and each of us was like an oasis to the other. For a few days the question of sex was there. Then, one day, we talked about it. Surely, it was possible. But, I thought, the consequences. Pregnancy was certainly a possibility. I was facing life in prison. Kamau would also be in prison for a long time. The child would have no mother and no father. Kamau said, if you become pregnant and you have a child, the child will be taken care of. Our people will not let the child grow up like a weed. I thought about it. That was true, but the child would suffer. All our children suffer, Kamau said. We can't guarantee our children a future in a world like this. Struggling is the only guarantee our children will ever have for a future. You may never have another chance to have a child. I have to think, I told him. My mind was screaming. Who would take care of my baby? I thought about what Simba had said about our children being our hope for the future. I had never wanted a child. Since I was a teenager I had always said that the world was too horrible to bring another human being into. And a black child. We see our children frustrated at best. Noses pressed against windows, looking in. And, at worst, we see them die from drugs or oppression, shot down by police, or wasted away in jail. My head was swimming. What had my mother and grandmother and great-grandmother thought when they brought their babies into this world? What had my ancestors thought when they brought their babies into this world, only to see them flogged and raped, bought and sold? I thought and thought. How many black children are separated from their parents? How many grow up with their grandmothers and grandfathers? Didn't I stay with my grandparents until my mother had finished school and was on her feet? I remembered all the discussions I had had. I'm a revolutionary, I had said. I don't have time to sit at home and make no babies. Do you think that you're a machine? A brother had asked me. Do you think you were put on this earth to fight and nothing else? I thought about what Zayd had always told me. While you're alive, girl, you better live. I am about life, I said to myself. I'm gonna live as hard as I can and as full as I can until I die. And I'm not letting these parasites, these oppressors, these greedy racist swine make me kill my children in my mind, before they are even born. I'm going to live and I'm going to love Kamau, and, if a child comes from that union, I'm going to rejoice. Because our children are our futures and I believe in the future and in the strength and rightness of our struggle. I was ready for whatever happened. I relaxed and let nature take its course. When something important was happening in the courtroom, we listened. But, usually, whatever was happening droned on in boring chatter that amounted to nothing. Lawyers have the habit of turning 10 words into 100 and saying nothing more in the process. The trial was like something out of some playwright's imagination. We called it the A Vaudeville show. Evelyn and Bob, after registering their daily protests, sat mute. The judge raved and ranted. The pigs barked like vicious dogs. The witnesses lied like crazy. The jurors, who had been picked solely by the prosecution, looked and listened expressionlessly. There were a couple of black jurors, and although we held little hope we would be acquitted, we placed the microscopic hope we did have in the black jurors. Even though we had presented no defense, had not participated in the trial, we thought that there was a slim chance they might not go along with the program. Black people are generally not as brainwashed as white people when it comes to the so-called system of justice. The whole court process began to take its toll on me. Half the time I wasn't eating because they usually served pork for lunch and, sometimes, they had pork for dinner. Breakfast was out of the question. I could never figure out what they gave us. I called it monster stew. I was always freezing and I didn't have a coat. My mother had brought me one, but I had given it to Simba. She was pregnant and needed it more than I did. One night, when I returned from court, I began to feel awful, like a knife was stabbing me in my side. I could hardly breathe. I went to the prison doctor and the diagnosis was pleurisy. When the judge learned I was sick and unable to come to court, he had a fit. He acted like I had gotten sick just to delay the trial. The next time I saw the prison doctor, he was nervous and shook up. "They keep calling me about you," he said. "They want you back in court right away. They want to know how fast I can have you back in the courtroom." "Who keeps calling you?" I asked. "Everybody. People. I've got to get you back in court as soon as possible." And that's exactly what he did. Every day they brought us into the courtroom. And, every day, as soon as the jury came in, we began to tell them what was happening, that we were being forced to trial without being given time to prepare a defense. And every day, the judge ordered us removed from the courtroom and cited us for contempt. It was comical. "What are you going to do?" I would ask him, after I had been cited for contempt for the 100th time. "Put me in jail? Lock me up?" One day, when the judge had been particularly crazy and the marshals had been particularly brutal, Evelyn just couldn't take it anymore. "I'm not going to sit here and watch this spectacle," she said. "If you won't permit me to defend my client, there is no purpose in my being here." And with that, she got up and started to leave. "Get back in here," the judge yelled. "I order you to get back here and sit down." Evelyn kept walking. "If you don't come back and sit down, I'm citing you for contempt." Evelyn walked out of the courtroom. The judge cited her for contempt. In 1975, after all appeals, including the Supreme Court of the United States, were denied, she served the 10-day sentence in maximum security at the Westchester County Jail for Women. The trial soon ended and we waited patiently for the verdict. Evelyn and Bob gave us lectures. "Expect nothing but the worst. There's a chance, but it's slim." Kamau and I waited for the conviction. One day of jury deliberation passed. 2 days passed. The jury seemed to be taking forever. We wondered what was taking them so long. It was an open and shut case. We had cross-examined no witnesses, presented no defense. Kamau and I spent the time tenderly, savoring our last few moments together. The next morning Evelyn and Bob came in, grinning. "It's a hung jury," they giggled. "Gagliardi is fit to be tied. They're going to call us into court in a few minutes. We just thought we'd come in and give you the good news." 10 minutes later we were in the courtroom. The judge was grimly thanking and dismissing the jury. The marshals looked like they wanted to fight. The prosecutor looked like he wanted to cry. We found out later that a lone black juror had refused to convict us. He had heard us. The look on Gagliardi's face gave me great pleasure. I looked at him and gave him my most meaningful smile. His face turned red and he looked away. Afterward, we met with the lawyers. We were still giddy and in a state of shock. What does this mean? Are they going to try us again? They're going to try you again, and right away, Evelyn told us. The new trial will begin on Monday. Kamau and I looked at each other. We were sick of this case but were ecstatic that we were going to have more time together. Are we going to have the same judge? No, Bob said. They've got to assign a new judge. Evelyn was caught up in our gleeful mood, but, as usual, she was business first. We've got to come up with a trial strategy. Sitting in that courtroom day after day and watching that fiasco enabled us to do one thing. We were able to see and analyze their case. I feel that now we are ready to go to trial. They don't have a case, Bob said. I don't even know how they got an indictment. We know, Kamau and I said. Their case is utterly absurd, Evelyn said. We know, Kamau and I droned again. Their witnesses are as phony as $3 bills, Evelyn said. We know. They don't have one piece of physical evidence, Evelyn ranted. No photographs, no fingerprints, no witnesses, no nothing. We know, Kamau and I chanted in unison. They couldn't possibly have any evidence, I said. We weren't there. Well, I know that, Evelyn said indignantly. That's not the point. Bob and Kamau looked perplexed. Evelyn and I just looked at each other and smiled knowingly. We had found out in New Jersey how evidence could appear out of nowhere and other evidence disappear. Evelyn and I have a very close relationship. We love each other intensely and we get along wonderfully. Usually. But when we argue or disagree, it's awful. We are both outraged that the other one doesn't agree or see our point and we feel betrayed and furious. And neither of us has the mildest temper in the world. Add to that the tremendous pressure we were both under, and you have the recipe for fireworks. During one of our strategy meetings, Evelyn and I locked horns. Try as we might, we couldn't reach any kind of agreement. After a while, we weren't even communicating. It became a matter of who had the last word and the final decision. I'm the lawyer, she yelled. I know what I'm doing. If you aren't going to listen to me, then what's the point of having me defend you? I'm the client, I yelled back. I'm the one who's gonna do the 25 years in prison if you're wrong. What you're saying is that you don't trust me or my judgment. Evelyn said. Our argument went from bad to worse. After a while we were saying all kinds of things we didn't mean to each other. I don't need this shit, Evelyn stormed. What the hell do I need to defend you for? You haven't got an ounce of sense. You don't have to defend me if you don't want to, I responded. Don't do me any favors. You need all the favors you can get, Evelyn countered. Well, I don't need them from you. I can defend my damn self as well as you can. I'd like to see you try it. I don't need this mess. I will. I don't need you either. Well, go ahead and defend your stupid self then, Evelyn screamed. I will. After the argument I was tired and blank. All the tension had been drained out of my body. I was still mad, but I was sorry, too. Evelyn was probably right, and I was probably crazy. It's so hard working with someone who is so close to you. It's like having your mother or your wife or husband as your lawyer. It's real hard to be objective. Personal stuff sometimes gets in the way. I didn't know whether I was being a sane adult or a rebellious child. The next time we came to court, I could see right away that Evelyn was still angry with me. I fully intended to try and make up, but her cold manner made me draw back and get mad all over again. Is your decision still the same? She asked coldly. Yes, I responded icily. Judge, she told the new judge, I wish to be relieved from the case. Ms. Shakur wishes to retain another lawyer. Is this true? The judge asked me. Yes. I want to defend myself. A little while later she was off the case. As I sat in the bullpen feeling stupid and stubborn, the guard brought in a public defender. Gagliardi had assigned him because he didn't like the way Evelyn was behaving. I told him I didn't want him to represent me, that I was representing myself. The judge had assigned him to my case. What did you do before you were a public defender? He told me that once upon a time he had been a prosecutor. That was the end of the conversation. I would rather have had an alligator for a lawyer. I don't even remember his name, but he sat through both trials as my supposed lawyer, even though I refused to even speak to him. Since I was now defending myself, I was entitled to a lawyer as an advisor. Everyone suggested lawyers, but most of them were white leftists. I wanted, if at all possible, a black woman. Not just any black woman lawyer, but someone who was in tune with the politics of the black liberation struggle. One of the names given me was Florence Kennedy. She was a black lawyer who was very active in the women's movement, well known on the speaking circuit from coast to coast and more renowned as a feminist and political activist than as a lawyer. She fit the bill perfectly. She was just what I wanted. Some argued against her. But, Assata, they said, she's not a trial lawyer. Flo is not a criminal lawyer. You need both, someone who can give you sound advice. I was unmoved by their arguments. She's wild, she's flamboyant and eccentric, she might scare the jury. She can't be any wilder than this case is, I countered. Besides, I don't need a criminal lawyer because this isn't a criminal case. I need a political lawyer. I was in a wild mood and I was determined to handle the case the way I saw fit. I wasn't expecting any such thing as justice. This case was like something out of the Twilight Zone and I was convinced that it couldn't be treated like a normal, run-of-the-mill criminal trial. I was determined to use this case to expose the deceit and crookedness of the government. A meeting between Flo and me was arranged. Flo warned me over and over about her lack of trial experience. You know, darling, that I haven't been inside a courtroom to try a case in years. I don't care, I said. You've been out in the world, you know what reality is and that's enough. Flo agreed to be my legal advisor. And I was ready to go to trial. Chapter 6. My mother and stepfather broke up and my mother, my sister, and I moved to a new apartment in a housing complex in South Jamaica near New York Boulevard and Foch. One side was the projects and the other side was the co-op where we lived, but they looked about the same to me. Compared to Jamaica, Parsons Gardens, where we had lived, was a little black dot. South Jamaica, Hollis, Bricktown, St. Albans, Springfield Gardens, South Ozone, etc., were all joined together to make up a black city. You could live your whole life in Jamaica and the only time you'd see a white face was when you shopped on Jamaica Avenue or when the insurance man came around. At one time, Jamaica was all white. Black people had moved out to the island to escape the ghettos of Harlem and Brooklyn. They bought old houses at exorbitant prices, only to find that, within a few years, their nice neighborhoods had turned into the crime-ridden, drug-ridden, poverty-stricken places they had run from. I loved Jamaica, and I was just starting to get into the beat of it and to know my way around when my mother and I had one of our terrible arguments. I don't even remember what the argument was about, but I was hard-headed, stubborn, and under the impression that a grave injustice had been done to me. The next day I got up, packed my clothes, and headed straight for the village. Greenwich Village was where artists and musicians and all kinds of weird people were supposed to live. I was fascinated by the idea of beatniks and bohemians, even though I had never met any. I figured that if I belonged anyplace, it must be the village. I walked around with my suitcase until I was exhausted. I remember thinking that people here didn't look that different from anybody else. I found a place to check my suitcase and spent the rest of the day going around door to door asking people if they had any jobs available. Most didn't even look up at me, they just gave a flat no. At the end of the day, I was tired, disgusted, and hungry. I had nowhere to live and not the slightest idea what I was going to do next. I went back for my suitcase, but the place was closed. After that, I just walked aimlessly until I reached a little park. I sat down on a bench, tired as hell and unable to take another step. After a while, a little white guy with bumps on his face sat down next to me and started talking. I didn't understand half the things he said, but he seemed nice enough. When he asked me if I wanted to go to a restaurant across the street with him, I gladly accepted. I was starving. It was an Italian restaurant and the scent in the air was heavenly. I ordered enough to feed a mule. The guy talked about all these people I didn't know and about his job. He kept saying people on his job were conspiring to get him fired. I worked there for 8 years and they didn't even give me my notice. He told me over and over that the company he had worked for had stolen 2 of his inventions and patented them, and that when he tried to get paid for them and to get credit for his ideas, the company tried to get rid of him. What did they do? I asked. They did everything. They stole my files and my papers and then spread rumors about me. He said he was some kind of engineer. I should never have trusted them, he kept saying. You can't trust anybody. When the food came, I ate like I had spent a lifetime starving. Doesn't this food taste funny to you? The guy asked. I tasted some more and it was good. There's nothing wrong with mine, I told him. There's something wrong with this food, he said loudly. What did they do to my food? The waiter came and tried to calm the guy down. I don't understand, the waiter said, but if you'd like, I'll bring you another plate. Although the guy said it was better, he still thought it tasted a little funny. To change the subject, I told him a sad story about my mother being in the hospital and that I had nowhere to stay. Oh, you can stay at my place, he said. Then, seeing how I was looking at him, he added, I have an extra bed. No funny business. No funny business, he promised. He paid the check and we left. His apartment was a tiny 1-bedroom unit with a dirty kitchen and a green moldy-looking rug. The living room was neat and sterile. There was a plain brown couch that turned into a bed. I asked him for something to sleep in and plopped down into the bed. He kept talking, but I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. After a while he went into his bedroom and shut off the light. I woke up during the night to go to the bathroom, stumbling around disoriented until I finally found it. When I came out of the bathroom, I went into the kitchen for some water. While I was there, the guy came in. His face was all puffed up and red. What are you looking for? Some water. Oh, no, you're not, he screeched. You've been creeping around this house looking for something. What? I asked. You're crazy. Oh, no, my dear, that's what they want me to think. I'm not crazy in the least. What were you looking for? Who sent you? You didn't find anything, did you? Well, you can tell them, I haven't invented anything else for them to steal. I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody sent me no place and I wasn't looking for anything. Oh, no. You were just going for a little moonlight stroll. Do you think I'm some kind of fool? I took you in off the street, out of kindness, and here you try and deceive me. They really fooled me this time. I never thought they'd send a nigger. A nigger spy. Your mama is a nigger, I told him, and you're a crazy son of a bitch. I threw on my clothes as I cursed him out. Spy. Spy, he kept saying. Your mother is a spy, and you can drop dead as far as I'm concerned. I slammed the door and walked out into the early morning. The sun was beginning to come up. I walked until I found a drugstore open and ordered tea and an English muffin. I bought a toothbrush, toothpaste, and some makeup so that I would look older. I was going to get a job if it killed me. I got my suitcase, found a bathroom to wash up in, changed clothes, and checked the suitcase again. I bought a couple of newspapers. This time I was going to be systematic about it. I saw an ad for a waitress and counter girl. That was something I knew I could do. The place was in downtown Brooklyn. I hopped on the first train in that direction and got there about 8:30 in the morning. The cafeteria was in a factory building and was solely for the factory workers. The manager had black and white hair and was big, fat, and sloppy. He wasn't so anxious to hire me at first, so I told him a sob story about coming from down south to help my mother who was in the hospital and that I needed a job as soon as possible. Finally, after looking me up and down, he hired me and said I could start right then and there. I was grinning from ear to ear. I was supposed to spend the morning making salads and sandwiches and other things for lunchtime. But around 10 o'clock, all these men started coming for coffee break. The manager had me running around like crazy, toasting bread, buttering buns, and getting the men their orders. Move faster, he kept telling me. Every time he told me to move faster I tried until it seemed that it wasn't humanly possible for anyone to have moved faster. Then I noticed he was always brushing against me. His hands were always accidentally touching my behind. I'd move his hand away but that only seemed to make him bolder. Every time I bent over to get something out of the freezer or off the food shelves, he would try to slide his hands up my dress. After a while, I began slapping his hands away. This, too, seemed to make him bolder. Finally I told him, in a nice, quiet voice, "Would you please keep your hands off me? Would you keep them to yourself?" "What ya talkin' about?" he said, acting surprised. "I ain't done nothin' to ye." As the day wore on, he accelerated his shouting at me. "Can't you move any faster?" he would yell. "Get that lead outta your ass." He stopped putting his hands on me for a while, but in about an hour he was right back to his old tricks. He acted like it was some kind of joke or something. I didn't think it was funny worth a damn. Lunchtime was super busy and I was moving super fast. After lunch, we started getting ready for afternoon coffee break and after that we started getting ready for dinner. Dinner was from 4:30 to 6:30, and 7 o'clock was quitting time. When dinner time came, I was tired and miserable. I needed the job desperately, but the manager was driving me wild putting his hands all over me. When I told him to stop, he would grin, throw his hands in the air, and say, "What am I doing? What am I doing?" Then he started a new trick. He'd pull the elastic of my panties through the uniform and let it pop like a rubber band. "Stop it," I yelled. "Just stop it." "Stop what? What am I doin'?" By the time dinner was over I knew I couldn't take it anymore. Bad as I needed the job, I couldn't take that big fat pig's hands all over me. Just before I was ready to go home, I told him, "Look, if you can't keep your hands to yourself, I'll quit. I can't take it anymore." "What do ya mean, you'll quit? You're fired. You got lead in your ass and you don't know how to treat your boss. Now get the hell outta here. Just give me my money and I will." "I ain't gonna give you shit," he said, "'cause you ain't did shit. Look, mister, you gonna pay me my money. I worked hard and I want my money. Come back at the end of the week." "No, I want my money now. I need it now." "You ain't gettin' nothin' now, I told ye. Come back at the end of the week." "No, you're giving me my money now, I want my money." "Well, you ain't gettin' it. I'll call the cops on you," I bluffed. "I'll call the cops on you," he said, "if you don't get your ass outta here." "You better give me my money," I repeated, looking wild and about ready to jump out a real bag. Some people from the factory came in and stood at the back of the cafeteria looking. "Keep your voice down," he said, acting like he was going to be cooperative and pay me. "I'll tell you what. You come in the back with me now and I'll pay you for an extra day. I'll even let you keep your job, and, if you're good, I'll even give you a little extra change. I'm not going any damn where with you. Just give me my money. Now, why do you want to be like that? He asked, putting his hands on my shoulder. I was hot and fit to be tied. Get your hands off me, I yelled. You don't want nobody to know what kind of a dog you are. Well, I'm gonna tell everybody. If you don't give me my money, I'm gonna make you wish you had. I'm gonna tell everybody what you are. I started to walk to where people were working in the factory part. All right, he said. Here's your goddamn money. Just get the hell outta here. The people who had been standing in the back moved up closer to see what was going on. The man went to the register and counted out my money. I was dead tired and felt like a fool, but at the same time I felt kinda good inside. I was still in the same boat, but I was $13 richer and I had enough self-respect not to let any old lecherous white man feel up and down my body. I had enough money altogether to rent a cheap hotel room. I got my suitcase and checked into a hotel. I think it was the Hotel Albert. After I had hung up my clothes and taken a shower, I decided to get something to eat. Downstairs in the lobby, there was this big, tall black woman, dressed to kill. She had black hair with silver streaks running through it, long false eyelashes and a lot of makeup. Well, look at the baby, she said, looking straight at me. Paliers, tell me how you wound up in this joint? Are you straight from Alabama, darling? Where are you going, honey? I just looked at her. Do you speak, darling? Can you talk? Where are you going, honey? I'm going out to eat, I said, a little wary. Where are you going to eat, love? I don't know. Well, come with me, honey. We can eat together. I'm having a starvation attack. I just stood there looking at her. Well, come on, love. You don't want me to die of malnutrition, now, do you? Do you like Chinese food? Yes, I told her, wondering why she was taking all of this interest in me and wondering how she knew I was new at the hotel. We walked around until we came to a Chinese restaurant. The whole time she talked non-stop. Suddenly I remembered how little money I had. I had intended to eat a hot dog or something. Look, I told her, I don't have enough money to go in there. This place looks expensive and I'm kinda on the broke side. Maybe another time I'll come eat with you. Listen, love, she said, I didn't drag you all this way to eat alone. I hate to eat alone, so you're just stuck with my company. It looks like I'm gonna have to treat your broke ass to dinner. I was extremely grateful. Miss Shirley, that's what she called herself, was one Hiluva talker. She sounded sophisticated and country at the same time. She was from Georgia, but she had been in New York for a long time. She had lived in the village for a long time, too, although she said she was a gypsy. I ordered something like chop suey, the cheapest thing on the menu. What is you tryin' to do, honey? She said. Make me sick? Look, you sit there with your ears open and let me do the ordering. She ordered all this stuff and, when it came, we feasted. There was so much we could barely finish it. That's better, honey. Now mother can join the living. The waiter came and asked if we wanted anything else. If I can't have you, Miss Shirley said with a wink, I'd like the check. The waiter, a tall, thin Chinese man, blushed and hurried away. This is one bold chick, I remember thinking. How long is your place rented for? Miss Shirley asked. Until tomorrow. What are you going to do after that? I'll find another job, I told her. Then I told her about my job at the cafeteria. She laughed her head off. Well, honey, she asked me, what in the hell are you running from, or what in the hell are you running to? I told her the sad tale about my mother in the hospital. Do you actually expect me to believe that mess? I swore up and down that it was true. I ain't no fool, honey, and I been out in these streets long enough to know that you running from something, and if you don't want to tell me, that's your business. But I like you and I'll try to help you if I can. I was grateful and I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. Look, I've got this friend that works on Bleecker Street. He wants to take some time off to hang out with his friend, but he doesn't want to lose his job. You could work in his place until he comes back. Fine, I said. I was down for anything. Well, almost. We went to the cafe and a skinny white dude came up to us. Sit down and rest yourselves. I'll be back in a minute. We sat down at a little round table. You want some espresso? The guy asked. Sure, Miss Shirley said. He brought 2 little cups of black stuff. I took one sip and thought I was gonna choke. Miss Shirley cracked up. Well, I can see that you're not initiated. I'm gonna have to do something about your education. I arranged to take the guy's job for 4 days and he showed me what I had to do. If you forget anything, or have any questions, ask the sailor, he said, pointing to a man with tattoos up and down his arms. I was to begin work the next afternoon at 4. I still didn't know how I was going to pay my rent at the hotel for the next few days because I wouldn't be paid for my work at the cafe until the guy came back from his vacation. I told Miss Shirley what I was thinking. I'll talk to Freddie, she said, and see if he'll let my good friend have a little credit. If not, you can come up to my place and sleep on the floor. We went back to the hotel and found Freddie. He didn't want to give me any credit. Miss Shirley kept haggling. How much money do you have? She asked me. $15. Well, give me 10 and I'll lend you the rest so you can rent a room for a week. I gave her the money and Freddie told me I had to move to another room, which was fine with me. The room was tiny, but at least it had a bathroom and I had somewhere to stay for the rest of the week. I was grateful as hell for Miss Shirley. Well, she told me, you get a good night's sleep. Mother has to go to work. Where do you work? Anywhere I have to, she said. Anywhere I can. I was dog-tired and the bed was like an oasis. I woke up the next afternoon. It was almost 1 o'clock. I took a shower, got dressed, and went to find something to eat. Then I went back to the hotel and knocked on Miss Shirley's door. She opened the door with a razor in her hand. I almost fainted. She was shaving her face. Miss Shirley was a man. When she saw my reaction, she fell out laughing. You got a lot to learn, sugar. Ya got a lot to learn. We both sat there laughing up a storm. Somehow, it was funny as hell. I went to work early that afternoon. The job wasn't bad and I could eat all I wanted, which meant I didn't have to buy dinner. The tips weren't that much, but I'd be able to live on them until the guy came back. Any black woman, practically anywhere in America, can tell you about being approached, propositioned, and harassed by white men. Many consider all black women potential prostitutes. In the village, this phenomenon was 10 times worse than elsewhere. It was almost impossible to go from one corner to the next without some white man hissing at you, following you, or jingling the money in his pockets. One morning in the park, I met a couple, about my age, from Harlem, who had run away from home and were now living in a room in the village. I told them that I had run away, too, and we became instant comrades. We got into a discussion about how white men are always approaching black women. Yeah, they giggled, but we got something for they ass. Yeah, I asked. Yeah. We fix them right up. How? I asked. Then they told me. The Murphy game was their game. They told me how it worked and I fell out laughing. I thought it was a brilliant scheme. You want to try it? I know the mofa is'll dig you. I was anxious to try this new scheme because it was big money and I would be able to pay Miss Shirley back and get a real place of my own. The first night, after my job was over, I met Pat and Ronnie in the park. Pat and I were the bait and Ronnie was the protection. We were all to walk separately on different sides of the street so that we could see each other. I had dressed up and put on makeup to look older. About 5 minutes after we started walking, a white man came up to me. He said he liked the way I walked and wanted to take me someplace. I'm on my way to a party, I told him. It's going to be a real hot party. Yeah? What kind of party is it going to be? What kind of party would you like it to be? A party for two, he said. I know a place where they've got some very nice private rooms and they're not too expensive. It's a private club. You've gotta join first. How much does it cost? 15 for the room, 15 to join the club, and 15 for the babysitter. You don't look old enough to have a kid. The babysitter's for my little sister. We argued about the price. He thought it was too high. I kept telling him how he was getting a deal and that, once he joined, he would be a member for a year and could go there anytime he wanted and get some action. Finally he agreed to pay. When we got to the building, I told him to give me the money so I could go upstairs and pay the people. By the way, I said, would you tell me what kind of work you do? These people are very particular about who joins their club. I work for a bank. I could see from his face he was lying. I'll be right back. Don't you go nowhere. I ran up the stairs and opened the door to the roof. Carefully, I closed it behind me. Then I went over about 10 roofs until I came to the one I was supposed to come down from. I tried the door. It wouldn't budge. Somebody had locked it. I went to the next roof. Luckily, the door opened. I ran down the stairs and came out around the corner from where the man was standing. Hurriedly, I walked to where I was supposed to meet Pat and Ronnie. How'd it go? They asked. Easy as pie, I answered. Okay, let's do another one. I was scared to try another one because I was scared I would run into the man again. We can go up around 14th Street. We've got another building staked out around there. Okay, I told them, but let's check it out first. I explained about the door that wouldn't open. We got to the new place, checked it out, then went to 14th Street. In a matter of 20 minutes Pat and I had each caught a fish. I was worried to death we would bump into each other. I rushed my man to the building, got the money, and hurried to the meeting place. I waited and waited. It seemed like an eternity until they came. Pat had seen me with my man and had the good sense to go to a different building than the one I took my man to. We were all in high spirits. See how easy it is? Pat asked me. Yeah. It's a breeze. We split up the money. We had each made $45. I rushed back to the hotel. Miss Shirley was there and we went up to her room for a drink. I felt like a millionaire. I had the money I had made working in the cafe plus the $45. I whipped out my bankroll and paid Miss Shirley back. Now, girl, I know you ain't got no rich uncle. How'd you get all that money? I told her everything. I thought I was so slick. Girl, is you crazy? Do you know what one of these men will do to you if they find you in the street? Girl, these people out in this street don't give a damn about you. This street will eat your ass alive. Honey, I know what I'm talking 'bout. You done run away, ain't you? Yeah, I told her. I ran away. I knew it all the time. Well, honey, I can't make you go home. If I tried, you'd only run away again, but you're wasting your time and your life out here. These people don't care nothing 'bout you. All they want to do is suck your blood. You a smart girl. What you need to do is go home and finish school. I'm never going home. Well, if you insist on staying out here in these streets, you better start acting like you got some sense. Don't you never let nobody use you and make a fool out of you. What if one of those men had been a crazy man and followed you upstairs? What if the other door had been locked and you hadn't been able to get out? Where was your so-called protection? You mean to tell me that you gon' risk your life for $15? Girl, this village ain't nothing to play around with. They got some crazy men's around here that is killing up young girls like you and one of 'em cuts their titties off. Girl, as far as I can see, that young boy Ronnie Don wanna be nothin' but a pimp. He ain't done one thing to earn that money. You better start to use your head. I could see Miss Shirley knew what she was talkin' about. But what am I gonna do, Miss Shirley? You know how hard it is to find a job. Don't worry, honey, I'll come up with something. The next day when I went down to the lobby, Freddie was behind the desk. I hear you're looking for a job, he said. Uh-huh. You know anything about being a barmaid? No, I told him. Well, you go over to this place, Tony's, on 3rd Street and ask for a guy named Chuck. Tell him I sent you. Thanks. Thanks a lot. I went over to Tony's and talked to Chuck. Do you have any openings? I asked him. Sure, we always have openings for foxes like you. He laughed. Do you know the setup? No. $15 a night and you get a quarter for each drink and $1 for each bottle of champagne. I looked at him blankly. Your job is to sit and look pretty and keep the customers happy and buying. You work from 8 in the evening to 4 in the morning when the place closes. What you do after that is your business. Just don't make any deals on the premises. Yes, I answered warily. Well, then, see you tonight. When I got back to the hotel, I told Miss Shirley about my new job. All right, honey, but you be real careful. There are a whole lot of crazy peoples round here. And you keep looking for a real job so you can go to school at night. Now, come on upstairs and let me show you how to put your face on. You look like a two-bit hoe. At 10 to 8 I was at Tony's. Chuck was there and introduced me to the barmaid. Her name was Joyce. Come here for a minute, honey, she told me and went to the end of the bar. I followed her. You like whiskey sours? I guess so. I never had one. Whatever you do, don't get drunk. I'm going to make your drinks without the whiskey. If a customer come in and I know he's the suspicious type, I'll make you a real one. If you want a drink with the whiskey in it, just order with your hands folded. There's not too much I can do about the champagne. I'll try to keep pouring it into the man's glass. But it's not too bad and the bottles are small. Okay. Thanks. I went to the bar and sat down. In a few minutes a couple of white guys came in. They sat 2 seats down from me and kept looking in my direction. Would you like a drink? One said. Okay, I answered. What are you drinking? A whiskey sour. And so began what seemed like a never-ending parade of whiskey-less whiskey sours. It got so that even the smell of the stuff made me sick. Once in a while I would ask the barmaid to put some whiskey in one, but I have never been much of a drinker. Most of the customers were white men who were looking for some action. I found most of them to be crude, boring, and creepy. I would sit there, making up different stories to tell them just to keep myself amused. Another object of these stories was to get them to spend as much money as possible. If I thought that the man would go for a sob story and hand over some money, I would tell him a real tearjerker. Other times I pretended to be a college girl going to NYU. This made them less likely to be bold. When I played a college girl, I usually said I was a math major because people never know the first thing about math. One night, though, after I told this guy my math major story, he asked me some questions about integrals and imaginary numbers. I didn't have the faintest idea what the guy was talking about. It turned out he taught math at NYU. I know you're lying, he told me. Of course, I am. Who in the hell is going to be interested in the life of a waitress? The guy broke out laughing. That deserves a drink, he said. Bring the lady another drink. After that, the guy, I called him Mr. Math, came by every so often to hang out. He would buy drinks and we would sit there cracking jokes. How's your thesis going? He would ask. Fine, I'd answer. I'm doing a chronological study about the social significance of 2 and 2 equaling 4. I had a few other regulars. Most of them came in to tell me their troubles. They either had wife trouble or job trouble. Some were drunks who just wanted somebody to drink with, and others just liked the challenge of trying to seduce a young girl. A lot of the other girls were prostitutes. The few who weren't were either just out to make some extra money or they were alcoholics. Most of the women were very nice and protective of me. The prostitutes liked me because I was always sending them business and was always discreet about it. Soon I made friends with the guys in the jazz quartet that worked there regularly. I've always loved jazz and I would clap and shout and let them know I enjoyed the music. The piano player and I became especially tight. I called him my big brother and he was very protective of me. When the place closed, he and maybe one or two of the group would walk me home. If it was raining, he would send me home in a cab. Closing time was the roughest time of all. Some of the men thought that buying drinks entitled them to more than conversation. But Chuck was a good bouncer and could spot a problem before it became serious. If a guy was getting out of hand, Chuck would approach him, tell him that I was the sister of one of the guys in the band and that if he didn't treat me with respect, he would let him have it. At times some real freaks and weirdos hung out there. There was one guy who had bought the panties of almost every woman who worked at Tony's, paying them each $15. I asked him what he did with them. He laughed and told me he hung them on the walls of his apartment. When I told one of the other girls, she laughed. "Girl, you believe that? That guy takes them home and holds them over his nose. He's a sniff freak." But any woman at Tony's had to be careful. Some of the men who came around were real dangerous. On nights when things were slow and there were no customers in the place, the women would tell horror stories about all the crazy men they had run into. I was big for my age and well built and, with all the makeup I wore, I could usually pass for 18. I told everybody I was 19. The white people never questioned my age, but the black people would, sooner or later, realize I was younger than I let on. Some of them even guessed I had run away and would take me to the side and encourage me to go home. After a while, all the women who worked at the place teased me about not having a boyfriend. "This girl don't like men and she don't like women. Here's a girl that lets her fingers do the walking." When they teased me, I wanted to crawl into a crack somewhere and hide. The more embarrassed I became, the more they laughed. A new bass player came to work for the band and I developed an instant crush on him. I was convinced I was in love. In a short time, everybody knew about my crush. But the bass player paid me no mind at all. I did everything I could think of to attract his attention, but he just ignored me. Near closing time, his white girlfriend would come and they would leave together. I hated her. She looked so smug. One weekday night, it was pouring rain outside and the place was empty. The bass player said to me, "I'm writing a song for you. You want to hear it?" I could have fainted. I was grinning from ear to ear. "Yes, I'd like to hear it." Da 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 ta ta da 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 da. Da 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 ta ta da 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 jailbait. Da 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 ta ta da 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 da. Da 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 ta ta da 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 jailbait. The rest of the group chimed in, "Jailbait, jailbait," and the whole place cracked up. I could have died right then and there. That was the end of my crush. When I thought about it later, though, it was funny. A lot of the black men that I met in the village were hung up on white women. Some of them would come right out and tell you, "Man, I can't dig no spade chick. Gimme an ofa'i every day." When I asked them why, they said white women are sweeter, black women are evil, white women are more understanding, black women are more demanding. One of the things that really infuriated me was when they called black women sapphire. You know how you nigga women are, sapphire, evil. A lot of these guys would have trampled over my face just to get to a white woman. At times, I really got sick of being around so many grown people. I'd either sneak back into my old neighborhood or hang out with Pat and Ronnie. One night they were going to a party uptown. I was dying to be with kids my own age, so I told Chuck I was taking the night off. When we got to the party, it was dull and tired, so Pat and Ronnie went off to find some reefer. They loved the stuff, but I was scared of it. I waited and waited for them to get back. I started to talk to a boy, who seemed really nice, about how dull the party was. He said he knew of a boss party that was going to be happening later. I waited for Pat and Ronnie to come back, but they never did. "Why don't you come to the party with me?" the boy asked. "It's at my house and I'm sure you'll have a good time." Finally I said I would go. He seemed so nice. He lived in some projects near Spanish Harlem. When we got to his house, no one was there. I started to leave, but he said his friends were all at a ball game and they would be there afterward. In a little while, the doorbell rang and, sure enough, all these people came in. After a minute I noticed they were all boys. "Excuse me," the boy said. Then they all went into another room for a minute. When they returned they were whispering and talking under their breaths and I could tell that they were up to something. "Where are the girls?" I asked. "Oh, they're coming." One came and sat next to me. He put his hand on my leg. I moved it away. "Come on, baby, why you wanna act like that? Come here, man," one of them said. I could sense that something was wrong. I didn't know what they were up to, but I knew they were up to something. I picked up my pocketbook and my sweater. "I'll have to be going." "No, baby, you ain't going nowhere. I've got to go." I started walking toward the door. One of them grabbed my arm and yanked me away from the door. "Sit your ass down, bitch. We've got plans for you." I knew it now. They were going to rape me. I had heard people talking about trains, but I had never thought it would happen to me. I sat still for a minute. Then I made a wild break for the door. They tried to grab me and I fought like hell. The fight didn't last too long, though, because in a minute they had me held down on the floor. They were pulling up my skirt and taking my blouse off. I cried and screamed. "Shut up, bitch," one of them said, slapping my face. I begged them for mercy. I told them I was a virgin. "There's always a first time, baby," someone sneered. I begged and pleaded. I cried and cried. I couldn't believe they could be so heartless. But they were. The boy who brought me there was arguing with another boy about who would be first. I couldn't believe it. It was a nightmare. They were arguing and carrying on as if I wasn't even human, as if I was some kind of thing. I felt so scared and betrayed. I had trusted this boy. The argument between them was heated. I hoped they would fight and kill each other. I kept begging for mercy, pleading with them. They paid me no attention. One of them came over to me as if he felt sorry for me. "Don't worry, baby, it won't hurt. You'll see. You'll like it." "Okay," I heard the boy who had brought me there say, "You can go first, man," and the other boy started toward me. I jumped up and tried to run, but I was cornered. One tried to grab me and, in the process, he knocked over an ashtray. "Be careful, man," said the boy whose house it was. "My mother will kill me if the house gets messed up." That was my cue. I picked up a vase and threw it at the wall. I picked up a lamp and something else, crying and screaming at the same time. "You might get me, but I'm gonna mess up your mother's house before you do." The boy who was supposed to go first made a leap for me and missed. I kicked over the table and knocked over a plant that was on the stand. "Get back! Get back!" I screamed. The boy whose house it was grabbed the boy who was supposed to go first. "Come on, man, my mother will kill me. Get back! Get back!" I screamed. "I'm gonna throw this lamp straight into that mirror." There was a big mirror hanging behind the couch. "Get them out of here! Get them out of here or I'll fuck this house up." I was shaking and crying, but I was serious as hell. I was gonna mess that boy's house up so bad no one would recognize it. "Get them out of here," I said, kicking the table over. "Come on," the boy said. "Y'all got to get out of here. My mother's gonna have a fit." "You crazy bitch," one of them said to me. Come on, let's jump on her, man, she can't do that much damage. It's the man's house, one of the others said. Come on, let's go. Get em out of here, I screeched at the top of my lungs. That's okay, one of them said. We'll wait for you outside, baby. Slowly, in what seemed forever, they left. Only the boy who had brought me remained. I could see that he was trying to figure out some way to jump me. Don't come near me. You better stay back. I didn't know what I was gonna do next. They were all waiting for me outside. I couldn't call the police because the police were looking for me. Get back, I told the boy who looked like he was trying to ease up close to me. All right, get away from the door. I still had the lamp and something else in my hands. Get back there, I told him, indicating the back of the apartment, or I'll smash your house up. When he moved back I looked through the peephole. There was nobody in the hallway. They must be waiting downstairs, I thought. All right, I yelled, get over by the door. He moved to the door. Now get out in the hallway and knock on one of your neighbor's doors and bring a grown-up back here. What? You heard me, sucker. Now move. It wasn't my idea. I didn't want to do it. I had to. I don't want to hear that shit. Just get your ass out in that hall or I'll mess up your house so bad your mother won't even think it's her house. Please, the boy said. Please, my ass, I screamed. If you don't get out there and knock on one of those doors, you can forget about your mother's house. He went outside into the hallway. I slammed the door after him and watched through the peephole as he knocked on a door. A lady answered, and I opened the door and started begging her to help me. Please, miss, help me. They're trying to get me, I screamed, crying all over again. I still had the lamp in my hand. Please walk me downstairs to the subway or to a cab. What happened, honey? She asked. They tried to do it to me, I cried. The woman looked at me and then at the boy. You wait there for a minute, honey, she said. Then she and her husband came out. Don't worry, nothing's going to happen to you now. They brought me downstairs and put me into a cab. I thought a lot about those boys after that night. I hated them, but what I couldn't understand is why they hated me so much. Everybody was always saying what a dog-eat-dog world it was. There were all kinds of people in the world and most of them seemed unhappy. Everybody seemed to be in their own bag and few seemed to care about anybody else. I had read this play by Sartre. The play ended with the conclusion that hell is other people, and, for a while, I agreed. Back then, when I was growing up, boys gangbanging or gang raping a girl was a pretty common thing. They called it pulling a train. It didn't happen to any particular kind of girl. It happened to girls who were at the wrong place at the wrong time. The boys talked about it like it was a joke or a game, like they were only out to have some fun. If a girl was caught on the wrong side of a park or in the wrong territory or on the wrong street, she was a target. It was a common thing back then for boys to downgrade girls and cuss at them in the street. It was common for them to go to bed with girls and talk about them like dogs the next day. It was common for boys to deny they were the fathers of their babies. And it was common for boys to beat girls up and knock them around. And then the girls would get hard too. If the nigga ain't got no money, I don't want to be bothered. If the nigga ain't got no car, then later for him. The more I watched how boys and girls behaved, the more I read and the more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that this behavior could be traced directly back to the plantation, when slaves were encouraged to take the misery of their lives out on each other instead of on the master. The slave masters taught us we were ugly, less than human, unintelligent, and many of us believed it. Black people became breeding animals, studs and mares. A black woman was fair game for anyone at any time, the master or a visiting guest or any redneck who desired her. The slave master would order her to have 6 with this stud, 7 with that stud, for the purpose of increasing his stock. She was considered less than a woman. She was a cross between a whore and a workhorse. Black men internalized the white man's opinion of black women. And, if you ask me, a lot of us still act like we're back on the plantation with Massa pulling the strings. After my close call uptown, I became more skeptical of everybody. I was much more careful about the situations that I let myself fall into. I would talk to the men at Tony's, but, more and more, I became strictly business. The more I saw of street life, the uglier it was. One day, as I was walking down 8th Street, I saw one of my aunt's friends. Her name was Abby or Addie or something like that, and she was as big as a truck. I turned my head hoping she wouldn't recognize me. "Joey, Joey," I heard her cry out. I kept walking. She kept calling. I kept walking. Then I felt her grab my arm. "I know you," she said. "You're Joey. Your aunt and your mother are worried to death about you." "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "My name is Joyce and I don't know you or anyone else that you're talking about." "Come off it, Joey," she said. "You're not fooling me. Come with me while I call your aunt." She had my arm in an iron grip. I thought of making a run for it, but she was too big to play with. She took me to some bar and told me to sit at the counter while she made the call. As soon as she started dialing, I made a beeline for the door. She was right on top of me, grabbing me with that iron grip. "You're not going anywhere until your aunt gets down here." In half an hour, Evelyn was on the scene throwing questions at me left and right. "Where have you been? What have you been doing? Where have you been staying? What have you been doing for money? How have you been eating?" she asked, and a million questions more. When Evelyn questioned me, she sounded like a lawyer cross-examining a witness. In about an hour I had broken down and told her everything. She demanded that I take her to the hotel where I was staying. After I had packed my things, she told the guy behind the desk, "Do you know that you've had a 13-year-old girl staying here? I could have you prosecuted for contributing to the delinquency of a minor." The guy looked at me like he just couldn't believe it. I could have crawled under the floor. Then she called up Tony's and told him the same thing. I was dying of embarrassment, but in a way I was glad it was over. I was getting tired of the streets. I was tired of being grown and I wanted to be a kid again. Chapter 7. Kamau and I were acquitted in the bank robbery trial in the Southern District of New York on January 28, 1973, and on the following day I was returned to New Jersey. When I arrived at the Morristown jail, there was a clump of reporters and photographers standing around. Morristown looked just like small town, USA. The jail was an ugly building attached to the courthouse. There were a few other women in the jail and I was kept away from them. The only time I saw them was when I was being taken to or from my cell. They all appeared to be white, although I found out later that one was black. The guards were all women, as old as the hills, and they had been working at the jail for an eternity. There was a television and a radio in the cell, and it had been so long since I had been able to watch the news on television or listen to a static-free radio station that I went crazy. And I had turned into a crochet fiend. My poor mother was the unfortunate recipient of my early creations. Brave, devoted person that she was, she thought they were pure genius. We learned there were few, if any, black jurors on the panel for the new trial. The news was depressing. The panel was selected from the voting rolls, and, since candidates running for office seldom represent the interests of black and poor people, blacks and the poor don't vote. But failing to vote means they don't sit on juries. Any chance that we would receive something even remotely resembling a fair trial was slim. We decided to try to have the trial removed to federal court. The chance of the feds taking over was slim, but it was worth the try. If the trial was held in the federal court in Newark, at least we'd be assured of a few more black jurors on the jury panel. There were countless joint legal meetings, countless strategy sessions, and countless court appearances. My first look at the Morris County jury panel flung me into a terrible depression. There were only 2 or 3 black jurors on each panel and they looked like extras in a soap opera. As a matter of fact, the whole jury panel looked like escapees from a soap opera. They dressed differently and had a whole different air about them than New York people. Morristown was supposed to be one of the 10 richest counties in the country, and, looking at these people, I believed it. I could just see trying to explain to them what poor black people in big cities go through. How could they understand someone becoming a black revolutionary? They had so little to revolt against. They had bought the American dream lock, stock, and barrel and seemed unaware that, for the majority of black and third world people, the American dream is the American nightmare. Evelyn and I had resolved our differences and she was back on the case. She, Ray Brown, and Charles McKinney, Sundiata's lawyer, worked hard on the motion to remove the trial to federal court. But after a hearing, the federal judge remanded the case back to the state court. He hadn't even listened to our arguments. So we were right back where we had started, picking a jury in Morris County. Jury selection droned on tediously. Sundiata and I kept ourselves from falling asleep or from having nervous breakdowns by laughing and talking. Just seeing Sundiata every day was such a comfort to me. We made up all kinds of little games and jokes, especially guessing the answers jurors would give to the trial judge's questions. We got to be pretty good at it. We could look at a person and pretty much know what he was going to say. Some glared at us hatefully while they waited to be called, as if they couldn't wait to give their opinion that we were guilty. They were so sure of exactly what happened. They recited detail after detail from newspapers and TV. "Where were you hiding that night on the turnpike?" I wanted to scream at them. "I didn't see you." Others gave us crooked smiles in the hope that we would think they sympathized with us and would leave them on the jury. But there was not one bigot in the courtroom. None of them said they had any prejudice against black people. "Do you have any black friends?" the judge asked. Of course. But when asked if they had ever invited a black person to their homes or been to the home of a black person, the answer was, invariably, no. On one panel, the judge asked everybody if they had ever called a black person a nigger. They all said no, except for one woman, who said, "Well, when I was a child, we used to say eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a nigger by the toe." After that, a whole bunch of them said the same thing. Sometimes their answers were so phony they were a joke. Except the joke was on us. One day, a man being questioned told the judge what he had read about the case in newspapers and what he had heard on radio and TV. He tried to make it seem that he had just incidentally come across the news stories and that he had not really followed the case or paid much attention to it. Further, he denied having been affected by any of it. "Have you ever read a book called Target Blue?" Only a day or two before, the defense team had asked that that question be included in the voir dire. Robert Daly, who at one time was the public relations and publicity director for the New York City Police Department, had written the book Target Blue. An excerpt from the book was coincidentally printed in New York Magazine on almost the exact day our trial was to begin. 1 or 2 chapters were about the Black Liberation Army. The book was a collection of sensationalism, groundless accusations, and outright lies. The few facts that were in those 2 chapters were distorted beyond recognition. I was referred to by name. Daly implied that I had been responsible for the deaths of numerous policemen. He called me the soul of the Black Liberation Army, the mother hen that kept them fighting and kept them moving. According to the book, I had also robbed numerous banks and blown up a police car with a hand grenade during a police chase. "Have you ever read Target Blue?" the judge asked. Yes. Immediately the defense team submitted requests to the judge that additional questions be asked. "When did you read this book?" As a matter of fact, I'm reading it now. Not only had he been reading the book, but he had it upstairs in the jury room. Although the defense team asked for an investigation, the judge refused. It was obvious the man had brought the book to court to show to the other jurors and that they had discussed it. After a lot of arguments made by our lawyers, the judge agreed to dismiss that juror and others in the panel with whom he had been close. One day I was informed that the Nazi Party was demonstrating outside the court, marching up and down, complete with swastikas, brown uniforms, and helmets. They carried "White Power," "Save Our Police," and "Death Penalty" placards. Other signs were printed with racist statements. Rumor spread that a cross had been burned in front of the home of one of our supporters. At the end of the day, the Nazis almost got into a fight with some of the few black residents in Morristown. A lot of people don't know it, but they've got more Nazis and Ku Klux Klan in Jersey than a little bit. Some of my friends call it up south. Lou Myers, who was later one of my lawyers on this case, is from Mississippi. One day, in all earnestness, he told me he would rather try a case in Mississippi any day than try one in Jersey. I couldn't understand it. I was growing weaker and weaker. My energy seemed to have gone down the drain. All I wanted to do was sleep. I chided myself for trying to escape from reality instead of facing it. I had seen women in jail sleep their whole time away. I was afraid that was happening to me. I was so easily upset and reacted to everything in an exaggerated manner. My nerves were terrible. Every little thing affected me. All I did, all day, when there was no court, was sleep, eat, watch television, and listen to the radio. I was eating like food was going out of style. This also convinced me my nerves were going bad. I have seen people in prison gain 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds eating out of nerves and boredom. It gets to the point when all you have to look forward to is the meals. And that in itself is pitiful, because anyone who has ever been in prison knows how terrible the food is. Yet I was gulping that stuff down just like it was mom's home cooking. It wasn't until I sat down one day to do my exercises that I really suspected what could be wrong. I could barely get through 10 sit-ups. Everything added up. I didn't dare hope, but, at the same time, down deep inside, I knew. As sure as I knew my own name, I knew that I was pregnant. But what was I to do next? I knew I had to see the doctor, but what in the world was I going to say? I had been in prison for 8 months and it would really be weird to say, "Hey, I think I'm pregnant." I wanted to know for sure whether I was or not, but if I wasn't I didn't want the doctor to know my business. Because if I was, it would be only a matter of time before the whole world would know. First thing the next morning, I saw the prison doctor. I told him all my symptoms, dropping hint after hint. He told me there was nothing to worry about, that I was just constipated. As time wore on, it became harder and harder to wake up in the morning. When the guards came to wake me for court, I would simply roll over and continue sleeping. They did everything to get me out of bed. They called. They threatened. They banged on the bars and anything else they could think of. "Just don't come in this cell," I would tell them, feeling evil as the day is long. "You come in here and you put your hands on me and I'ma take your head right off of your shoulders." They must have known I meant it because they kept their distance until I was awake. I didn't care what they thought or said as long as they didn't put their hands on me. I wanted them to leave me alone. All I wanted to do was sleep. I walked into court whenever I got up, no matter what time it was. The judge would go on and on about my lateness and admonish my lawyers for not having me in court on time, but it was hopeless. I didn't care what the judge said, what the guards said, or what anybody said. All I wanted to do was sleep. I told Sundiata and one or two of the lawyers that I thought I was pregnant. They looked at me blankly, puzzled, as if I had an overactive imagination. Each day I felt more and more weird. I felt fragile and sick. I went back to the prison doctor, dropping more and more hints. I repeated my symptoms. Queasy stomach, stomach getting bigger, sick in the mornings, sleep all the time, etc. But he still didn't get the message and kept telling me this stuff about an intestinal disorder. I didn't know what to do next. One day I woke up and could hardly move. I was sick as a dog and dizzy to boot. I got up for a minute, then sank back down on the cot, holding onto it for dear life. They called the prison doctor. I repeated the symptoms again, and this time he ordered some tests. He asked for a urine specimen. I was sure he had sent for a pregnancy test. I waited a few days and heard nothing. Then the nurse came and asked me for more urine. I was certain this meant the pregnancy test was positive and they were retesting just to be sure. I gave her the urine sample and waited. When the doctor called me to his office, I knew he was going to tell me I was pregnant. Instead, he was smug and acted really on the stupid side. He kept making snide little remarks and I could tell he was trying to make fun of me. I asked him what was wrong with me and he repeated the same old stuff about a bowel disorder. Then he asked me some questions about my sex life. "Ask your mama about her sex life," I said and went out of his office, slamming the door. Later that day, Ray Brown and Evelyn came to see me. Ray was in a jovial mood, laughing his head off. "Well, you've really done it this time. I don't know what we're going to do with you. His Honor is going to give you a strong reprimand for getting pregnant during his trial." "You mean I'm really pregnant?" "It was in the doctor's report to the judge." "Didn't you know?" "No," I told him. "I was just in that slimy bastard's office this morning and he told me that I had something wrong with my intestines." "He's pulling your leg," Ray said. "They did 2 or 3 pregnancy tests on you and they all came back positive. You're pregnant, all right." "I can't believe it." Evelyn was in a state of shock. "It's something," she said. Then she looked into space for a long time. "It's something. Judge Bachman's having a fit," Ray said. "I hear the FBI is going to conduct an investigation to determine how you got pregnant." "Well, they better not try to come round me asking no questions," I told them. "I'll tell them that this baby was sent by the Black Creator to liberate Black people. I'll tell them that this baby is the new Black Messiah, conceived in a holy way, come to lead our people to freedom and justice and to create a new Black nation." Sundiata and McKinney had joined us. Sundiata was elated. He couldn't get over it. He sat there grinning and slapping his knee. "I think it's beautiful," he kept saying. "I think it's absolutely beautiful." Everyone was in a jubilant mood. I was glad. I hadn't known how they would react. "It's amazing," Evelyn said. "Out of all this misery a new life is conceived." I was caught up in the mood, but I couldn't wait to get off alone in my cell to think about this. What had seemed like a remote dream was coming true. A baby. My mind was jumping and dancing. I spent the next few days in a virtual daze. A joyous daze. A person was inside of me. Someone who was going to grow up to walk and talk, to love and laugh. To me it was the miracle of all miracles. And deeply spiritual. The odds against this baby being conceived were so great it boggled my mind. And yet it was happening. It seemed so right, so beautiful, in surroundings that were so ugly. I was filled with emotion. Already, I was deeply in love with this child. Already, I talked to it and worried about it and wondered how it was feeling and what it was thinking. I would lie in my cell wondering about his or her life, wondering what kind of life it would have. What kind of people it would love, what kind of values it would have, and what it would think of all the madness that would surround it. Sometimes I felt so helplessly protective, wondering when my baby would be called nigger for the first time, wondering when the full horror and degradation of being black in America would descend on my baby. How many wolves hid behind the bushes to eat my child? But there were so many happy things that I thought about, too. I wondered when would be the first time my child would sit down and seriously appreciate the glory of a sunset and marvel at the wonders of nature. Or when he or she would smack lips and lick fingers over a sweet potato pie, or kiss strawberries and drink lemonade. It has always intrigued me how the world can be so beautiful and so ugly at the same time. I wanted, with all my being, for my baby to experience the many types and sides of love and friendship and to know and understand selflessness and generosity, struggle and sacrifice, honesty, courage, and so many of the sentiments that have given me strength and have made my life worth living. In these days, I was in such a state of sensitivity and thought that I barely noticed what was going on around me. The next time my mother came to see me, my sister was with her. I was so happy to see them both. When I say see, it is something of an overstatement, because in Morristown jail there are little windows that you and your visitors peek through, and there are little holes through which you are supposed to talk, but to make yourself heard you are obliged to shout. "Honey, you look pale," my mother shouted. "Mommy, I'm pregnant." "What is it, honey?" "I'm pregnant, Mommy." My mother smiled blandly. I repeated myself and she began to laugh. "How many months are you?" "No, seriously, Mommy, I'm pregnant." "Well, so am I," my mother said, this time laughing heartily. "I think it was my hysterectomy that caused it." "No, Mommy," I pleaded. "You don't understand. I'm pregnant. I'm not joking." "Who's joking, honey?" "Pregnancy is a serious matter," she said, trying to keep a straight face, especially when the baby is born under immaculate conception and God is the father. She and my sister were having a giggling fit. "What are you going to name the baby?" my sister added. "Jesus." They just carried on. The more I insisted I was pregnant, the more they laughed and cracked jokes. But, finally, my mother stopped laughing. "Are you really pregnant?" I told her that it happened in the court and that Kamau was the father. "How do you feel?" "Actually, kind of funny," I told her. "I can barely move and I'm just so tired." In the visiting room on the prisoner's side, there were no chairs, so you had to stand up and talk. I was so tired, I just couldn't stand any longer. I sat down on the floor, leaning on the wall behind me so that they could see me. I couldn't see them, but we shouted to each other until the visit was over. I went up to my cell after the visit ended and immediately fell out. My mother went to the warden to complain about their refusal to provide chairs. The next day Evelyn came to see me. "Your mother called me last night all the way from Morristown, as soon as she left you. She was worried to death that, with all you've been through, you'd finally been driven crazy." I told her not to worry, that you are, in fact, pregnant. "I think she's in a state of shock." "So's your sister. It's all over the papers. I brought them for you." I couldn't believe it. Sure enough, there were the articles. The one in the New York Daily News, I remember, was especially sordid. All of the papers speculated about who the father was and how I had managed to become pregnant in jail. One of them hinted that a prison guard was the father. "I'm sick, Auntie, I feel awful." Well, that's what happens when you're pregnant. You get morning sickness and all sorts of other strange ailments. It's only normal. "Maybe you're right, but I'm having these pains down here," I told her, pointing to where the pains were. "And I can barely stand up." She told me to go see the doctor and I told her how the doctor had acted. "Well, go see him anyway, and have him examine you thoroughly. Meanwhile, I'll try to have you seen by a private gynecologist as soon as possible. I'll probably have to go to court." She promised that she would do all that she could to get an outside doctor, and I went upstairs to see the jail doctor. "Why did you lie to me and tell me all that junk about a bowel disorder?" was the first thing I asked him. "Well, you lied. I just figured I'd get back at you. Anyway, you found out, like I knew you would." I told him about my pains and he examined me. "What's wrong?" I asked, anxiously. "There's a chance you're threatening to abort." "What?" I practically screamed. "There's a chance that you're going to abort." "I don't want no abortion," I cried out. "It's probably the best course you could take now, and I'd recommend it. But that's not what I was talking about. I said that there was a chance you could spontaneously abort, have a miscarriage." "Oh no," I moaned. "What are you going to do?" "Relax. It's probably nothing serious. It's nothing much to worry about." "What do you mean, nothing much to worry about?" I want this baby. Well, I can't force you to do anything, but my advice is to have an abortion. It will be better for you and for everyone else. I don't want nobody's abortion. But what are you going to do about this miscarriage thing? Isn't there something you can give me to keep me from having a miscarriage? Isn't there something that I can take to make sure I don't lose this baby? No. There's nothing I can do now. We have to wait and see what happens. What do you mean, wait and see what happens? If I have a miscarriage, then it will be too late. Can't you call a gynecologist? No. There's nothing I can do right now. You mean there's nothing you will do right now, don't you? Take it any way you want to. Won't you at least call a gynecologist in to see me? You're not a specialist in this area. I don't need you to tell me what my specialties are, he said angrily. It would be best for everybody concerned if you have an abortion, no matter which way you have it. Just who is everybody concerned? Don't you worry about it. My advice to you is that you should go to your cell and lie down. Just lie down and rest your mind. Just lie down and stay off your feet. And if you go to the bathroom and see a lump in the toilet, don't flush it. It's your baby. I raced out of his office and, when I got to my cell, I lay on the cot crying. I was worried to death. As far as I could see, they were out to kill my baby. I couldn't lose this baby now, not now. It was meant to be, this baby was our hope. Our hope for the future. I tried to calm myself. I didn't want the baby to feel my anguish. Finally, I fell asleep. The next morning, I waited anxiously for Evelyn and Ray Brown. Ray came first. I told him what had happened. Please, I begged, get a doctor we can trust to see me today. I'll try to get one as soon as I can, Ray assured me. I'll have to make some phone calls and then I've got to talk to the judge. He's having a fit, you know. He wants to resume the trial today. Don't worry, everything is going to be all right. Ray and Evelyn came back in about an hour. Don't worry, they told me, the trial has been postponed until there is a report from our doctor. The judge has permitted you to be examined by your own gynecologist, and he's coming this afternoon, so cheer up. They did their best to take my mind off everything and to make me feel better. That day I felt worse than ever before. Is the doctor black? No, he's a Ku Klux Klan doctor, Ray Brown joked. I felt like my insides were going to drop out on the floor at any minute. Ray went outside to meet the doctor and came back followed by a tall, brown-skinned man. The man sure as hell didn't look like no doctor. He looked like Mr. Superfly himself. He had on a long fur coat, a jumpsuit, and platform shoes. But when I looked into his face, I was reassured. He was kind and very self-assured. He was gentle when he examined me and I was truly grateful. He asked a whole lot of questions in a careful, painstaking manner. I was really impressed. Would you tell me your name again? I asked him, ashamed that I had forgotten it. Sure. That's an easy order. Ernest Wyman Garrett. He practiced in Newark and there was an air of Newark about him. I liked him instantly. He was one of those rare breed of black professionals who haven't lost contact with the masses of black people. He didn't have one trace of the affected bourgeois speech and mannerisms that are so popular among the black middle class. I waited nervously for the verdict. There's no doubt about it. You're pregnant. But I found blood in the vaginal canal, which can be a sign that something is wrong. There's a possibility that you are threatening to abort. This doesn't mean that you are going to have a miscarriage. The chances are good that you won't. The odds and medical statistics are in your favor. He explained the different possibilities and the treatment he was prescribing. I asked a million questions and, when he left, felt a whole lot better, just knowing there was someone I could trust taking care of me and the baby. The days that followed are blurry in my mind. Most of the time I slept. The warden and the sheriff and the powers that were didn't like the idea of my having my own doctor, though. In their minds, the butcher, jailhouse quack house doctor was good enough for me. And the fact that Dr. Garrett was black infuriated them. They refused to let him examine me unless a white doctor, hired by the state, was present, and for the report to the judge, the white doctor had to examine me. Fortunately, he agreed with my doctor's findings. There was a lot of activity going on around me that I didn't understand. I was too out of it to try. I could see, though, that Evelyn and Ray were worried. I wanted to help them, to get to the bottom of what was happening, but I just didn't have the energy. About 2 days after his first visit, Dr. Garrett came to visit me. When he finished examining me, he said, "Assata, I don't want to worry you, but I think you should be hospitalized. It's nothing serious, strictly a precautionary measure. You're in no condition to proceed with a trial. You need a few weeks of complete bed rest. There is a possibility the judge will try to push you into that trial right away, without regard for your medical condition. Assata, there is no way we are going to let that happen. I am prepared to fight all the way for your right as a human being to receive decent medical care and for your baby to be born healthy. I'm doing the same for you as I would for any other patient. You should be hospitalized. There isn't a responsible doctor in the world who wouldn't agree with that opinion. And I'm prepared to testify in any court that to deny you proper medical care would be tantamount to committing murder. I will be going, in a very short time, to give a medical report about your condition to the judge. I will do my best to convince him of the seriousness of this matter. I think he'll listen to reason. I'm sure the judge will go along with the findings of 2 board-certified gynecologists. But if worse comes to worst, and the judge denies our motion, I will see to it personally that this jail and the courtroom are surrounded by the right-to-life people by tomorrow morning." I was too shot out to say much more than thank you. I was scared to death for my baby, but I knew that everything that could be done was being done, and that was a load off my mind. I got dressed and waited for them to come and take me to court. I wanted to hear what was going on. When they didn't come for me, I became worried. What was going on? Why weren't they bringing me to court? Why were they taking so long? What were they going to do? Were they going to try to make me go to trial like this? What were they planning to do? Evelyn and Ray came in strutting and beaming. I knew everything was going to be all right. What happened? Why didn't they bring me to court? You're too sick to go to court. Evelyn laughed. Haven't you heard that they don't let pregnant women into court? They figure it's a disease and are afraid everybody will catch it. We felt it was much better for you not to be moved. It went fine. They'll be taking you to a hospital as soon as they can make the arrangements. Dr. Garrett did a great job. After that speech, there was no way the judge was gonna force you to go to trial in your condition. The trial has been severed and Sundiata will go on with the trial alone. What? I exclaimed. But we had agreed that we would be tried together. Why can't they wait until I'm better? Now, Assata, you know they're not gonna wait for you to have your baby to try Sundiata. They claim that being here in Morristown is costing them a fortune. It will be cheaper to try us together, I said. Well, can't I at least see Sundiata and say goodbye to him? We'll try, they said, but we doubt if there will be time or if the sheriff will consent to it. I'm going to miss Sundiata. Yes. We know. Later they put me on a stretcher and wheeled me into an ambulance. Don't worry, I told the baby, you're gonna be all right. Love. Love is contraband in hell. 'Cause love is an acid that eats away bars. But you, me, and tomorrow hold hands and make vows. That struggle will multiply. The hacksaw has 2 blades. The shotgun has 2 barrels. We are pregnant with freedom. We are a conspiracy. Chapter 8. After the village, I lived with Evelyn on 80th Street between Amsterdam and Columbus in Manhattan. She had a garden apartment in a brownstone. Nothing grew in the garden but weeds, and it was where our neighbors threw their garbage. The apartment was one big room that we used for sleeping, eating, and living, it had a kitchen and a bathroom with an old-fashioned toilet up on a platform and an overhead tank so that you had to pull on a little chain to flush it. Evelyn always referred to it as the dump. She had it fixed up nicely, but it was just too small for 2 people, especially if one of them was me. I was a slob, and Evelyn went to great pains to train me in neatness. In a small place like that, when just a few things are out of place, it looks like a hurricane passed through. And many times after a long day's work, poor Evelyn would be greeted with a hurricane, a tornado, and an earthquake at the same time. Gradually, I learned to keep things in something vaguely resembling order.